Hey, what's going on, guys? Today's broadcast is brought to you by, and I have to say this because it loosens me up, but Voodoo Ranger. Yeah, Voodoo Ranger juice. So, kudos to you. We're going to touch on a few topics. I see a lot of you here. Hi, Meatbot. Hi, Satanic War Master. Hi, Zozo. Tane. Did I say Meatbot already? All right, here we go. We're going to touch on a few subjects, and then I'm going to open up the panel to everybody. Okay, first I want to talk about. Um, First, I want to say I saw one of those friggin' drones today. When I went by my sister's house, I saw one of those friggin' drones today. Hey, Meatbot. Yeah. So, anyway, back in 2006, I think it was 2006, I was about 17. I was walking my dog with my father. Yeah, I did. I seen one of those drones. It went like this. It went, let me see if I could do it in the opposite direction because that's how you see it. Like this. I said, is that a plane or a drone? Stopped as soon as I thought that. Flew the other way. I said, holy shit. Anyway, I will open the panels after. I'm going to talk about what I saw in 2006. I'm going to talk about UAPs and the drones in Jersey, which I'm going to open up the conversation for. And then we can talk about anything we want after that, whatever it be, ancients, Nordics, whatever. Just no crazy supremacy shit. No calling people pedophiles. No, none of that. So in 2006, I was walking, and this is a true story. I was walking a dog. It was nighttime. It was like 8 o'clock at night or 7. It was like 7 o'clock at night. And yeah, it was like 7 o'clock at night, 2006, summertime. No, maybe not summertime, like late summer, August. And I saw something in the sky. And back then, there was no para drones. It was just military drones and stuff like that. So me and my father spotted it. And he goes, "What's that?" And I'm looking and I'm saying, "It's nothing, it's a plane." My dad goes, "Is that a drone?" As soon as we both looked at it for more than a second, that shit stopped dead in its tracks. And this is unheard of back then. That shit stopped dead in its tracks, made a triangle formation. Let's see if I could do this backwards the other way. No, it went this way. And I said, holy shit. Okay, maybe it's a drone. What's up, Acid? How you doing? I'm in the middle of telling my friggin' story from when I was like 17. So, went to the side a little bit, went down, went up. Now I'm still thinking this could be a military drone. I'll let you tell your story, Meatbot. I just want to touch on this. Made a triangle formation, and then it zoomed up this way, vroom, way across the sky, and it lit up the clouds. Now you tell me if that was some kind of a. First of all, there was no parrot drones back then. There was no. But even if it was something small and close, how the fuck did it light up the clouds? It just shot across the sky. What I said was light speed. Yeah, that drone thing is crazy, Melody. I don't know if you heard me, but I said before that I saw one coming home from my job today, going to my sister's house on the southern state on Long Island. And apparently they caught two guys, but I mean, I don't think I mean this thing is a phenomenon all over the globe. So anyway, I'm gonna use the word hi Alpesh acid, or is it an acid clone? Look, let's keep this panel nice. All right, last time I know we had a panel of kind of like a Jerry Springer type panel, but not today. I'm gonna let you tell you. So anyway, it zoomed up into the sky, it lit up the clouds. My father didn't see that part. My father just looked down. He looked up. He goes, "Where is it? It's gone." And I said, "It disappeared. It flew into the clouds." Shit, no shit. When we got home, my mother was like, "Where have you been?" And I looked at the clock, and 45 minutes passed that felt like I couldn't account for. Now, this is a true story, and the reason I like telling this is because I know it's crazy, like you lost the plot, whatever, but it's kind of crazy because this is stories like coincide with other people's. Yeah, whoever you are, uh, there you go. I'm not gonna put up with cloning and harassment anymore on my channel. There you go, acid. Um, so I really think something happened that day. I don't know what. Could have been the government. I'm not necessarily saying it's aliens, but anyway, in 2017, they started telling us that they were actually investigating UFOs. They call them UAPs now, unidentified aerial phenomenon, I think it is. And actually, Thomas Jefferson was one of the first, one of the highest officials, not the first, but one of the highest officials to actually say that he saw a UFO. George Washington seen one. And yeah, I mean, this technology, I mean, these drones going on in Jersey. I'm going to open up the panel right now while we talk about the drones in Jersey and actually all over the world. And I'm going to tell you my theories on them. And then we can segue into talking about whatever ancient stuff or theories that you have. I'm not a crazy not look. I'm not a crazy. I just like I think this subject is fascinating. Hold on. Well, the drones in Jersey. I actually think it's either got to be one of the other two. I don't think it's aliens. I mean, come on, aliens gonna fly over Jersey. What are they gonna see? They're gonna land. They're gonna go right back up. But it's funny that they're in the UK and in on the East Coast in New York and Jersey. That's funny because we just I don't want to say anything, but Russia just threatened us. I mean, who? Yeah, Acid. I know you got a clone. All right, I'm gonna invite people on if you want to talk about what's going on in Jersey, or if you want to segue our way into just talking about whatever. Um, Post comment. Hold on. Guests. Invite guests. Copy. I know I talk all the time when I'm doing this. Post comment. Post comment. Come on, paste. There we go. So whoever wants to come on, come on. Tell me their experiences, what they had. I'm going to tell you, in Jersey, I've heard that these things are the size of school buses, that these things are the size of small Mini Coopers and stuff like that. And I don't know what's going on. Someone today said that it could have been our government. Um, I actually got really a little bit nervous because I heard somebody say that our government. Um, I'm going to add Meatbot to the stage now. What's going on, Meatbot?
Oh, hey, Angela.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. Thank you for having me on.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm happy to have you. Anything you want to talk about in particular? You have an experience, or you
Uh,
just want to talk?
I mean, yesterday on Discord we were talking about this drone phenomenon,
Yeah,
and somebody showed me some pretty interesting pictures of one of these big ones. They said they
yeah.
were like unusually large, and he documented it like stopping close to his yard and then taking off.
Hmm.
So similar to your story that you had with your dad
Yeah.
back in around, I think it was 2015, my ex-wife and I, she got home from work and we were living out in Saranac, New York, and at my mom's place. And I remember she came home in a panic. She was like freaked out and she told us we had to get outside and check this out. So we went out and we saw what resembles these drones nowadays, these big drones with like red lights on them,
Yeah.
and they were making strange formations in the sky. Like they did a triangle and like a circle and a loop de loop. Then they turned
Yeah.
into a big straight formation and then took off. Yeah,
And let me guess, they took off at ridiculous speed.
yeah. They were flying like abnormally fast. Yes.
Yeah. Melody says they're supposedly about 6 feet long. Melody, you could come up to the panel too, even if you want to just comment on what we're saying. Yeah, I'd like to have you up too. Um, but yeah, that's an interesting story because you know what? the common denominator in all these things is that they take off in a certain way, that they make certain angles, they make right angles, they make triangle formations, and then they shoot off.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They shoot off at almost what I see light speed.
Hmm.
And what gets me is what's going on with the drones in Jersey.
Yep.
Let me just ban this Patel. Someone keeps cloning acid. Um, what's going on
Yeah.
with the in Jersey, and what was similar with my case, is that as soon as you see it, as soon as you get eyes on it, they go dark apparently. And that's what scares me.
It's like
'Cause
they
I don't.
notice they're being watched. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, you're not interrupt. Hi, Melody. Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, girl?
Hey, Melody.
Hey. Well, okay, so about this whole thing, I haven't like read into like much of it, but what I thought was weird is that the government they're just not saying anything about it. They're
Yeah,
just saying that, oh no, it's just drones, like don't worry about it. Whenever they should be like looking into it. They're like, oh no, it's not from, I mean, it could be from like another country. I mean, it could be
that's
from
what's
like,
weird.
because what was it that happened? It was about 6 months ago, whenever China had those, they were like something like a balloon type of drone or whatever that was going over the United States.
Hmm.
So, I mean, it definitely could be some sort of like military from like Russia or China or whomever is trying to infiltrate us. And so, for our government to just say that nothing's going on and everything's fine, I think is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to welcome Acid to the panel. Nice
Hey,
to have
Acid.
you.
Hello. Hi,
Yep.
man. Hi.
We'll keep things civil today. It's not a fighting.
Of course, of course. I have two UFO stories to tell. They'll only take 3 minutes.
No, you're
Ones that
good.
I saw 30 years ago. I'll just drink some beer and make a joint, and I'll tell you in about 10 minutes if that's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
So nice one, nice one.
So what scares me about that is that the government is saying that they're kind of gaslighting us and saying it's just planes. Like I saw it for myself today. The friggin' thing stopped in the middle of the sky and went in the opposite direction. That is no plane. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't over Jersey. This was over Long Island. So, and I just heard something that they shut down one of the, and I'm not sure which airport in Long Island because there's some small ones, but they shut down one because of drone activity over there too.
Yeah, there's definitely something that's going on. Yeah, the government, they're keeping stuff from us is definitely.
I
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on Discord, one of the things we were discussing was the potentiality of like some sort of an attack or an observance from a foreign country. And one of the rumors floating around was that it's like coming from an Iranian mothership or something like that. I don't know about the advocacy of that, but what I was drawing people's attention to was that it appears like it could be like an attack from within, not from without. So
Yeah.
it may be from our own government, or an aspect of our own government has detached and is observing us, something like this.
Because it is weird, like what Melody said, if they really, if it was from a different country or whatever, um, I mean, if they didn't know what it was, oh, sorry, let me delete, this user keeps, okay, if it was something that they didn't know about, they would be concerned. You know what I mean? So somebody said something really alarming today, that they heard, and I'm not so sure, I take everything with a grain of salt, but what they said was that somebody snuck in and supposedly put some kind of a bomb or something and buried a bomb somewhere, and it's our government's drones that are scanning for these things. Uh, I hope that's not true. I don't think that's true. I mean, I heard it from one person today over my sister's house. They had a party for my nephew, and there was a lot of talk going on about this, and a lot of people seen them too. So
I don't think that Iran has like the lowest economy of anyone in the entire world. Like their money is worth nothing.
yeah,
So I mean literally they have like their dollar, well, I don't know what it's called there, but the amount of money that their dollar count, it's like the lowest of anyone,
I
of
also
any
don't think it's
nation.
Iran.
Yeah, they are freaking poor there. It's the poorest country.
But it's more likely it could be from China, would be somebody who could facilitate something like this.
That's what I would think too, is either China or Russia.
Yeah.
Probably China, because they're the ones that did like those, I don't remember what they were called, but those drones that had balloons on them. I think they went over like Washington State.
Or my other theory was Mexico too. Mexico is kind of always flying under the radar.
Yeah,
I don't
you never know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I keep an open mind about it, but my theory is that it might be Russia that or Iran that got the technology from China, because we know Russia doesn't have the capability. Iran may not have the capability, but China, and plus, like Melody said, they did the weather balloon or whatever the hell they wanted to call it, the spy balloon.
China's got the technology in it. They're modern fuckers, man. They know about that shit, so it could be them.
But
Hmm. Yeah, my bet would probably be China.
And they've got the
but
money.
the thing that scares me is that these sightings have been going on for a long ass time. You know what I mean? Like Acid said, he had something going on 30 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. And
You
the
know?
same thing I saw a week later after I saw my sighting in London. I watched a UFO program came on about America, and some Americans are saying what they saw in America was the same shit I'm seeing here in London. So it's not like there's some balloon or something. It's like in a totally 3,000 miles away. They're seeing the similar thing. I'll tell you the story a bit later. It's crazy, man. And they're describing the same color pattern, like everything that I saw here. It's weird, man. I
Yeah.
don't know what that was all about.
So my original outline for this was to speak about, to do a monologue first and then let everybody speak and segue into like, oh, because some people wanted to talk about like crazy shit, like ancient. I don't believe in ancient aliens, but I
Yeah, I don't either. I think that's bullshit too.
yeah, no, I don't believe in that, but I just found it food for thought. That's all I do. I find it food for thought. I think it's entertaining. I can't stand that guy with the crazy hair that sticks up, and he looks like he's saying this is some good shit, but really he's talking about right.
It's aliens.
Yeah, everything is aliens. I don't know, therefore it's aliens. But I mean, I do think that there's a lot of civilizations in the past that have probably had advanced technology, and I think that's why and I think it's an insult to think that it's
Yeah.
alien.
Well,
But
I mean, it would seem like, so with the whole myth of like Atlantis, what you have present there is like the potential for us to have, a higher society that appears like aliens, and that's how we've got a lot of the lore and the mythology behind that sort of stuff.
yeah.
And that you could connect that even with like the Anunnaki, or the way that the Egyptians saw their gods. You could just see it as maybe a different race or a different like sort of people, and they just disguise themselves, put like headdresses on, and it was convincing.
I kind of found it interesting. I came across I just got YouTube Premium today. So I was listening at work to all different kind of stuff and commercial free, and I just let it run. And something came up with the story of Adam and Eve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about how we all have one common ancestor from East Africa, which was a woman, but it was a hominid. It wasn't fully human yet, or maybe it was, but I don't think it's Lucy. I think Lucy came from. Oh look, what's the name?
It was in Africa, but I don't know what the country was, but yeah, we're supposed to all be yeah, like the first humans, what was it, like 300,000 years ago? Like
Yeah.
actual humans?
I think 200,000, 300,000 maybe. But my
Yeah.
point is that they were saying something about how all these stories correlate, about Adam and Eve and about, I can't think of what I was just gonna say. Adam and Eve, the story of
Well,
how we got.
originated. You were saying about that African that hominy or something.
Yeah, now I know. Um, just about how we got technology. Yeah, Ruff, I do know who you are. You're Madam as well. You're welcome to the panel if you want to talk or share or just hang out with us. But whatever. Yeah, they were talking about how Greeks have the story of, or Romans, I don't know, Prometheus giving up humans fire and then being cast out of heaven or whatever it was. Then we have the story in the Christian God of us not being supposed to be able to attain that knowledge. And you know what I mean. And we obtained the knowledge and then we were cast out. And it was another myth that the Hopi Indians had, and the Iroquois Indians actually had too, about being created from God, not gods, but people from the stars. That's pretty interesting. Hi,
Well, I
Andy.
It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, Native Americans were kind of like later, I think. I mean, in the United States, unless you're talking about like India.
No, I mean Native Americans. I'm sorry if I said Indians. I didn't mean
Yeah,
that.
Native Americans, they didn't have nearly the extent of civilization, especially in the United States area as other countries. Like whenever you're talking about like the people in Mexico, in the Yucatan area, South America, they were much more advanced in that portion of the country than they were in the United States.
Yeah. Oh, they had
Like with the
Yeah,
Mayans and the
empire over there.
Aztecs.
That's crazy. That's crazy. They had the Aztec Empire over there. They had. Oh, and you
Yeah.
know what? I find out a lot of UAP sightings, or whatever you want to call them, are seen over Peru too, where they have those lines. I think that's where they have those lines, aren't they?
Wait, what does UAP mean? Sorry.
UAP is just another word I'm using for UFO.
Oh,
It's
okay.
what they call
okay.
it now to destigmatize it.
That's right.
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
To destigmatize it. How is a UFO stigmatizing? That's funny.
Because most of the time it's drunk people in the woods that see shit. But I know there are a lot of crazy people that do.
I think what the government or the world are doing, the people in charge and shit, they know maybe that this is just some weird idea, but they know there's UFOs out there for hundreds of years. They've known this, but they can't
Exactly.
tell us general public because we'll all freak out. You know, most people they get panic in it. They'll panic and oh my god, so they're easing us into it. To change it from UFO to what that word, that letter you're saying, Angela, they're telling us, oh, these sightings, that sighting, they're easing it into the general public's mind. Oh, there is aliens out there, maybe, and one day they're going to tell us, yeah, there are. Who knows? That's just one weird theory.
Hi,
Yeah.
Andy. Say hi to Andy. Welcome, Andy, to the stage.
What's up,
Hi,
everybody?
Andy.
Andy, what's going on?
Melody, nothing. Y'all mentioned something, so since you recognize me, let me throw this out there. So UFO, unidentified flying object, and then UAP, unidentified aerial. What is the last word?
I think it's
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
Yeah, and I think what they were trying to differentiate their object. It says what it says. It says an object, like something concrete. Whereas phenomenon, it could be some kind of light or, some kind of natural phenomenon that isn't necessarily a concrete, touchable object. And just to add to that real quick, I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Marfa lights.
No, what's that?
It's just somewhere out like in West Texas, some small town, like every night.
Yeah, I've heard of this. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was in that area and I was above sea level, like kind of rolling hill kind of stuff. No forest, nothing like that. Out, well, desert basically, and it was foggy. And I could look down, 1,000 feet down, watching a car along the winding roads. Dude, the freaking headlights were like working magic. It blew my mind what was going on between that car, the car headlights, and the freaking water vapor. And like I said, I was like equal, up in the cloud of the fog at the top, and I watched this shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, damn, it's a car. But anyway, I'll shut up now. I might have a little to say here and there. But to me, that's the difference. And I actually heard another third term, but I can't remember it.
Yeah. Well, I know there's a lot of credible people. I don't know if they call it highly accredited accounts, like from officers, from military members. From
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
That's
like
what makes it freaky.
what was it? It was
Military
like the Air Force.
witnesses.
I think like the Air Force. I mean, what was it, like a couple of years ago? And they made it like I don't know if it was a documentary, but I mean, it was shown that, yeah, they've seen UFOs like up in the sky and everything like that. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I believe, but whenever you have some like really high up, I mean, and a lot of people in the United States Air Force saying that they have seen something that, I mean, it was unclassified. It was like classified, and then they finally made it unclassified so it could be shown to the American public. But
Yeah, it was.
I think that was like a couple of years ago. And
17.
Right. I mean, y'all remember the flying Tic Tac?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Vaguely.
no,
No, I
what are you
remember.
talking about?
That was
I find
was
it-
kind of the common name.
I know what she's talking about. That's what they said it looked like. Okay, it looked like a Tic Tac. And
Right.
it was doing
Now,
all sorts
I-
of flipping over.
I'm just curious. Like, I got the news. I mean, it's pretty big news, right? But I was just like, oh well, lunchtime, gonna get something to eat. The public reaction, even though people may have seemed attracted to it, they weren't like flipping out, I don't think. I mean, people barely know about it now, flying Tic Tac. What the hell, I mean, but
Yeah.
that's a major event in the reality of things. It should be.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
You know what I'm surprised about is that, since firearms are legal in the US, that people weren't starting to like fire their guns off towards those drones and shit, because I've heard of that kind of stuff going on.
I've heard of people taking pot shots at them.
Hell yeah. But I think they're so far off that they would miss the mark.
Yo,
Well,
did you
of
hear about
course.
that story? It was somewhere in South America or Central America where, and I think this was a government issue, that they were testing something, but there was lights that they were shining at people from craft, and these people all got hospitalized or killed or maimed, whatever. There was some guy who actually shot a shotgun at one of these crafts, and it shined a light back at him, and he was killed.
Oh,
I
whoa.
don't
Yeah.
know, Mexico or Peru, but
There's so many anecdotal stories, and you hate to not believe somebody. I mean, they're so serious. Oh, Angela, let me throw this at you in the panel. It's tied into the subject. Are y'all familiar with Bob Lazar? And
Yeah.
if so, do you believe him?
I don't.
No, I've never heard of him. Who's
I
that?
don't know what to believe with him. I just don't know.
You're gonna have to refresh me on him.
He's the guy that said he worked within Area 51.
Yeah,
Oh, and
okay, yeah. I do remember this guy.
is
I
that
think
in
Right.
Mexico?
A fair amount of what he said is probably worth considering.
I believe in some stuff that
Right.
he says because I could read body language,
Mhm.
and I could tell by the way he's shaking his head no when he's affirming something,
Yeah.
and the way he's just like trying to stay still as possible when he's answering, I'm thinking that he's lying. But then
Yeah,
again,
well, if he's
no,
shaking his head on an affirmative reply, that's a bad sign.
yeah, but I'm
That's
saying
the,
I'm no expert, but some of the
that's
things
the
he
perfect person. Body language person, expert is the perfect person who can
Right.
confirm whether, that's who we need. Like, you know what I mean? One of them, that's the answer.
But you see, Angela, I'm glad you say that because the guy's pretty freaking believable. I watched him
That's
on
correct.
Joe Rogan a couple of times. I'm
It's
looking for little
unbelievable.
micro facial expressions like you to not believe him. But the guy has his story together. And my point is, if he can do it, many others can do the same thing for whatever reason, for fame, glory, money, whatever. And that's really the point I'm bringing it up. I don't know. The dude might be a nutcase. I mean, he had a strip joint. Now he's an astrophysicist. But man, he's believable. I'm sorry. I don't even believe in aliens, but I'm like, he's so convincing.
It's convinced. I mean, that's like me. Sorry to interrupt. When I tell my UFO stories to people, there's no point because they ain't gonna believe me, are they? They're gonna think the same thing as maybe some people think about Bob Lazar. What is he doing it? What's he saying it for? Is it true? Who knows? It's a weird subject, like this UFO stuff. Very strange, like.
Acid, there's a whole faction of society that are going to listen to your story and accept it 100%.
Of course.
Yeah.
The reason I'm having this panel today is basically inspired by all the drones over Jersey, and all the stories that go back. I think that if it's us, that we've had these technology for over 50 years now, if it is us, because so many stories about craft zooming off, making weird formations. I mean, if it is us, if it's our government, or if it's somebody else's government, they've had this technology for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
why
it
are they
takes a while
hiding?
for it to get released.
Why are they
We're going to
saying
need
it's
some.
nothing?
We need drone technology with what's going on in Middle East with them dropping little bombs from drones. We need some drone technology coming along.
That Bob Lazar said when he was working at Area 51, a UFO crash. They got it. It's in Area 51, and they made a UFO that flies or some stuff. He was saying and all of that, man. So Angela said like they had technology for years. Maybe it's true. I just don't know with that Bob Lazar. And is it true?
Dude,
Is it
he's so
true?
convincing. Have you ever watched any of his interviews, Acid?
I've watched a few bits of him. I've watched quite not quite a lot, but I've watched a handful. This
Yeah,
very
same
convincing
here.
guy, but I can't believe him just because it's too far out there. Like
Yeah.
just as a human
Right.
mind, it's too much.
But
Just
you know
like when I
what?
tell my UFO stories, no one's believing me. It's too far out there.
I always
I'll
took
believe
Area 51 to be a lot of like government disinformation to be covering up the experiments they were doing involving
Yeah, same
alien
here.
type technology.
Yeah. Well, they have to keep
But
that.
we
as-
know, I mean, if you really, like, if I look at it, what's the latest plane? The F-35? It's a wonderful plane. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's not that freaking new. I mean, it's improved in technology, just like your vacuum, Acid. And I'm not fucking with you. You know, I have a $90 vacuum. It's so. You have a great vacuum, but it's still a fucking vacuum. I kind of feel
100%
that way
correct.
about the
That's
fighters
correct.
of the past 20 years. It's
No, you're
still a
right, you're
freaking
right.
fighter, a normal
That's
fighter.
correct. The technology hasn't advanced that much on the fighters and that. Yes, they have improved, but not like how we think, like in the UFO technology
Right,
kind of ways.
exactly. I mean,
The
they tweak
propulsion,
some things around.
yeah, the
You know,
propulsion
oh yeah,
system's
you
still
know,
the
we're
same.
doing
Shit.
this, we're doing that. It's just they're tweaking existing technology is what I see, making
Correct.
minor improvements.
Not pulling out the new technology, the new stuff like yeah.
I mean, vertical takeoff's been around for decades.
Yeah, you know what? I think Bob Lazar, getting back to Bob Lazar, when I was paying attention to his body language, trying to see like what's what, because part of me wants to believe this stuff. Part of me does. But part of me is the rational side of me says that it's probably just some technology that we've had for a long time. Because what he was saying, he was telling the truth when he was talking about us um, trying to create an anti-gravity technology or propulsion. It looks like he was telling the truth when he said that. But where he was lying is when he started talking about alien. I don't know if he was the one that said alien bodies, or that was Boyd Bushman or something. That other guy.
I don't know who that
And-
person that you mentioned, but I think he did say he saw like some alien bodies or whatever. And another thing, the ship was only like 3.5 feet tall, he said, or something, you know? So yeah, the aliens have to be little people.
I mean, so just so we have somebody to have like an interesting firsthand story. I've had firsthand experiences with like entities in the woods that they've come up on me and then they just vanish.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have a topic for another day on cryptids, astral projection.
Oh, I mean,
I'm gonna do this.
it would seem more likely to be an alien
Yeah.
of some sort rather than like a cryptid.
Oh, let me ask y'all this. Let me get y'all's opinion, please. I've seen the term mothership. I've heard it like on TV, and I heard it from y'all. What exactly is a mothership? Is it like an aircraft carrier in the sky, or is it an aircraft carrier? Is it a little rubber boat? What is it? What is the mothership?
I think they're referring to some sort of like, you know, like the first thing you said, some sort of big like aircraft carrier that's probably has anti-gravity stabilization, they're thinking.
It sounds like something out of Star Wars.
What was that,
That's
Melody?
getting out there. That's getting out there.
You know, like in Star Wars, where they've got like the mothership, and then like all of the
Independence
other
Day.
little tiny ships that come out of there, and then they start like
Wow.
shooting everyone else.
Well,
much
hey, let me
I
throw
think
y'all.
of.
Let me throw this at y'all. I think part of the possibility is it's a social experiment of sorts. They're looking at trying to see what public reaction is. Oh my God, we're being invaded. You know, what's the public going to do? Let's study the little rats. You know,
Yeah, that
or
gets
whatever.
into MK Ultra stuff and the whole, you know, where and why we're getting advanced technology, and if like the secret societies play into it, like Freemasons.
Because I don't know if y'all remember, 50 years ago, there was a radio show by H.G. Wells called War of the Worlds. And it fucked up the country.
Yeah.
I think some people might have killed their kids.
Well, yeah, when they aired that at first, they thought a lot of people thought it was a real, you know, state of alarm.
Exactly. It was a mass panic in some areas. But, you know, props to New Jersey and New York. They just went about their business, and I'm impressed.
Well, they're fucking excuse my language. They're the mayors, all those I think it's Staten Island, it's a bunch of Guidos, and they're just like up there. They're the I don't know if they're mayors or they're Congress people or whatever, or some kind of politicians. They're up there talking about they want answers now. They want to know why their citizens aren't safe. It doesn't make sense that they're saying that we don't know what it is, but it's not a threat. You know, it's either Staten Island or Jersey. I'm pretty sure it's Staten Island, but it's
Right.
a bunch of you know, politicians just demanding answers from the federal government. It's just a weird situation. And I think when they said motherships, I think he meant that one politician that said there's a mothership from Iran off the coast on the East Coast that he saw 50
So this would be an invisible aircraft carrier?
Well, you know what? They said that there is no aircraft carrier there. So apparently, I would think it's just a regular aircraft carrier that's deploying these things. But you never know. You never know.
Yeah, well,
Technology there.
Angela, how far offshore are these sightings? How far from the shoreline?
Well, I seen one in Long Island today.
Oh, you see a sighting? Oh, shit. Wow.
Yeah, I seen one on Long Island. I mentioned it in
At the beginning, isn't it?
beginning of the video.
Yeah, that's
I
right,
know
that's right.
everyone wasn't here yet, so I probably shouldn't have started my story. But I did see one over the. I thought it was a plane at first. and I said to myself, wouldn't that be funny if it was a drone? A little after I thought about that, because the lights were blinking in a similar fashion to what I saw in 2006 of that, what I thought was a military drone or who knows what. It just stopped blank, stopped in the sky, hovered, and then flew the opposite direction that it was originally. And I said, that can't be a plane.
Mm.
There's no way that could be a plane. It just did a complete stop, hovered, like a helicopter would hover, or like you would see like a star in the sky, like Venus in the morning. And just shot off real fast in the opposite direction. They say these things could go like 60 miles an hour, at least. Faster than normal drones, faster than the police
Right.
try to get eyes on them.
Shit.
And see, look, this is something that crosses my mind too. Is about battery technology. About are these things electric? Are they anti-gravity? Or are they battery? Or are they nuclear? I mean, if they're just using current battery technology, I mean, what can they do? I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure that had something to do with the U.S. military and that's, I don't know, something like
that's
that.
my gut feeling. It's the U.S. That's my gut feeling.
Oh, so you said how far off the shore was it?
Yes.
I think it's domestic as well, Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too, meat.
Well, Long Island is a pretty, I don't want to say thin, but it's a peninsula. Or it's an island, actually. Yeah, Long Island, whatever. It's a long-ass island.
Right.
I was out towards the middle of it. I was in Suffolk County. So that's
Oh, Suffolk County. Yeah, they're kind of known
Yeah.
for, Long Island's kind of known for being a little shifty. So,
Yeah, no, I mean it's around Jones Beach area, Gilgo Beach. So
Angela, I'm in New Orleans. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Gilgo
Oh,
Beach, the serial killer was
oh,
just
that's where the
killing-
serial killer was.
Mhm.
The Gilgo Beach serial killer.
But anyway, it has to me about,
Okay, that's a whole
range or
nother
whatever.
subject.
I mean, to me, all this stuff I hear about this, that, and the other, battery technology has to do something, because it ain't what it needs to be.
So Acid, do you want to tell your story now, or you want to?
Oh, I
Wait.
might as well.
Yeah.
So two sightings I had around 30 years ago. I don't know where I was one of them. I say these tiny little dots around three of them, and they're just zooming around and they're just shot off. So that's pretty basic. But the first thing in my head that I thought, that's a UFO, instead of, oh, that's a torch or that's a something. And this is 30 years ago, so there weren't really no drones and all that. But the better story is this, is I dropped a lady home that I was dating, and on the way back, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm driving the car on the way back, and in the middle of the houses, I see this massive UFO, basically. As soon as I see this bright thing, in my head, I thought, right, that's a UFO instantly, instead of, oh, that could be a hot air balloon or whatever, or a plane or something. In my brain just thought UFO. And I kept spotting it in between the houses. And I'm trying to look about on the street to see if there's anyone around so I can stop them to say, look at that, motherfucker. But no one's around. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. So I've stopped the car, to get out and have a look. Like one of them idiots get out and get sucked into the fucking UFO like you see in the movies, right? I got out like that. I was curious, man. And I had to get out. And when I got out to look, it had gone. It weren't there. But this thing was massive. And it had these 3 lights, a blue one, a green one, and a red one.
Yeah.
And there was in a triangle thing going around like that, right? Now, the weird thing is, a week later, out of nowhere, I'm watching TV at like, whatever, midnight. There's only 5 channels then, and there was some American UFO program. And these Americans described what I saw. The same fucking 3 lights moving, the size of it, exactly the same thing, man. And that was in America, they see this. So not on the same day they see it, whenever they saw it, but, they're seeing the same shit. And this is before drone technology and all that stuff and all that. So that was my sighting. And that was it, really.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
I believe you. I believe you
but
because
yeah. Fucking,
of
mm.
what you missed in the beginning. What I said was it made a triangle formation, making right angles to no right angles, but actually maybe one right angle it made, and it shot off like at what I thought in my head at the time was light speed because it looked like somebody was shining a light, but it wasn't. It literally it was making the same colors you said. It shot
Okay.
off this way right into the sky, and it lit up the clouds. So I'm
Hey,
thinking,
I'd like to ask the panel something. Do
yeah,
any of y'all believe that there are flying saucers and Martians in Area 51?
I don't.
No, I don't
I
believe
don't.
that. But I had an experience too in the woods with another similar to the drone thing. Not like the one that I described first, where it was a bunch up in the sky creating formations. It was one singular one, but it was emitting the similar like red glow, red light. And I was in the woods by myself, and it like followed me for a little bit and then took off. But
Wow.
I was amongst the trees in the dark, and this was happening.
Huh.
That's weird. That's
Yeah.
That's
scary.
scary. That's
Yeah, that's
scary being
scary, huh?
followed. Like, and you're on your own as well. Like, it's like shit, man. Oh, dear.
And I had that
But
happen a
see,
few other times too, with different colors coming off of whatever it was.
And you don't think that's aliens?
I'm not positive. I mean, there's this whole thing about the sphere beings, if you guys know what sphere beings are.
No. What's
So
that?
there's this
No.
thing. Corey Good was the guy behind disclosing this from what he called My Lab. So My Lab was the secret military stuff that this guy was involved with as part of like a psychic training program. He went on Ancient Aliens and talked about this. They did the whole big Corey Good disclosure. But anyways, he talks about these things called sphere beings that they're supposed to be orbs of light. They can be different colors. They'll move around and stuff like that. I've had these manifest in my room several years
that's what
ago.
Marvel Lights is supposed to be.
Yeah, the Marphamites, yep. Or sphere beings, yep.
Wait, so what is a sphere being? I'm still not
It's
sure.
like a being a pure energy, supposedly. I mean, the theory could be way out there, and it could be like a form of technology we're not understanding that the government's using. But almost the bigger subject is actually Corey Good and what Corey Good knows. He's the guy that's been responsible for the major UFO disclosures we've got, and he's the reason why our government started doing so much with disclosure.
Okay, so it is the military because that is where like the whole like Air Force, they were saying that they had seen something that they had never seen before, but you think it's these
Well,
sphere?
so the sphere being alliance, he got into this whole theory, or not even a theory. It's more like apparently we live in a world, according to this guy, that like there's a honeycomb Earth, and there's a whole underground system inside of Earth that they operate in, the Marphalites or the sphere beings, and they also operate outside of terrestrial Earth. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. He was saying like these were higher up intelligences than what we are, obviously, and they've been teaching us stuff. They work with our government. He's been in meetings with them. He's had them like manifest as actual beings or entities. He had a particular name for one that he would interact with all the time. And the thing was, this guy checked out really well with all your lie detector tests, your facial recognition stuff, or your micro expressions. He checks out on all of it. Like nobody can crack Corey Good.
Mind people that check out.
Yeah, Corey Good has the most. Corey Good's way more convincing than Bob Lazar. If you guys don't know Corey Good, I would check him out after this.
Yeah, I'll look
Okay,
into it.
so
But that's one reason. Let me finish real quick, Melody. That's why I
Okay,
brought up
yeah.
Bob Lazar. Because I do not want to discount anybody's story that I'm currently hearing. I don't think y'all are nutcases. But what the F, I mean, y'all seem like reliable people, but I don't believe in aliens, So what the heck, I'm sorry, Melody.
Oh no, I was just gonna say if a sphere being, that's the same thing as an alien. Because they're not They're
It
not
could,
ghosts.
it could be that. It could also be like a form of thing our government's made up. You know what I mean? A new form of manipulating energy. So there's just so many elements of this we don't really know.
Yeah, what's that guy? He can throw fireballs or something. I forgot, a Nintendo or something.
Yeah, that's true. Is that, I mean, it definitely could be our military doing stuff. I mean, I would not put it past them.
But you have what's called reliable people that say they've been captured, and of course, I had a little this extracted up to the point now where it's well, I was forced to mate with them, and these, they can't all be crazy. Some of these people, I think, believe this, and who knows? I mean, if a reliable person said, "Hey, I had to bang an alien, or they were gonna zap me," who am I supposed to believe?
Oh, Andy.
Yeah,
It's
I
true,
think
though.
the more convincing one.
Okay, acid.
Oh, sorry.
Acid.
I think the
True,
more
though.
convincing ones are like the experiences you have with other people, and they're there to validate your experience. So I've had a couple that occurred with more than just me there. There was another one out in the woods where we had an entity come into our camp while we were sleeping, and my wife stayed like paralyzed. She was like aware and awake, but she couldn't move. It was like she was fixated in like paralysis, and there was like, I don't know how to describe the creature. It was inhuman, like gray pale skin. It was naked. It was moving weird on the ground. It was shuffling in the
What?
leaves like back and forth, and it came at us.
Wow.
I had an axe out, and I came at it, and it ran away.
Oh,
So
so you actually saw a being
Wow.
like on the ground.
yeah, I've had extraterrestrial encounters twice, like physical.
What the fuck?
That's called
Well,
encounters
but-
of Fourth
And the
World.
other one, the entity approached me. It was coming up, and I ducked down out to the side, and it just vanished.
Okay, that's creepy as hell.
Yeah.
Where do you, like, whereabouts do you live? I mean, you don't-
Upstate New York.
New York?
Yep.
What?
I live in Lake Placid now, but this was happening out in the woods in Saranac. In Lake Placid, I haven't had anywhere near encounters like this, but there's a strange science facility near where I live where they used to do all sorts of tests on animals. This was an old Pfizer BioNTech facility. And I've been up and around there and done some like paranormal investigation. I've gotten some results there that are bizarre, but nothing comparable to what I was having happen out in Saranac.
Yeah, on that note, women need their mascara, so you got to stick it in the monkey's eyes a couple hundred times.
Yeah. No, it was a brutal place. There's a crematorium in this facility that I've investigated.
Just so y'all can look good, and I love eye makeup.
Yeah.
But they
I'm not wearing
torture
no makeup.
monkeys.
Yeah,
They
it's
torture monkeys so y'all
disgusting.
can look good.
disgusting, but it's there, and I've investigated that facility too, and I've uncovered very weird documents out of that place.
Really?
Yeah, and then by no strange occurrence, my house, which has all the documentation, and burns down.
Get out of here. Oh, you were telling me that last time.
Fucking hell.
Mhm.
That's some
And I
crazy
had
ass shit.
I had piles and piles of paranormal, extraterrestrial, advanced technological evidence in there that I'm positive they did not want me to keep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Shit.
That's nuts.
And you say
There's
both
an
you and your
abduction.
wife.
There's
Pardon?
an abduction that occurred here like in the 70s or something in Louisiana. I think are you familiar with it?
Not off the top of my head, but if you start to get into it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, well, it's fairly well known. I don't know a lot, but it's kind of one of those that the guy may be dead, but even like on his deathbed, he wouldn't change his mind. But something, him and one of his buddies are out on a fishing boat in the marsh, and they got abducted or whatever.
Yeah.
And just through the decades, he passed all the testing, all the questioning. I don't know, lie detector tests or whatever. I don't know. But it's kind of stood the test of time. He would not change his mind, even in death.
Yeah.
And there's another one. I don't know where it's at. It was like 3 college kids or something. They were cutting trees or something, and one of them got sucked up or something.
Oh yeah, I seen
Oh,
that one.
shit.
And next thing he knows, he's like in a telephone booth or something. I don't know.
That's some old shit, Andy. That's like
Yeah, well, I hate to discount that stuff.
No, I
Again,
know.
that's why I brought up Bob Lazar. Man, these aren't. I see so many people. They don't seem like they're fucking wacko. You know, they seem believable enough to me. They're just talking crazy shit. In my
I'm
book.
wondering, like I said, I wouldn't believe people. I was the biggest skeptic. I used to think everything was Chinese lanterns until I saw what I saw in 2006. And this was before YouTube, before you could research or look. Well, no, YouTube came out in what, 2005, but this was before like YouTube got big and they had all these different topics. Um, yeah, so I mean, just the fact that I saw what I saw and everybody else is I'm listening on YouTube now to everybody's stories and it sounds like my stories and Acid's story sounds like my story and Meatbot's story sounds like my story. It's just like I can't help but to believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen that kind of stuff. How collaborating stories around the world, like the look of the alien. I mean, we know the typical look that we see. Is pretty much common around the world. Shapes of UFOs is pretty common around the world. There is evidence backing each other up, I guess.
Yeah, well, and that was before drones were even made. I mean,
That's
like
what I'm
way
saying.
before.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what scares me a little bit. That's what makes me think a little bit maybe there is something, an intelligent civilization somewhere that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, that's another story. I don't know a lot, but I don't know. It's hard for me to believe intergalactic travel. That's just me. I don't believe in this either, but I'm more likely to believe in what Meat was talking about. I think something more terrestrial civilization
They're
we're not aware of.
underground. Yep.
Right. I've heard of, I mean, shit, when I was a kid, I read some book, Journey to the Center of the Earth, something. I mean, I've come across stuff a few times.
Yep. I mean, everything seems to be pointing that way. I know I guess some of the mythology that goes along with these advanced races that give information and stuff like that, like the Anunnaki, especially like with what they look like. Going into Norse
Well, what's
mythology.
that word
They
you
say,
use?
like,
I'm sorry. I hate to. I don't want to pretend like I know what you're saying unless I do. You used a word. It sounded almost Japanese.
Anunnaki.
Yeah. What's that?
That's the Sumerian. Like the Sumer, I believe it was in Sumer. They said that they got everything from the Anunnaki, which they said was like a godlike race, and I don't know how they always depicted them. It was a lot of times, I think, similar to how with the Egyptian gods they had like a mask on, and they were like a
Sorry to interrupt,
taller, thin, and white, but they had a
Right.
mask on.
I just want to follow your conversation. I don't want to pretend.
Yeah. So anyways, well, bringing that into the point I wanted to make about how the Norse would describe their gods going back to Proto-Norse. This is like caveman times. That they were like, these taller, pale beings with very, almost like superpowers. And they would just, they vanished. They left them. And they left them with, the stories that they had of them. But we notice in all these cultures that all these other cultures, pagan civilizations, would have similar stories, and everybody has this sort of collective thing going on in our conscious about this. And so what the evidence seems to suggest is that if there is a civilization or a race that is able to do this, they would be underground. They're going to be vampire-like, and they're going to be what's known as the Strigoi. So the Strigoi are supposedly a race of aliens that are vampires. They're here controlling Earth. They come out only ever so often, and they they harvest us.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about Hollow Earth because I didn't want to sound like like I lost the plot, but it could be a civilization somewhere underground. I mean, you never know. I mean, us Homo sapiens made underground civilizations before, so what's stopping other people from,
Right.
Very
you know
true.
what I mean?
Very
And
true.
not the Hopi. Who was it that had the ant people? Was it the Hopi?
This is the same mythology ties into this is the explanation to the ant people is the
Yeah,
Strigoi. Yeah.
yeah. I find that fascinating. With what was that guy's name? Admiral Byrd that flew over the
Oh, him,
Arctic.
the Atlantic or something. Yeah, the South Pole or some shit. That dude.
Yeah, he flew over there, and
That
he
guy.
seen
Yeah,
like
you saw that shit, innit? You saw it, man.
he saw much. He saw
Yeah,
like woolly mammoths. He saw
yeah.
everything. Like there was, he passed the cold, and he got into a place of moderate temperature, and then there was a hole in the ground up apparently, and he sweared on the day to his deathbed that he met some beings that lived under the earth. I mean, I don't mean to sound crazy, but you know, I do keep an open mind. I don't let my brain fall out. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that guy,
But
that's
Mhm.
his one. That's the South Pole you're talking about. He went to the South Pole or the North Pole, I think, or South
yeah, one
Pole,
of
isn't
the poles.
it?
One of the
Yeah,
poles.
and I think with that as well, what he discovered, all the people of the world in all the countries, 10 big timers, the Pope came and a couple of other leaders had to get together and they all came down, they all saw it or something, and they've all signed some treaty and no one's allowed there at the South Pole past a certain
Yeah,
point or some weird shit, I think, and that's the law, how it is at the moment. I think there's something there and or something like that. I heard some story. I don't explain it very well, but I know the guy you're talking about, Angela. Yeah, that was an interesting one too. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that would explain it. Because intergalactic travel would be pretty hard to obtain. Um, and that would explain UFOs coming from under the water too, and being by coasts, especially by Central America and by Long Island, Northeast Coast. I don't know about the UK. Yeah, UK too, but it would certainly explain a lot. It would. Uh, do I believe it 100%? No. But like I said, I keep an open mind to something like that. It's food for thought. It is.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more evidence to suggest what is going on if there is something, and it's not just purely like a government hoax or some sort of alternate society creating a hoax that is amongst us. That it would be separate and within us and like deeper, because that's where that's just where you'd be able to build better. You know what I mean? Like you'd be able to create a base to work with and to interact with us and to create us essentially from, whereas like that working from outside in makes a lot less sense
Yeah.
outside of like
Yeah, sure.
panspermia, which the theory of seeding life here coming from like an asteroid that had some type of like a fungus on it, and then that made all of life grow. It would seem like two things go, but like the panspermia thing is like non-conscious. It's not like that's not alien life seeding in an intentional way and operating, but we see what's interacting with us is operating in an intentional way and in a manufactured way that seems to be testing us, gauging what we're doing, monitoring us.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, you would have to keep like a covert base from within our observation, which would have to be into the earth.
But
Yeah.
what I don't understand, Meatbot, is why would this happen for, centuries and millennia actually? And why have they not done anything? Why have they not penetrated our earth and become like one with us and say like, "Hey, what's up? This is
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
I'm from
Well,
Maybe.
underground or
well,
I'm
I
from
think
up
that's a fair point. I think the best way to look at that is the gap in technology can be so vast potentially. You have a large part of our population is just not ready for that. So they would be cognizant, like the average person, like what Andy said with the H.G. Wells story or Orson Welles story, when they
Oh,
do the
yes.
broadcast of War of the Worlds, people just went nuts. They couldn't handle
That's
something along
true.
those
I
lines.
remember that. Yeah, and people went
So
freaking crazy. They
yeah,
really thought that
they're
it was
they're
true.
they're going to be cognizant. Like people can't. The average person would not be able to handle awareness that there is a higher society operating from within. So that would be stuff just disclosed to the right people over time, almost to build trust. It
But
would seem.
whenever civilization was first happening, and you brought up the topic of Samaria, because that was whenever civilization, like proper
Yep.
civilization, first started,
Yep.
and there was not that many people on the earth. I mean, so why would they not just make contact and just stay here
Well,
and just populate like with us? You know what I mean? I mean, populate
it's
within
hard to say.
themselves.
I don't think we know. You know what I mean? Only they're going to know their motives, right?
Yeah,
We
I
we can
know.
we can
It's
guess
it,
at it, but
it's
it
just
would seem to have to do with survival,
like,
right?
yeah, I'm just wondering about that because I mean, yeah, now like of course like people would freak out, like you said, Orson Welles and everything. What was that in the 1940s or something, like whenever he was on that radio show, and it freaked everybody out. But what about like 3,000 years ago, whenever civilization first appointed itself, why didn't they appear? Because there's nobody that is gonna, I mean, people are gonna freak out, but they could have like populated society within that time.
Well,
And
Apparently they did. Apparently they did, according to the
yeah.
Sumerian tablets. Apparently they did, and that's I think what I was trying to say before about Adam and Eve. Like all these
hmm
stories correlate with each other, about beings coming down, whether it be gods or aliens, or if you want to call them one and the same beings. Let's just say being non-human intelligence coming down and seeding the planet with their seed, and
yeah, exactly.
you know what I mean? Their seed going on to produce hybrids that are tall, the giants, which could very well be hybrid vigor or vigor, whatever the hell you call it. Um, when you have a hybrid between two, one of them could be very large or very muscular or very
Sure.
uh
Well, in the Bible, they
Sounds like
they said
workers.
they said people were like 700 years old, and
it could be.
Well, the way I kind of see all this, it almost ties back into our primal mind too. So you go back before Sumer, and you have like what? And you go into the Proto Norse, and the Proto Norse is where the ideas of the giants and stuff come from. How were a lot of them living just then or before then across the whole world? They're all living in caves, right? You know what I mean? The caveman. So
Mhm.
what is the real lore behind the caveman? And we don't really know. And I think that's almost the biggest question is like what is going on at the root of our development? Is it that we were really all come from one particular person in like Africa, like Angela was saying, and like we've been told? Or is it possible there were different uh pre-human species that developed differently and now are intermixing, and maybe they all came from the same like god race that seeded that here, and
Yeah.
they're kind of breeding us to find out what's the best breed going to be like a worker class, like Andy's suggesting. So
I'm kind
you
of
I
know,
leaning
was gonna,
more.
I was wondering why are they here? If the aliens here, why are they here? You kind of answered that sort of a bit, like
they're grooming.
breeding program of the best of the best and trying to do that thing. Just so maybe,
Yeah,
yeah, that could be an idea.
I'm
maybe grooming us for something, right?
Mm, mm, yeah.
Well, the Sumerians said that we were kind of a worker. We were created to be workers to dig for gold, to fix their atmosphere or some shit like that.
Maybe
Um,
we breed it together. Who knows?
that's what I mean. That's what the Sumerian tablets say.
Yeah.
Um, but what I'm leaning towards is more the hominid theory, um, regional theory, that we all come from different hominids, whether or not that has to do with aliens. I believe there was one race that went around and interbred with different hominids, and it's not so far fetched because we are mixed with Neanderthals, Denisovans. Um, there's a ghost population, meaning they don't know what population it is that bred in Africa, but there was one in Africa too. So all over the world, hobbits. I believe. I don't think that they said officially that we're bred with hobbits.
As well as
Hobbit?
I think
No,
Cro-Magnon
no,
man
not
too,
hobbits.
right?
Not Cro-Magnon. Yeah, we are. Cro-Magnon was the first Homo sapien. Hobbits meaning Homo floresiensis. Floresiensis. I'm too drunk to say it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just think of like dwarves or whatever whenever
That's
you
That's
what
what
they
I,
said.
hobbits.
that's what I thought. Yeah, I
Homo
thought the same thing.
Yeah,
floresiensis.
they did have a Hobbit island they discovered of these dwarves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Homo
Like
floresiensis.
midgets.
They were a different
Well,
species than midgets because they weren't disabled. Like it wasn't a disability. They were actually genetically just fucking really small.
Yeah, that's what I'm
there
talking
you go. Genetically, I mean, it's on an island, limited genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. That does make sense completely.
But I think that we all evolved from a parent race that interbred with different hominids at the time, whether it be Neanderthal, Homo erectus, Homo floresiensis, whatever the hell it's called, Denisovans. I think that we just all, not saying that anyone's better than anyone, but I'm saying that that's why we're all able to breed with each other is because we all share that parent ancestor, that missing link that we
Right.
need
And
to find.
and
As they say, survival of the fittest.
Mm.
yeah,
Okay.
I agree with that. Angela, you said, nobody's better than this one or that one, but I'm really curious and I'm serious about this because I've been watching a couple of documentaries. I mean, were Neanderthal women good looking, do you think?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, forget that. All right. I'm done with that then.
No,
So much
but
for that.
it was proven that it was a man that raped the woman. Not raped, but it was a man that went with a woman. So I'm thinking that it was a rape situation. The first.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to deny that,
No, you
I
don't have
wouldn't
to
say it was commonplace, but hell, who knows?
I like your guitar, Meatwad.
Oh, thank you. It's Ibanez.
Oh, I think mine is an Ibanez. It was I had it done up by this guy on Music Row in Manhattan back in 2007. I think it's an Ibanez. They took the logo off, unless it's just some cheap piece of shit. Because I know the other one I had was an Ibanez. The
Oh,
black blue
It's a
one.
Frankenstein. You can play it. That's the main thing.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. I heard you're good. You actually you're on Spotify, right?
Yeah, I'm
No,
everywhere.
that's cool. So,
If-
what I wanted to ask Angela or whoever on the panel. So, I heard the term, car size, bus size. Now, are these supposed to be drones as big as a bus?
Yes. From what I
Oh,
heard.
So, what would
really?
that take? What size motor? What type of motor? What are these like quadcopters? Because
That's
I
what
don't
it
know.
is.
If you look at the Marine Osprey, I guess the technology in a theory. I mean, you could have. You know what an Osprey is, Angela?
An osprey.
It's
Osprey's a
that
bird,
Marine
isn't it?
helicopter that goes from vertical flight to horizontal to vertical flight.
Yeah, I assumed it was some kind
The
of a
thrusters on it, has it? The
aircraft.
thrusters that
Yeah,
move, I
sure.
think.
Yeah,
Maybe that's-
yeah. Your thing looks dangerous as fuck to me. I wouldn't want to ride on it. But if they could do that, I guess it's possible. But it'd be noisy as hell.
Loud.
I'm just,
I was going to say, very loud. I'd say if it's the size of a bus, that drone's going to be fucking loud, man. Isn't it? Because I've had drones and that. They're bloody loud, man. So,
Let me tell you
yeah.
what, that thing I seen in 2006, that thing made no noise at all.
Yeah.
No,
Well, And if it's the size
And
of, so it would have
these
to
are
be the
just the
size of a
kind of
jet.
questions I ask. You know, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just like, well, what about this? Or what about this? It's
No, I
just
don't
like
know.
right now. I'm guessing there's a lot of copycat people doing this shit. At least one, like, oh, I'm gonna go fly my drone and fuck with people's head. You know?
Of course, yeah.
That's why I think it's the fucking Chinese.
I
think
yeah, I definitely think there are people probably joining into whatever's going on, and it becomes like a snowball effect, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think
And
people are
then
copycat.
let me
They-
mention this real quick. I saw something on TV or a video where, I don't know, let's just call it 100 drones, and they were all up in the sky and they were moving in synchronization. Like when, I guess they were all synced to one control, and they would flip left, flip right, go 100 miles to the left, 100 miles an hour to the right. You know, did y'all ever see that? Like dozens of synchronized drones at once?
I've seen it, man.
I have not
I've
seen that. No.
I've seen the video.
Yeah, look
man.
into that, because
Okay.
again, I mean, that's current technology. So, and it's like if a person really wanted to fool, say, me, I think it might not be too difficult, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was the size of a school bus. I mean, it makes me scratch my head. I mean, is that technology even possible? I start questioning at some point, you know.
Yeah, that's
Well,
definitely worth questioning. I've not heard of them being that big.
But there's
I
that
mean,
guy.
you
I
know,
don't know if you've seen him. He flies. Sorry to interrupt. You see him flying around New York, and he's got this drone, man, and it's a people carrier, and they sell it, and it is a one-person drone. You sit on it, you stand on it, and you fly around like that, fucking like in the movies and shit. And he's in New York doing it, going up the road and shit. And it's like, what the fuck, man? But it's
I
very
saw
loud.
someone.
Yeah.
I saw someone standing on one flying around. But this is going to be my question again: how far can he fly? 10 blocks? 10 miles?
That's 'cause
I'm guessing
yeah, 'cause of
closer to 10 blocks. That's just
the
my
power
gut
source.
feeling.
It's all about the power source, the battery, and that, man. You know, so. If they last a long time, that's a different technology they're using and shit. And if they're the size of a bus, that's different technology, man. Some next shit. It might be alien, then who knows? That's some serious technology if it's the size of a bus and it's pretty
But that's
quiet,
what
you
I'm
know.
saying, Acid. That's what scares me, because a lot of witnesses in Staten Island and Jersey said that they seen stuff the size of a Mini Cooper, okay, but the size of a bus with that type of wingspan, I mean, that's crazy. That's nothing that we don't have.
And
You know,
they aren't they're not traveling in succinct, like synchronization. Because I mean, you could think of like an F-16 air show where they're all like going at the same length at the same time. And they're huge, but they also cause a lot of noise. But they could have like other things in place. The Air Force could, and they're just not telling anybody. I don't think that that's what I don't think that it's our government that's doing that, because they wouldn't just do that without telling us. Now there
They
might be
wouldn't.
like people
I
from
disagree
other
with that.
countries doing that.
no, I don't think other countries would have lights blinking on the drones unless it was some type of scanning device.
Well, what we
Okay.
have to
Well,
wonder,
current admitted.
we have to wonder about like the paranormal part of our government. We have a whole like part of our government that doesn't allow us to have access to what they're doing. So
Yeah, the shadow,
that's just
speaking-
suspicious.
the deep
And
state.
if this is from China and we have like a school bus size, I don't know, this flying vehicle off our coast, and our administration's not doing anything, it pisses me off. I
It's
mean, go
suspicious.
up there and get this MF. And Melody mentioned the Bloom. That was some bullshit. This thing flew. I think they picked it up in Montana. It went offshore, I think around Jersey or something.
Oh yeah,
Nothing was done. Oh, we're going to hurt people or whatever. Man,
Yeah.
you let a foreign nation fly something across our country?
they didn't
Give me
do
a freaking
anything.
break. I'm sorry.
They did nothing. Our government did nothing.
And that kind of shows us to other governments that we're weak too. I mean, it's like,
Exactly.
what's going on in the news? Oh, there's drones flying around all over the place, but the government's saying it's just planes. And obviously, people are getting on. These politicians, these local politicians, are getting on air, screaming that they want answers. I mean, that just really makes us look very weak. Look, it makes us
So
look
maybe from that, see, I didn't think it was the Chinese, but from that aspect, let's go fuck with the Americans. Let's see what they'll take now. I'll be
See how they
interested. I
handle
don't
it.
care. I know there's differing political beliefs, but I'll be curious to see what happens when Trump comes into office. Because I think for right now, I don't know. The Biden administration, I don't know. I haven't seen any videos of jets being scrambled,
Well,
shit.
you have the
Send some of this
yeah,
firepower out there.
I'm not
you have
trying
the
to.
sort of potential where they could sort of interrupt, like,
No, you're good.
because so many other countries have a stake in us, right? And especially you bring attention to, like, we have a bad kind of derelict administration that's maybe willing to do stuff for money. So why is it not past potentiality for them to say, offer the Chinese, like, hey, well, for such and such amount of money, yeah, bring your drones over here and fuck with our people. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey,
So,
you want to get into conspiracy? Meet, did you hear about Joe Biden pardoning a Chinese word I'm not supposed to say that Angela said not to say? Did you hear about them pardoning one of those guys?
Not specifically, no, but I know he gave clemency to tons of people that should not have received it.
Look into it, because that's
Okay.
something. When you kind of he was a Chinese national, but he got out of jail and he was one of those people I'm
Yeah.
not supposed to talk about.
I hear you.
I don't want to get into partisan politics. I really don't. I'm trying to
All
say.
right, Angela, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I didn't mention that before. I just don't want to get into partisan politics. From now on, I'm
Well,
just.
for me, there was kind of a link between the Chinese and
Yeah.
our self-reaction and so forth. There was a bit of a tie there. I didn't come out
Yeah.
of nowhere.
No. Yeah, you're right on that. But I mean, just as it's weird that that these UAPs, UFOs, whatever you want to call them, are showing up in the Northeast and in UK, when that's the exact places that Russia said they wanted to attack. Now, Poland said that Russia does not have the technology to do that, to do anything near what we're experiencing. But I think, or Iran, some of them probably went to China and got the technology from China and are coming over here because honestly, the bases in New Jersey, they have I think it's 2 or 3 military bases. It's Fort Dix, Picatinny, it's called, and Picatinny is the one that makes the weapons, like high grade weapons. And
The good
these
stuff.
UFOs have been seen flying over that base in particular, and I just wonder why. You know what I mean? If Russia threatened us, and they don't have the technology, I think they got it from somebody else. I think they got the technology from somebody else. They partnered with somebody else, whether it be North Korea, whether it be China, I don't know. But I
Well,
think,
Oh yeah, there's always deals like that going on, between like even countries that hate each other. They do a little deal, if they want a bit of this technology
yeah,
or something. Yeah, there's always backhanders. They're always doing that shit. That could be happening. Yeah.
so what we were discussing on Discord was that so if you examine it like through the lens of warfare and you examine like the effect that it's having on the populaces that are receiving this, it's what it's causing us to be confused. So what does that mean? It means we're potentially under threat of a
War is
severe attack.
deception.
Pardon?
I'm saying this war is deception. That's one of the key things.
Yeah. So it would seem like this is an act of warfare that is designed to throw us into confusion, maybe even tear people apart, cause arguments. You know what I mean? Make us uneasy.
I could see that
That's
too.
warfare.
That's true.
I just think I don't know. I just think it's our government doing this shit. Because why would these things be visible and
And
sometimes
yeah,
in
that was
blood
my
or-
point.
and-
It seemed like it could be civil war could be happening, getting ready to happen.
or it could be. I heard a theory that it could be kind of like what was happening before September 11th, when they were dry running
Yep.
the planes, and they were making a mock of what was about to happen.
Oh dear.
Whether or not they
Fuck
knew it or
me.
not, I don't know. I don't know.
Shit.
But they were doing the what the hell do you call that? War games? They were
Yeah.
doing
Test
war games.
run and all that.
Yeah,
Until
they've
war.
noticed similarities between this and Pearl Harbor and 9/11. The stuff happening right before those events happened.
Shit.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good. It doesn't
No,
sound
it does
good,
not
man.
sound good. No.
Good dear.
And I know, Acid, you're in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Where are you in
Yeah.
Britain?
Yeah, UK and London, we're getting it too. Whatever happens to you lot, it happens to us, doesn't it?
Exactly.
You know?
And I was thinking if anyone gets it, it's going to be California.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
California,
Yeah.
the other side of the country is where it's really weak. Yep.
But here I am thinking that not only that, but because it's reachable by missile,
Right.
whatever. You know, the Russians have some They don't have technology, I don't think, to make these school bus sized drones, obviously. But if that's true, school bus sized drones. But I just am uneasy with these drones flying over the Northeast and UK because it really
Yeah.
seems like that's the area that Russia threatened with war, and now here we are. You know what I
Well,
mean?
one of the things that I don't think a lot of Americans consider is it kind of got messed up during COVID, but we have these student work programs. And these student work programs, we're pretty much the only country that allows mass amounts of people from other countries to come into our country all at once. And you get areas like my area that I'm living in right now. There are tons of people who are from South America and Asia here right now. And they're not here
Communist
to be here
Party
otherwise.
members in the universities.
Yes, there's supposed to be university people, but as I've studied this, now bear in mind I'm someone who's been in this area where I'm living now almost 6 years. Some of these people I've encountered recurrently, and they told me way back like, oh, they're a student, they're only going to be here a couple years. Fast forward 6 years, they're still in the
Bye.
same student work program, coming here again and again, and it doesn't make sense.
You know, I want to say something. Just for anyone watching, I'm sure you or me, nobody has a problem with families coming over here trying to escape whatever's going on, but for working aged men, military aged men coming over into this country,
It's messed up.
It's fucked up. Yeah, exactly.
There
non-documented,
you go. That's a better way to put it, me. Thank you.
it's fucked up. Nobody, I don't care about the family. If there's a family down the block from me, running from their country because of they're refugees of some sort, I'm not gonna call ICE on them. You know, I'm not gonna call ICE on them no matter what. But I'm saying, like, I don't care about that. But I care about the fact that they're letting military-aged people in here.
Yes, they're potentially military agents that they're letting infiltrate us.
Yeah,
Angela, this would be a great standalone topic in the future. It would.
which
Yeah.
one? Illegal immigration?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm more into like lately being into like fringe stuff because that's what I'm interested in. But no, I am gonna have different type of topics and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well,
But,
one of
like,
my theories was because what happened is right as we had a huge batch of these workforce people coming in and inundate our country, and we don't talk about it, it's not news, but we just had a ton of them come here. We had a ton of them come in my area, and tons of them are suspicious. We don't know if they're illegals because it's strange. There's old people in the groups sometimes. They shouldn't even be around here. So it makes us wonder, what if some of them are bringing this weird technology here and fucking us up with it? You know what I mean?
That's what I heard today. That's what I heard from someone at the gathering that I was at today for my nephew's birthday.
now
That
let me come out left field
water.
with y'all. We're talking about
Yeah.
technology and warfare and such. Why hasn't anybody like gone to say New York and set off a dirty bomb? You know, if the main goal is to hurt, America,
Yeah.
where's
I've thought
these
things like
where
that.
these
That's what I think
suitcases?
about.
I think
I've always thought
what's
that.
likely is if they're doing that, they're going to coordinate it in mass. So you look at like something like 9/11 would be like a test
Yeah.
instance, and now they need the threat levels to go away in such and such way, and then they strategically set it up all over the country and then
Yeah.
do it all at once.
Acid,
Shit,
Acid,
man.
what were you
You'll
gonna say?
find me in the swamp.
Acid, what were
Right?
you gonna say?
Oh no, look, here in the UK we get the same thing. Like when we get the refugees coming in, their reason is, they're being persecuted in their country and there's bad things happen to them, so they come to our country, because we saved them. But I've noticed they're all fucking men of
Yeah.
military age or whatever. Where's the women? Like, and the kids and
Yeah.
all that. It's 90% of them, and it doesn't really make sense, man. So we get the same shit happening here as well, man. And it's
Yeah.
weird, man. And
It is.
Man, I see them jumping on the back of lorries to go over to England
Mm, mm.
on the fucking ferry.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, both the U.S. and the UK have this problem,
Yeah,
and not a lot of other countries do.
It's a big problem. It's all up and down our country. It's a big problem
Yeah.
for years.
It's ruined America. Actually, it's fucking wrecked us. How we let people come here, they take our resources and they go back home, and they keep doing it like a military attack.
We're talking about technology. We don't have the technology to secure our borders. I'm sorry, I call bullshit on that.
Right?
No,
I mean,
you're right, Andy. Because number one, we get patted down every time we go to the friggin' airport. We gotta turn our heads and cough. This new shit that they're doing now, and we let people over the border. You know what I mean? Without even, we get patted down. Citizens get patted
Yeah.
down.
It's
Airport.
way
Yeah,
easier
they
for
get-
people to come
yeah.
in than it is for us to get out.
Yeah.
hell yeah. Come on in, sign right here. You're American now. And I don't know, what's Joe Biden going to do? Is he going to give them all mass amnesty? And I'm going to tell you what, I hate this term. It starts with a D, and it's called dreamers, which is another word for an illegal alien.
Right. Yes.
And look,
Yeah.
I may be a dick, but I'm sorry. These are my feelings. We can all disagree, but hey, these are my feelings.
That's good.
I mean,
that's how
I
you feel about
concur.
it.
I don't think you're a dick, but let's try to avoid mentioning Biden, Trump, or any.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We could say current administration. We could say future administration, but I just don't want to bring up Trump or Biden. And I want to
Right.
be.
Well, like when this conversation first started, I'm like, well, this is our own government. But now I wonder if the Chinese are actually the ones that are being allowed to do this. So
Yeah,
my
like
perspective
what I
has
said.
changed a bit.
Mhm. The thought that
Like our government's been bought out is what's happening.
I hate to say it, but yeah. So, when you get a chance, look into what I was talking about, that Chinese guy getting pardoned.
I'm definitely gonna
Oh,
do
and
that.
I just want to mention this too. I mean, like CCP party members. I mean, they've busted them numerous times here. And then I think that one guy in Canada was banging some hot Chinese spy for documents or something,
Yeah, the
Chinese-
global espionage thing is something we really don't have much awareness of, and it's a way bigger deal than we make of it.
And I think China's playing hardball and we're playing pitch and catch. I may be
Basically.
wrong, but that's how I feel.
No, you're right. China is definitely knuckling down on us, and we're just sitting back and taking it.
well, future president-elect will
Future administration.
will change that. I believe so.
It seems like that.
Well, I hope so. And that's another theory. Is this just a way to mess with the future administration? Okay, we're going to do this. We're a few weeks off from, transfer of power. It's going to be in his hands. Let's see how he reacts. Let him go nuts, though. Let him set off a nuclear bomb. Let's let the nut go nuts.
I completely agree. If that's what you're saying, that from what I say, oh, his Acid says, "Thank you for your time, Angela. My battery's dead. Have a great day." Thank you, Acid, for coming on. Thank you for contributing.
See, Acid.
Thank you so much.
Troll you later, Acid.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Um,
Well, so I saw something, and I need to read more about it. But something that I'm really excited about is that Bashar al-Assad is fucking gone from Syria.
Good.
So, yeah,
That's
that
good.
motherfucker has had that regime, and that place has been in civil war since 2011. And
Yeah,
it's
that's
so yeah, it's been horrible for them. And I know Andy and I, we've talked about it and blah blah blah, but I love that country. Just
I'm
because I've
keeping
been
my
in it.
mouth shut.
But I'm so happy that the regime is gone. I don't know what's gonna happen with the new person that's coming there. They're calling him like HTS. I need to read up on it, but I'm just so happy that Bashar Assad is just gone. And so this should alleviate more of like the influx of, the people of their country. I mean, they were like fleeing like all into Turkey
Right.
and everywhere, and which and I and it sucks that, I mean, there was so much horribleness that happened in that country, but there's a lot of people that are returning to back to Syria, people that live there. And so that's why, like, wars in countries, they suck. But I'm so glad that they're reclaiming their country. And so um there's not going to be like people like going into other countries, I don't think, like from Syria anymore anytime soon. We'll have to see like what happens with the new people, but I guess it's like a big hug. It's like a big hub for Russia and their firearms, and into Iran as well. And so, with Assad being just tossed aside, it's also hurting Iran as well, which is fine with me because I think Iran fucking sucks.
yeah, they're not so great on women's rights and
No,
all
they're
that.
awful, Angela. I
All
mean,
that.
yeah.
I don't mean to get into religion or all that, but that's all I'm gonna say is they're not great on women's rights.
No, they're not. And we don't need to get into it. I just wanted to
Uh,
say that I'm super happy that Assad has been toppled.
Nor gay rights.
yeah, or that.
Yeah, it's in the Middle East, I would say Iran is it's definitely not one of the good ones.
They have a feminist movement going on in Iran.
Oh, they do? Finally?
Yeah, that take off their burqas and they dance and they groove.
Oh,
Oh,
well, that's cool.
dye their hair.
I've
Look it
seen
up.
videos of Iran in the 60s. It was a whole different world. You had chicks with mini skirts on with bouffant haircuts.
Are you
know,
serious?
now look at it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Iran is cool. They're good people in Iran. I just don't like the government that runs it.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Same thing
No,
like China, Russia.
that's always been my point, is that like the Syrian government, they suck balls, but the people there, they are wonderful. So it's the government that sucks. It has nothing to do with the people that live. I mean, some of the people, they're assholes, but there's a lot of people that are assholes in the United
That's
States
everywhere.
too. But yeah, it's their government that was horrible. So I hope that this new Syrian person, I don't know, knows what he's doing and doesn't go along with Russia and Iran like Assad did. But yeah, so that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, their leadership seemed a bit like it was intentionally trying to get its populace to flee. We've kind of seen that phenomenon in a few places in the Middle East. which has
Oh well,
been
they
what's
have
been
to.
yeah, and it's been really what's ignited the whole alien immigrant problem for all the receiver countries. And now that we're 5 to 10 years into seeing that the refugee crisis go on, now things have swelled to the point where in places like America we've taken on a lot of suspicious individuals and we don't really know their identities so well.
And I don't like the whole like immigration and people like infiltrating other countries, and I would rather not people, come to our country that, they're from other countries and just trying to get asylum and everything like that.
Right? Yeah.
It's a really difficult situation and a hard thing to like wrap your head around and to understand.
It
And
is.
I don't really know what the true answer is. I mean, like whenever I found out, about Syria and everything, like I asked one of my Syrian friends, I said, "Do you think that it is best for like the Americans to go into their country and to fight and to get rid of their leader?" And he said, "No." He said, "No, that's their fight. It's their problem." I mean, he lived there, but he moved to the UK. But I mean, he was just straight up with me, and he's just like, "No, the Americans should not go in there." And I mean, we provided.
Why did he run? Why did he run away? Why did he run away?
I agreed with him. I agreed with him because we should not have to go into every single freaking country and fight for their rights. Like it's
Yeah.
for every country like on their
Why did he
own.
leave his country?
Unless you're part of NATO. If you're part of NATO, then yes. But if you're not, no. That's why I don't think that we should be fighting in Ukraine.
Melody, I believe you're right on that point. A lot of you might disagree with me, but I don't believe in being the world's police. You know what I mean?
No,
I don't-
that's exactly what I'm saying. I agree
I
with you.
don't believe in that.
Well,
Unless
there,
something horrible happening, like complete genocide. I'm not gonna say where, but then I think we should get involved. But if we can, if we have the resources, but I think that it should be America first.
Yeah.
Let's
Well-
take care of our own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd like to
Yep.
get back on topic because I'm gonna start. If this is the new topic, I'm gonna start offering my opinion.
Okay. I'm gonna shut up. I was just saying that I was
No,
just,
no,
super excited that
I'm
he's
just saying.
on.
That's one thing about these kind of panels, or argumentation in general. The idea is
No,
to
I
stay
don't wanna
focused. I'm not
argue.
faulting anybody. I'm just asking about the ground rules. I'll play the game. given the
I
rules.
was gonna, Andy,
Alright.
I was gonna bring things back together and say, well, okay, it's true. I think Angela's right. We don't want to be doing world policing, and the Interpol's there to do that, and we need to look into what the deal the fuck is with Interpol, and why do we let an international police actually govern and tell us what the fuck to do? Because that's what it is.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna leave all that for another day. But look, I'm gonna try to swing it back on topic. Like one thing I'd like to ask: what's the definition of a drone? And then let me add this. Now, shut up. From what I've seen, there's one famous video of a Ukrainian dropping a RPG into a tank or something. Somebody told me it was fake, and then the attack on Israel by Iran. But my bottom line is, I believe drones have changed the face of warfare. I
Yeah.
think there's going to be some R&D money. The Pentagon's going to be whining for more money. But it's kind of obvious. Maybe we need to invest more in drone technology because it's headed that way.
It seems like
Yeah.
it's going to be drone warfare coming up, and what's the it could be Interpol is behind the drones. You know what I mean? It could be world police are the ones doing drones.
So again, I asked what the definition is. To me, it's an unmanned vehicle.
Yes.
I mean, they call these planes, I don't know if they're gas operated or whatever, but these little planes, they're bigger than these quadcopters. They call them drones.
Well, I'd say a drone is anything that's an unmanned, well, a manned from remotely manned vehicle.
I would agree.
Or
I would
remotely
agree.
vehicles of any sort.
It doesn't have to do with size. It's about it
No.
being unmanned. Now, let me ask you this. I don't recall. It's been a while. But in the book 1984, I think the main character might have been a drone operator. Like his thing was to go in and sit down and fly his vehicle and go kill people and then go home at night. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But to me, that's kind of what warfare is headed to.
That is
Probably.
weird. That is, yeah. And also Ender's Game. Look at Ender's Game. He was playing a game on his computer or whatever it was. And has anyone read Ender's Game or watched it? I think it's a movie now.
I'm vaguely familiar with it.
Well, he
No.
was killing aliens. They were fighting with an alien race, and he was on a computer playing a game, killing aliens on a computer. And it turns out that he was really killing aliens in real life. It was a war. It was a trick to get him to kill.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm just one of these people. I mean, I mentioned the Osprey, the Marine Corps helicopter, at some point. I mean, at some point, those things are going to be flying around remotely. I mean, I
Well, they
believe it.
do.
That's my heart.
What was that movie? I can't remember that show that I saw, but they do use drones to kill people. I mean, like in other countries,
Yeah.
like remotely for the military, like for drone warfare.
Well, it'll become more than flying drones. We'll have mech warriors soon. I mean, more than likely, that's like a sort of technology they're keeping hidden from us. Giant robots that they're gonna fucking take us
Yeah.
and wipe us out with.
I'm no sci-fi freak, but I do like mechs.
Yeah,
I like that
mechs
blue
are
chick.
fucking
I like
awesome.
that blue chick with the tail from that movie.
On Avatar. Yeah.
And look, on this note, there's a episode of Jackass where they put a paint gun on a drone and they mess those guys up. So absolutely, the technology. I mean, shit, they can arm these things up. There's no doubt about it. But to what degree? I mean, okay, you fly it in, you shoot off, 500 rounds, and then you just crash it, just kill it.
Right. I think, they're probably that psychological aspect of, psyching us out about like, hey, we can do this shit. What else do you think we can do? Is part of the game that's going on at the moment.
Well, yeah, deception, fear, that's all a big part of it.
Yeah. And then when you hit the populace with a fear like that, it gets them to what? It usually stimulates like infighting. It'll get us to quarrel, which I think that's ultimately what the main goal of this type of thing is. If it is an attack, I mean, it might not be, but when things are unexplainable like that, what else is it? So.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think I said it at the beginning. I kind of see it as a bit of a social test. And I guess personally, I'm sort of proud. It's like, people still going getting their pizza slices, riding the subway, gossiping or talking about this shit. But it's not like when that H.G. Wells played that freaking radio play, people flipped out.
At this point, we're kind of, I think the society is different from that society. We're kind of more conditioned to be interested in it now and a little less like totally scared of it. And it's not being presented in like, the H.G. Wells thing was definitely a scare. It was a horror story that was replicating like an actual event. Whereas this is just real life and there's no fucking story going on. You know what I mean?
Meat, you're familiar with the Tic Tac story?
Yeah, I remember that from back in the day, hearing that a few times.
I mean, to me, that should flip people out. I mean, that's like wacko shit. People, it should be like, oh my God, I can't sleep at night. It's so freaking freaky.
I mean, yeah, if you get into some of the deeper and weirder stuff, there's a lot from back in the day that you heard. I remember that make your skin crawl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me
Angela,
tell you
what you drinking?
what am I drinking? Um,
Yeah.
I said it in the start. I'm sponsored by, and I'm not sponsored by, but this video is brought to you in part by Voodoo Ranger juice.
Never heard of it.
Those are good. I used to drink them when I was drinking.
Yeah. And
You
why
need
I
to
say
make up an
that-
infomercial. You need to make
Yeah, why-
make up an infomercial. Maybe they'll discover you.
I remember when I discovered Voodoo Ranger. Here's a good story. I was going into one of the local stores, and I was just cracking them open, drinking them in the fucking store, and throwing them around.
Yeah.
I didn't even get in trouble.
Oh my God, because they knew you were drunk.
Yeah. They
That's
liked
why?
it. I got chased out of there stealing stuff like 3 or 4 times. Never got in trouble.
Oh my God.
Right?
I have stories from when I was like 13, but I'm not even gonna tell them.
But that's how I started to call myself the Voodoo Ranger.
Back when you were spray painting buildings.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
You
me.
little
Yeah.
tagger.
Yeah, I did. I was 13 in the year 2002.
Angela, I remember.
It was the year 2002, Halloween, and there was a big fight between two gangs. I don't remember who. It was by two small crews, like
Gang fight?
yeah,
The
two
greasers and the greasers and the preppies.
yeah, two gangs, but not real gangs like Bloods and Crips, like crews. You know what I mean? Like two crews. This was back in 2002, so everybody had a crew back then. Two parks fighting each other. Two separate parks. People that hang out at different parks, and they were having a riot in the street, throwing eggs, rocks, and knives, guns, and all this shit. And me and my friend that he passed away in 2000. I don't remember what year he passed away. 2014. We were back then looting the store because I figured in my head that the cops would be more focused on the riot going on outside.
Shame on you, Angela.
Yeah, shame on me. I was 13, but I figured that I could steal alcohol and we could get drunk. Yes.
Even worse.
Naughty girl.
Yes, I figured that we could steal alcohol and we can get drunk.
You are
And
naughty.
what I do is I continuously looted the store throughout the night because this riot was going on throughout the night. I continuously looted the store for I had 4 40s of Corona
You're wild.
and like 3 bottles of Smirnoff Ice.
I've always known Ange is not. She's a sweetheart, I think.
Mm.
My perspective
you don't
totally
you don't want to
changed.
fuck with her. You don't want to fuck with her.
No, you don't want to fuck with me. No, you don't.
No, I don't.
No, you really
Hey,
don't.
Angela, let
Yeah.
me ask you this. Do you like Guido dudes?
Do I like Guido? I don't know.
No, she likes.
I gotta use the
she likes
restroom.
women.
All right. Hey, Melody, shush.
What?
You know, like
Oh,
that guy on Jersey Shores, you know, the situation.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. No, you're good. You're good, Melody. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you. No, yeah, I picture all those guys.
You've
From
always
the
said that out loud.
I said that in the chat.
I know, but
But
so
my dad watches these videos.
okay, all right, gotcha.
Okay. But anyway, I'm thinking of the situation and all those Jersey Shore guys being freaked out by these fucking UFOs, and it's hilarious to me. Okay? What I wanted to tell
What,
you
they
was,
saw UFOs?
oh, I don't know, they probably did. What? They're
Oh.
on Jersey Shore.
Hey, I wasn't too attracted to Snooki. I'm just saying.
Snooki's,
Oh my God. So I love the Jersey Shore. I loved watching
love-
that. So the first year that it was on, I didn't watch it, but then after that I did. What was it? Like the guys that they would call it smushing or something. And it was so disgusting because they would be like in separate like twin beds and they would be like fucking girls and it was so gross.
That's nasty.
Like, who would do that?
That's nasty. That I don't know.
They were all, they were also nasty.
Yeah. South Park. You're a Jew.
I've
You're
only
a
done
Ginger,
it
and
the
you're from
same
Jersey.
room once in my life.
No, but I did watch that show, and it was very entertaining.
Now up here in Lake Placid, we get all the rich Guidos come up here to vacation, and oof, it gets bad. They all want smush, and it's weird.
Ugh. I'm a
Yeah.
quarter Italian. Okay.
I'm a
Oh,
little
Andrew,
Italian too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Andrew,
definitely, they were
you like my
definitely
And I
big
work for an
Cuban
Italian
chain, man, huh?
restaurant.
Who said that? Meat Bud?
Well, I work at an Italian restaurant, and I'm part
Oh, yeah?
Italian. Yeah.
How much Italian are you?
Enough.
Okay. I'm a quarter Italian.
You're more than
look-
me.
Yeah. Well,
Angela,
probably
you like
a
my big Cuban chain I wear?
big Cuban chain? That's what you
Yeah, I
said?
got that from a Guido.
So it's Cuban?
Yeah, that's what the style's called. You didn't know that?
Cuban chain. I don't fucking
Yeah,
know.
it's one of those flat link. Look, forget it. You ruined it.
No. Come on, look, Max Memes wants to come up.
Hey, Max, what's up?
Let me tell you a
Oh
story.
my God, Max.
When
Max loves to troll me, but I love her.
getting back on topic of UFOs.
Oh,
Okay.
Max, I remember seeing Max on Fact Nominal, and that person would never, ever, ever say if they were, because I would ask, and I guess it didn't really matter, but I would just ask if they were female or male, and they would never say anything to anybody. They're like, well, I'm just me. I don't know. I mean, it was a while ago, but I just thought they just seemed to be kind of indifferent to try to even get to know anybody.
Yeah, there's some pretty
So I
strong
didn't really like that
speculation that it's a chick named Fat Kelly. Max, are you Fat Kelly?
No. Let me tell you something. Max is a female from Australia.
Okay. Well, I don't understand like why they were so weird with me.
Nah, she's funny. That's her sense of humor. If she wants to
Max
come on,
Max is always picking on me.
I think I either blocked her, or she blocked me, but I don't know.
Max has usually got those spicy comments, to be honest. Yeah.
No,
That's
she wasn't
funny.
spicy with me. She was just, I don't know. She was either rude or she just discounted you, or she did to me. I don't know.
Maybe you guys
She
had bad
said-
exposure. You talked on a bad day.
she said she blocked her.
No, it was every single time. It was every time. Oh, did I block you? Okay, I probably did. Okay, I can get back in and I can unblock you, but
Max uses my picture sometimes, don't you, Max?
Yeah.
Oh,
She'll
put
Calls
an
me a
answer.
girl.
to me.
Calls me a girly boy.
No, she didn't do that to me. She was just very dismissive.
Oh, what was I gonna say? What I wanted to say before I had to get up and use the bathroom. You was talking about the War of the Worlds back in, what was it, 1940s? When they had
I
that
think so.
broadcast on?
Oh,
They replayed it here when in like the late 70s. I heard that shit. It scared the shit out of me.
No. Yeah, but okay, that's what I'm about to say. In 1996 or 7, when Independence Day came out, I remember I was in the 2nd grade. I was 7, and I had my bike outside, and I'm listening to the news broadcasts, and I swear they tried to make this. Now that I look back on it, they tried to make this like what they did in the War of the Worlds or whatever the hell that was. They said alien. They didn't have no disclaimer on the bottom or nothing, but they said aliens are coming. The mothership is here, right? And they were advertising them. They were trying to advertise a movie. They were trying to advertise Independence Day, but they didn't say that's what they were doing. They were just saying on a false news broadcast.
Yeah, I remember this. I do remember they replicated the whole War of the World stuff to promote it. I
Yeah.
remember that.
And let me
And it
tell you
freaked
something.
everybody out. We all thought it was real. Yeah.
No, I thought it was real. I was like 7 years old. I thought it was real. And you know what the first thing I said was? You want to know what the first thing I said was?
What was it?
I want to get my bike inside. The aliens are going to steal my bike.
Fuck. Well, okay. So the War of the Worlds broadcast happened in 1938,
That's
actually,
cool.
and it was written in 1898.
Yeah,
Wow.
98.
I mean, even
Matt,
today, I mean, that radio play has
interrupt
stood
you.
the test of time. In
That's
my
funny.
opinion, it stood the test of time.
It's still freaky. You go back. I've listened to that, gone back and listened to it. It stays pretty gripping the way that they portrayed it.
Hey, I just thought of something about UFOs. Since let me throw this out at y'all and see what y'all think. Your opinions on crop circles.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh no, those are like completely fake. So yeah, just like
I would say
people that-
so.
yeah, it's just farmers that are trying to have fun.
I think a lot of them more than likely are, but then there's an element of like, maybe we don't exactly know, but
Because
They-
they've done
they-
some soil tests and stuff that were, I don't know, strange.
they did. They documented a few of them in shapes and coordinated in ways that people couldn't do. I know that. So
Oh
with
yeah,
the
no, it was
technology they
extreme.
were supposedly had. So
What was that? Like there was that Mel Gibson film or something.
oh,
from-
Signs, yeah, Signs is great.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I think
But
I
it is-
might have.
Yeah, it was a decent film. But yeah, the whole crop circle thing, yeah, it's not aliens, but I don't see like how people did them. I mean, it's a creative art form, I believe.
That's the way I look at it, actually. And I watched a documentary that showed like a couple people, they had these sticks that they would step on. Like, okay, this is the plan. You do this, you do that, and we're going to be out by 3 a.m, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. I just know that
Well-
they've documented a few instances of them where like no footprints were left. Like there was no trace of people
Right.
going there to make them. That's the problem.
Right. And that's one of the questionable things, because I didn't look into it that much or whatever, but it didn't seem like, how did they leave? I mean, it's wheat or
Right.
whatever. They're going to damage the wheat,
Yeah.
Okay, well,
There have been a few of them where they couldn't figure out how they were done because there was no evidence of people going
Right.
or leaving the site. Yeah.
what I find interesting is how is that within like from 1970 or 1960 when these crop circles started, how is it that they got more advanced since then? That
They
seems like a
look
more
pretty nice now.
human. That seems like a more human thing to
Definitely.
go on.
They
Like they,
kept up in the ante. Some
Yeah,
of them I
but-
saw. I mean, they were freaking works of art.
yeah, but what I mean is, if it was aliens, wouldn't they have been that advanced from the start? I mean, they come from fucking different shit.
I would
Or
think.
you know what I mean? Now they're making codes.
Now, let me ask you this. What about these obelisks that show up in the desert out of nowhere? Y'all heard about those?
I haven't heard about
No.
that.
No.
Like this stainless steel obelisk, and they'll just show up out in the desert or something.
An obelisk.
Yeah,
No,
like the
it's not
Washington Monument. It's kind of like, what do you call it? Penis shaped, except
Oh.
square.
Phallic.
Max
It's a
memes
phallic
has a
shape.
good
Yeah.
point. Max memes, yes.
There you go. That's the big word, phallic.
Like a
Phallic-
dome? Like a dome with an extra
no,
with an
No.
extra appendage.
I'm
Like-
sorry, Melody. I'm not shaped like a dome. No,
No,
it's
like,
just
that's
these,
just-
I don't know, they're probably 8, 10 foot tall, stainless steel obelisk, I don't know, 18 by 18 by 18, whatever.
I think I
look
heard
into
about
it.
Okay,
I
sorry.
think I heard
Yeah,
about
well,
it, but I never looked into it.
A tapered
Well, my
monument
whole
with
thing is-
full-size and a pyramidal top. Okay.
Yeah.
They
Except
were
just, you know, I'm not,
originally constructed by the ancient
like
Egyptians.
Meat said, it's phallic.
Yeah, it's definitely phallic. So what was your statement about it? I don't sorry.
Well, you're on a computer. Google stainless steel obelisk desert and see what comes up.
Okay.
Stainless steel obelisk desert, or that should do it.
Okay.
I think, to my recollection, they did 3 or 4 of them, but obviously it's some kids or some group, you know, geeks or whatever.
I just see plants.
Come on.
Nah, it's
Okay.
some shape like a
Oh, unraveling the mystery of the metal sculpture found.
There you go.
Okay, so
But I
that was
think
like
there's
in
about 3 or
2020,
4 of them now.
and that was in like 20 art or are you talking? Okay, hold on. I've got like one on NPR, unraveling the mystery of the
Oh
metal
my
sculpture.
God.
Is this the one in
NPR.
Utah?
Nah, Melody,
I
look up
guess so.
Egyptian obelisk. That's all you gotta look up, Egyptian obelisk. And it looks like a pencil.
Are you talking about the one in Utah?
I don't know.
You
It
said
looks phallic.
you said stainless. You said stainless steel. You said stainless steel desert obelisk.
Yeah, oh, yeah, or mystery obelisk. You know, they seem to be made out of stainless steel or some unknown metal.
It's sort of
'Cause I
like,
think
what
it
is
was
it,
presented as
2001:
unknown
A Space
metal.
Odyssey, like shit. Like
Okay,
a big,
well,
Space
mega
Odyssey.
structure shows up and the monkeys start throwing bones.
No, that's not an obelisk. That's a fucking
they've got a
Monolith.
Utah. They've got
Monolith.
a Utah
Yeah,
one.
megalith.
monolith.
Yeah, monolith.
No, obelisk is that fucking pencil shape.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's what
get it.
I'm looking at. Is there's you said a metal one, and so that's the one that I'm looking at, and it's in Utah. And
Right.
so the pillar was 9.8 feet tall and made of metal sheets riveted into a triangular prism.
How did it get there?
Somebody
It
did
was
it.
supposedly all this mystery, you know. Oh, it came from aliens, you know.
It was unlawfully placed on public land between July and October 2016.
Oh, 2016.
Okay.
Oh.
So
Anyway,
is this not the right one?
yeah, it was just, you know, when the story first initially broke, you know, there was a lot more speculation. Oh, where did it's impossible to, you know, for this to appear out in the desert. It's along, you know,
Well, it is out in the desert. Yeah, because it's in
yeah,
Utah, and it says that it was not even seen for 4 years, and nobody knows like who placed it there.
What's up, Z-World?
right. What's happening, Swirl? Z.
Yeah, Zerl's been here. We got Vader.
I hope
No,
you're
Neanderthal.
staying
no, Vader.
warm, brother.
Jason-
You got to be getting cool up there.
Yeah. Hey, Neanderthal, what's up? I mean, Hilar. Okay.
So, am I wrong in?
Oh, so it's in Moab, Utah. Oh my
Wasn't
gosh,
there more of
I wanna
these?
go
There was
there.
a few of them, right? That they discovered, or am I wrong?
No, I think, you know, there was the one, and then they either it was the same group or again copycats. I think it wound up being 3 to my
Yeah,
recollection.
there was more than one of these. That was the big mystery behind it. But yeah, they couldn't tell if there were art installations or something else.
It looks like an art installation, but why the fuck would they put it out there? But then again, I don't know. Artists are kind of weird though sometimes.
Let me tell you something. The Georgia Guidestones that just got destroyed. They put that out there because they want fucking attention. Oh, we need this amount of people on the planet. We're going to destroy this amount of people. Get the fuck out of here. You wanted attention. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And I forgot what else I was going to say. But the Georgia Guidestones definitely, that was just, to me, that's just a cry for attention. A cry for infamy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
In
it
my
has to be. It has
What
to be
exactly was that
Japanese,
about?
for sure.
Didn't those get defaced recently?
yeah, they got destroyed.
Hmm.
Oh, no shit.
I didn't know they got destroyed. Okay.
They got
Oh,
destroyed.
and
They
it does say that following the discovery of the monolith of that metal monolith, over 200 similar metal columns were erected in other places
Yeah.
throughout the
There was
world.
a ton of them. A ton of them. Yeah, like I thought.
Damn, 200. Shit, I didn't know that.
Like
But it
all
does
over, it
look
says
like
North
it does
America,
look
Oh,
Europe,
cool.
this is
South
the
America, and
pylon
Australia.
thing. This is the pylon conspiracy. You guys don't know
There
about
you
this?
go.
No.
They're not
No,
megaliths
again.
or what. They discovered their pylons, and they
Right.
they're placed on geometrical places on purpose. They connect with like the Earth's magnetic field and vortexes and shit. And somebody like
Yeah.
planted all these around on purpose to affect the Earth's gravitation. Yeah.
I'm
So they
sure.
just did it just for fun, just to like.
Not for fun. We don't really know because
No,
affecting the Earth's
for a reason.
magnetic pull and all that affects our minds. So
That's crazy.
yeah, they thought maybe it was some intentionally done to try to get the poles to shift. Was a theory.
I
They
mean,
thought the poles were gonna shift.
nah. Let me tell you
Hey,
something.
Max, blocking traffic is not protesting, just so you know. All these climate emergency people. Okay, Max? I'm sorry, panel.
All right.
Vader
What
brings
are
up
your
the Bermuda
thoughts on it?
Triangle.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's for another. That's for another. Oh, but maybe we could tie that in with.
Oh,
I
that's
thought we
funny.
were headed there, and then we
We
veered off
could.
of it.
No, we could.
Because
We
there
could
was
get
that
there.
lost squadron. I don't think they ever counted for like that lost World War II squadron, World War II planes.
Well, okay, so the Bermuda Triangle is where flat Earth comes like maybe possible because it's a coordinate where there's been numerous travel to and there's been no return. So it's hard to
Yeah,
explain. Yep.
that is very weird. Let me tell you something. When I was in the 6th grade, my teacher was very, very gung ho about her job, and she really, uh, made us do a report on aliens and the Bermuda Triangle and all that. And she told us about how there was like and I actually looked this up on YouTube years later and I seen it, and there was a cloud, a weird vortex in the Bermuda Triangle, and they flew through it. And it had something to do with magnetism or something, I don't know.
Yep.
But
I remember this.
yeah, it was very weird and very disturbing to know
Yep.
as a 6th grader. But to know now, I mean, it's something I believe. You know what? You know what? I'm not afraid to say that. It's something I believe because magnetic poles on Earth do have effect on gravity and time and space and yeah. I mean,
The one of the theories behind the Bermuda Triangle, it being like a vortex type thing, and that this connects to Atlantis. One of the first things we were talking about, that the Bermuda Triangle and Atlantis are somehow connected, and you could have like some sort of a vacuum there, which allows for potential like underground or underwater cities to exist, sort of a deal.
yeah. No, I do kind of believe that.
At
And
least it seems possible.
it's possible. It's in a way possible. It's food for thought, like I say. Um, like I said, I like
Yeah,
learning about
I
theory.
don't really believe in the whole Bermuda Triangle thing, but I don't really know too much about it. It just seems kind of mysteriously
It's a
disappeared.
numbers game to me. I like the idea of believing, but for me, it's a numbers game, weather thing. But who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. It's out in the
I
water,
wouldn't
like
have an
quite a
issue
ways.
traveling in it.
Okay, look, it's World Worlds. World Worlds says lights chased him through the woods when he was 16. Would you like to come on panel and talk about that, Swirl?
That'd be great. I haven't ever talked to him.
Oh yeah, lights chased me through the woods when I was 16.
That's
That's
similar
it.
to my story with the lights in the woods. Yep.
Yeah, what happened?
Swirl and
Me?
I are on good terms.
I-
Come on up, Swirl. Come talk
I
to me.
wasn't chased by them. I just remember I was like
CW, I
I
want to
think this was
know.
it was like at twilight, and I was like getting ready to go back inside, and I had like this little campsite out kind of deep in the woods, and I just remember I think it now that I'm remembering, had started to leave, and I just noticed it out of the corner of my eye. There was this red fucking orb like floating there. It floated around a little bit and then went up, gone.
That's crazy.
And I saw it through the trees. Yeah.
Could have been a car light.
No, I was a mile deep in the woods alone, and it was getting dark.
I'm telling y'all, I started off with that story when I was like backpacking, and it had a misty fog, and I could see cars, on the switchback roads, and those freaking lights. It was freaky. If I wouldn't have saw the car, because believe me, I was standing around like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm out in the middle of the desert. What the fuck?
I wasn't next.
saw the
I wasn't next to any roads or anything like that. I was like
Right.
deep in the woods, in a hilly area. You know what I mean? It was close to me. It wasn't far away. It was just obscured by a lot of trees within my field of view. But there was no way there was a car.
If I wouldn't have saw it, I wouldn't have believed it. But hey, while I'm thinking about this, what about ball lightning? I've never seen ball lightning, but I've heard that used as a possibility.
What
We're
is
saying
it,
Elmo
ball
fly.
lightning?
I've seen ball lightning.
What the fuck are you
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about? What's
No,
ball
Melody.
lightning?
Ball lightning is a thing.
Okay, can you describe it?
It's a fucking ball that floats upward. That's all I can
What?
say. That's what I've seen. I was like 10 years old, and me and my friend Max were in. We were just sitting there, chilling on the sidewalk, like we did back in the day. And it was like 11 o'clock at night, and we seen this ball float up towards the sky. And he goes to me, "That's ball lightning." I don't know. He was 3 years older than me. I figure he knows more than me. But
Oh.
it was,
So you didn't get freaked out then? I've never seen it. I've just used it. I've just seen it used as a possibility, as opposed to UFO. It was ball lightning. I've never seen
I've
it.
seen like
I've heard
I
of
know
it,
about
yeah.
static electricity, but I don't know about this
Yeah.
ball lightning.
ball lightning. No, it's not that you couldn't confuse that with a UFO. It's just something. It was so weird. It was just something that floated up.
So
You know?
so does it start at the ground
It
or
started at the ground and it just floated up.
Well, isn't that how lightning strikes? Or am I wrong? Lightning starts from the ground up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lightning does strike.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. It's so freaking fast. You don't see it, but yeah, I learned that recently.
what? Lightning starts from the ground?
Yes,
What is
it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it
It
does.
does. If you watch it time lapse, it does.
That's
Or
weird.
like a really good slow mo camera. It does. There's
Are
no
you guys
doubt.
fucking with me?
No, Melody. I seen ball lightning and I didn't even know what it was until my friend mentioned it.
Melody, I would never do that to you, baby.
No, it just, well, I mean, because you see it like from the clouds, so why would it be coming
comes
from the
from the ground.
ground?
It's very fast, okay? It comes from the ground up, but it's very fast and it's an illusion. It looks like it's coming from the sky, but it's not.
I would like to see it in slow-mo so I could catch it that way.
Yo, I will I don't know how to do this, but
Now,
if I can
heat lightning doesn't strike that way, but regular ground to cloud lightning, yeah, it starts from the ground up.
Yeah. I can
I've seen so-called heat lightning a bunch down here.
Oh yeah, we get it a lot here as well.
What is heat lightning?
It's where it's like just up in the clouds, and the clouds will light up, and the
Yeah.
whole sky will light up, but you don't see any lightning.
Oh, okay.
There you go. There you go. That's what I consider it.
Okay, yeah. I understand that whenever you can see lightning just in the clouds. Is that what you're talking about?
It's sort of basically like that. I mean, you're not going to see any bolts. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah,
You're not going to see a rail. What'll happen is the clouds look like they're just lighting up, flashing.
right. Gotcha.
Yeah, kind of like how Angela was saying that cloud was lighting up.
Yeah, but I don't
think
know
she
about
was
this
saying.
orb lightning.
Yeah, I mean the cloud
Yeah,
lit
I've
up.
heard of it. I've definitely heard of it, and I haven't ever seen St. Elmo's fire either.
That's a
That's
that's a
supposed to be
show
some
from
kind of lighting, a natural occurring lighting.
that's a show from the early 90s, isn't it?
No, I don't know. I think it's like, I'm not sure. I know the term St. Elmo's fire. Hey, again, Google it. Go ahead, Google it, baby.
That is a show. I remember
I
that is a
know, I
show.
liked it. I barely remember it, but I liked it. It was like an English bicycle racing team or something.
I don't know, but that's the only reason I knew about St. Elmo's Fire.
Somehow related to lightning.
What is it supposed to look like?
Well, I don't know. Now I'm put myself in a corner, but I think it's staticky looking shit like on airplane wings or airplane fuselage. You know,
Okay.
like
Well, and it makes it
electrical
look like
charges.
it's on fire, sort of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, something to that effect. But I don't know what I would call crunchy, sparkly looking stuff. I don't
So
know.
it's like a static electricity sort of thing that makes it look like it has an aura almost to it. Yeah. Okay.
Right, but I think it's more long-lived than static electricity. I think
Right.
it's more of a continuous charge or something.
Right.
Man, we're all learning tonight. That's good.
Yeah.
That's one reason I like these panels, because people get a chance to learn from each other.
That's very nice.
So it says ball lightning or orb lightning. I looked up. So it says it's a rare and unexplained phenomenon described as luminescent spherical objects that vary from pea-sized to several meters in diameter.
Mine was about a foot in diameter. Diameter.
So,
Diameter.
Okay,
Melody, go ahead.
I'm gonna look at a video.
Go ahead and look up Martha. Okay, yeah, there you go. Look at a video.
That doesn't even look real.
Oh, trust me, what I saw was real.
No, I'm
No, I
looking
know,
at a video. That's freaky.
Yeah.
Angela, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Do you prefer wearing hoop earrings?
Yes.
That's the thing I can really appreciate about your style.
I love hoop earrings. I can't wear them to work because of safety reasons.
People reported seeing mysterious balls of electricity.
No, go ahead. What is it?
I heard mysterious balls, and it ended there.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I was trying to look this up, and I had my.
But
Yeah,
that
Hylar mentioned sprites. I've heard of sprites also.
Hold on.
Oh, and Squirrel's saying it's more with ships. So it is a term, though. I'm not like talking about a bike movie.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Charged air particles. That makes absolute sense. Max, always Coke. Always. I'm
Coke.
addicted to Coca-Cola.
Best. I had like 3 cups of Coca-Cola.
I don't drink soda.
Good for you, meat. Angela, so you're a Coca-Cola drinker?
I like Coca-Cola better than Pepsi. I don't drink soda. I mean, I do drink soda. I don't drink it on the regular. I drink it when there's a party or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, I just had a sip of Coke. It's so freaking good.
Oh, Coca-Cola is good. I had a sip of Coca-Cola. I had like 3 cups of Coca-Cola at my sister's, my nephew's birthday party today. His
Cool.
actual birthday party. So I'm like dead tired.
Ooh.
Matter of fact, I'm dead tired. Yeah. Max Meme says she likes Dr. Pepper. I
Yeah,
like
me
Dr.
too.
Pepper.
Let me ask you this about UFOs.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
this is like from my teenage years. Like, somewhere I read or heard about, like, either in, I'm going to say Antarctica, possibly the North Pole, but I believe Antarctica, that there's some kind of cavernous entrance into Earth or something. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of that. That's what Corey Good gets into with the sphere being stuff. He talks about this very entrance on both the poles, apparently, he says.
This is
Okay.
for Neanderthal says what beer am I drinking? It's Voodoo Ranger juice. Okay, it's some
Sponsor.
Voodoo Ranger juice.
Is it the Juice Force?
Juice Force IPA, hazy
Yeah.
imperial IPA. Yes.
Yeah, that one's
Hey,
my favorite.
Angela.
So good.
Angela, I
Very
just want to say,
healthy.
But I haven't
you should
drank in
continue to do
three
this.
months.
You're a good host. You should give this a shot. Keep doing it.
Yeah,
I
you
like
are. You are good at it, Ange.
For real, yeah.
yeah. It's just that the
And
last
look,
show.
I know I went off on your panel one time, but I can actually be calm.
No, it's at the last show it was meant to go off. It was a Jerry Springer type show. That was the last show that Trob said it was a cheap drive for clicks or something, but it was just a Jerry Springer type round one. Let's get it all out of our systems
Oh,
type.
well,
of
I'm
show.
good at I'm good at flipping out.
Yeah,
Well,
me
that's what the
too.
last show
I'm
was
very
about.
well composed
I
right now.
I like both of y'all. I like Trobs and I like you, Ange. So I'm just a free for all. So you guys can whatever, but I like both of you and I like going on panel with both of y'all. And you're awesome.
I don't know some of Trob's opinions. I go up there because I do try to learn new things, but some of Trob's opinions, look, I don't know we all have different political beliefs, but I don't know.
Right. Yeah. We
Trob's,
do.
I don't know. I believe TDS is a reality, but that's
Look,
another story.
I'm not here to bash anybody's
Yeah,
political.
I don't like to really talk about politics or anything like
Well,
that. I'd rather
Angela, you
talk about
kind
other
of
stuff.
bashed me for going on panel over there.
Who
Yeah,
did? I did?
I
Or
did because it was kind of like
Angela,
I'm saying
oh, sorry.
you like kind of said, oh, I don't like the gossiping, the fighting, but you go on Acid's panel, but you go on this panel and that panel. You know what I
how do
mean?
you know I go on Acid panel?
Because you said it. I seen you say it.
Okay, you're right, because somebody was cloning you. You said it wasn't you. Yeah, well, those days are over, Angela. You know, I was out there kind of getting a feel for the territory, you know. Look, you saw me in Acid tonight. Acid night, you know, on your panel, we behave. Believe me, later on, we're going to be going at it. I have all kind of new material for him. He hasn't even seen it yet or heard it yet. We're going to
Yeah.
be having fireworks.
Yeah,
I was just saying, like I didn't understand why you had a problem with my panel being that it was a fight panel that particular day, and I'm not gonna get into that anymore. But that particular day it was a round one type fight. Let's get everything out of our system way too.
When was that? Did I miss this? When was this?
I think that was the panel before last time.
Okay, so the panel before that we did?
Yes.
Okay.
I
I
flipped
thought
out
ours was
and then
fairly civil. I didn't think it was too bad.
No, last panel was fairly civil. We had a lot of people watching. We had a lot of good feedback.
I don't know.
But
Maybe
I think
I probably wasn't on it. I don't know.
You were on it.
Were you?
You were on it because that's one reason I flipped out, because of the way Patrick was. I didn't like how he was treating you or Angela. And I'm not any kind of white knight, but hey, I'll be damned if I'm gonna sit there with my mouth. I did not like it. I'm sorry.
Well,
Now
I mean,
I've trained myself to be quiet.
Well, it wasn't.
You've been really cool with me. I mean, I know we've had our differences, Andy, but we've been like super cool for a long time now, I think. And
Years.
yeah, so yeah, I don't see anything. But yeah, I would rather not bring in like politics to stuff just because it doesn't bring out like the best in us. And so I used to kind of
I
get
agree.
into it with people, but now I just stay silent, and if people want to rant, then that's their thing, but I'm just
Well, Melody,
it
there's people
doesn't
that
matter to me.
purposely antagonize. People
Yeah.
antagonize to get a reaction. That's how they get their jollies.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I've realized it really, it doesn't matter. I mean, on certain things, I do get kind of worked up about, but about like stuff like in the United States, I don't know. I don't really give a shit, even though it's my
No.
own country.
All I want to say right
Well,
now, all I want to say is I don't have to shit on other people's streams to get views. That's all I have to say. And
Yeah.
Meet Wad. Play Seven Nation Army.
I'm in like a crazy fucking tuning right now. Let
Okay.
me see.
But Melody, we've had our problems. But at the end of the day, I do love chicks. I love women, and believe me, in real life, I don't go around, hey baby, what's your political beliefs? Oh, okay, you're good.
Plus, I'm
At
the
the
one
end of the
that's
day, I'm not. That's far down the list of what matters. And
Max,
if you haven't
Max
figured it out,
likes,
I like you.
that's funny. Max says that she likes it whenever Andy and Melody fight.
Yeah. And
Well, that's only happened very seldom, but
That's so
I
funny.
think it is. I think they are memorable for a few people.
Yeah,
You came out
no,
shooting. You were
did.
shooting at the hip. You
We
were
would
shooting
call
at the hip, Patty.
Oh, we would cuss each other out and shit. But like no, you're one of my besties, like my bestie chat person.
Melody, you
So
know what? I'd rather talk about what kind of panties you like, but I get in trouble for that. People harass me for that too.
I know,
And then,
but like I
but
don't really
look,
give a shit.
I'm no freak. You're a single lady. You're not too young for me. Like I don't get on Angela about her underwear. I don't care. She's a kid to me.
I'm 35.
Well, so
Well, I have a daughter in her 30s.
I think
You
it's
like older men, Angela? I'm just kidding, Angela. But see, somebody's going to take that. Now, oh, Andy was on panel hitting on Angela. I can see it coming.
No,
Oh, I know. I mean, the same thing will happen to me. It happens to everybody.
No,
People
Andy,
will,
I
like
didn't
pick and
any stuff.
choose.
No.
Blah blah blah.
That's the thing.
It was
But
funny to me. One time, Angela thought I liked her, I think, and was ghosting her or something. Like I was some dirty old man that ghosted her or something.
No,
oh, people say the same thing about you and I, Andy. They're like, "Oh, Andy's in love with Melody." I'm like, "No, we are chatter friends. Hello."
And Melody, guess
Yeah,
what?
I mean, I've been seeing you guys give it to each other for years. Not on the panels, just in the chat rooms. Yeah.
And guess what, Melody? I'm privileged to your Facebook. I've seen you, and I know a bit about your past, and it makes me think some interesting thoughts about you. Let's just leave it at that. In fact, somebody brought up a wet T-shirt contest. Guess who I thought about? Guess.
Oh yeah, because I have
Her
brought up
first
some
name
stuff.
starts with an M and ends in a Y, and has an ELOD in the middle.
Yeah, I mean I have definitely talked about that, but I don't it's part of what I've done. And I'm gonna talk about it, and I don't really give a shit if you like it or not. So
Yo.
And I just
I think
like
it's
I'm gonna
fun.
tell you
Yep.
something. Like like now it's all in the past, but or it's still continuing. But like when it first started happening, and people were saying, "Oh, Melody's ugly," or "Melody's this, Melody's that," it did piss me off a little. I'm gonna be
Oh, I
honest, because I've
still
been
get told
knowing you a
I'm
long
ugly.
time.
Melody's not ugly. Okay.
No, I don't think so.
No, and this
I'm
is how
not
I see
ugly,
it.
but
Angela, you get the business from people too, and this is
Yeah.
how I see it, real quick. Like these dudes that have no hope or no prayer, no social skills, you know, no chance. They go off on good-looking chicks because they don't have
Mhm.
any prayer in the world.
absolutely. Yeah. And
That's the way I see it.
All
yeah,
I get in
Angela's a
real
really
life,
pretty person.
yeah, thank you. So are you, Melody. But all I get in real life is compliments. But when I get horrible comments like that, it's from men when they think I'm cheating on them, or I reject them, or something like that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
You know,
It's always something
yeah.
like that.
You know
Right.
what? I've been rejected a couple of times in life. You know what I do? I
Yeah.
swallow, not with, I smile. I don't know. I continue on with life. I shouldn't have said that word. Somebody's going to record that. But no, I get rejected and I move on with life. I don't like, oh, I'm going to get back at this bitch, you know, reject me. How dare she? She's lucky I talked to her. I see all that
Yeah.
kind of stupid shit said.
Well, and it seems like to me that the most hate that we get is from men. It's not from women.
No, it's from men. It's from men that are incels. And
Yeah.
trust me, Unruly, when I talk
Oh
to
my
him,
God, he's a fucking punk. He's a piece of shit.
when I talk to him, he sounded like a fucking dork.
Well,
Who?
he said
Okay?
that he was very calm and he was
No.
kind of shy.
Yes, he did sound very shy, but he did sound an awful lot like a dork. And I'm not
Are
saying,
you talking about Ruley?
yes,
Yeah.
he did
Ruley's kind of my favorite. He's my favorite troll. No, no,
I can't stand
I
that
don't care, but
motherfucker.
he trolls the hell out of me.
So Acid and Ruli are not the same person?
no,
Hell no.
Okay.
no, they're not. Let me tell you
Hell
something,
no.
Eduardo. It starts with the second line, 7.
Y'all gonna play?
What are you talking about, Max?
She's doing a little 7-inch
you-
army.
Yeah, it starts with the on
You
7.
swallow and I spit.
No, I'm in a crazy CG tuning that I like made
Okay.
up. So, but I mean, I'm really good at that song, like ordinarily, yeah.
Yeah, no, I bet you get.
I've
You
seen
can
Angela
play
playing
it,
it
like-
on one of her videos.
You can play it like all on pretty much up in here, just if you're adjusting the string. You know what I mean? So you don't have to follow
Yeah.
the 8 string around.
I'd like to do it the way they play it though,
Yeah.
because it sounds like boom, boom.
Well,
You get that intermediate.
There isn't
Well,
even a
see,
bass
Max-
in that song. It's just guitar.
Max, I was gonna say swallow my pride, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. So yeah, I mumbled a little.
Wait, what?
Nothing. She's just like I knew people were gonna key in on the word swallow. You know,
Oh,
typical troll bullshit.
Swallow or spit.
ew.
Gross.
Guys.
Hey,
Oh my God.
Max brought it up, not me.
Oh my
Max
God.
brought it up.
Oh my god.
Look, y'all said that only dudes.
Okay,
that
so
have
here's
y'all.
speaking about this though, before, not to interrupt Andy. Do you know the Hawk
Yeah, go
Tua meme is actually like 18 years old, and this chick like totally made up that she invented it?
Wait, what?
Like the Hawk Tua meme, like there are Hawk Tua videos
Oh.
18 years old.
Yeah.
This chick did not make that shit up.
Well, last I heard, she was coming up with some kind of Bitcoin, and
Yeah, and
was
it
a scam.
crashed. It crashed. The
I mean,
Hawk
she's
Tua
having her
coin.
moment of fame, I guess.
Bitcoin is fucking soaring right now. Like regular Bitcoin. I invested
Oh
like
yeah, who is it? It may be Ruley. Ruley's probably a Bitcoin billionaire by now.
no, it's not him. It's Gucci.
No, Gucci is the one
Oh,
that's
okay,
like,
yeah, there you go. Yeah, Gucci.
no, he
Gucci.
doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So that's the only thing he does. He's either on chat or he's apparently doing Bitcoin and he's making like millions of dollars. That's what he says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I don't take financial advice off of Facebook. I'm just saying.
I would never do Bitcoin. That thing
No,
is
let me tell you something.
Obviously, if you would have bought a couple of these at $5, you'd be a smart person. But I don't think any of those people are in chat.
Mm-mm. I invested $50 in Bitcoin. Okay, and I know you stopped playing right
Okay.
now, but I invested $50 in Bitcoin.
yeah.
That shit went way up, 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 up.
Really?
Okay, it dips. It does dip, but it goes way up after that. So it's not kind of a long-term investment. It's something that I really, if I invested a lot of money in it, I'd kind of pull out right away as soon as it got past a certain point. You know what I mean?
And that's what happens. That's kind of natural with the stock market. It's like, oh my God, oh my God. I mean, I've done it before. I made like, I made 50%. And then if I would have waited a year, it's like, my God, I could have retired. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know, I understand like day trading, you can be really, really good at it, but you have to know exactly what you're doing. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to watch your ass. You have to
Well,
watch it like, I mean, it's a full-time
it's
freaking job.
it's basically like professional scam artists, and they know how to play the system, and they're all trying to fuck each other up. And yeah, some of them are really good at it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Well,
I would have to
you
say.
know, day
But I mean,
trading,
you have to watch it. I mean, boom, boom, boom. I mean, you've got to watch it like hour to hour.
Yeah.
You cannot take your eye off of it. If you want to make money, you
Oh, yeah,
can't
you
take
have to pump
breaks.
it and you have to dump it. Yeah.
And you can't just
yeah,
invest in
I'm not
one.
into all that pump and dump shit.
Neither am
But I
I. I
know
don't
what you're
like that
talking
like
about.
lifestyle. I prefer to work hard, and I don't really give a shit
I
about
day
money.
traded for a little while. I'm gonna tell you one thing right off the bat. When people say they day trade, you need about $50,000 before you can start day trading. At least 25.
You have to and you have, I mean, and it's not something that you can take your eye off of. And I know Gucci says that he
No,
like this, he makes a huge ton of money, but he always says that it's only on Bitcoin. And I understand, Angela, that you're saying that it went up, but it also goes down.
Mm-hmm.
they
So I mean,
all do.
it's up and down all the
So
time.
it's a
So you
very,
have to watch it.
it's yes, I watch it every day, but the thing is that you have to watch it. I'm gonna sell it once it goes up like a crazy percentage, like
Sell
5%.
sooner than later, I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
because it could go
You know, if
down.
you can make a 2% take, you know,
Yep.
to me, it's the law of large numbers. We're not talking about one shares. We got to be talking about being in for 20,000 and making 2% or 5% of on 20,000. You know, yeah, 5%. You know, make $1,000 real quick. You know, but then you do it multiple times.
Yeah.
If it takes me, you know, you're not going to do it with one share of Tesla day trade, and that's all. Anybody that says that's an idiot.
Yeah, that's what Gucci says all the time. He's like, "Oh my gosh, I make so much money on Bitcoin." And that's the only thing that he's saying that he's trading in. If you want to, you can't like put all of your eggs in one basket. I mean, you've got to like put them like all over the place. And he's like, "Oh no, it's all in Bitcoin, blah blah blah." And it's
Hey, Melody,
he's one of the many people on chat that say that they're rich and they're not rich.
right.
If you
Melody,
say that you're rich, you're not.
Melody, let me say this to Angela before I forget. Angela, do you have 401k available to you?
I have no idea, but I have a pension and a thrift savings plan.
Nice. Now, I'm guessing you probably, hopefully, have a 401k. If you do, please, once you get settled in after a year or so, please go and put money into your 401k. I know a Melody does because I've talked to her about that, and I also told her that's one reason she's a catch. Shit, and I'll say the same to you. You know, a good-looking woman with a 401k and a retirement plan and a good job, they get to choose.
Yeah, I put 17% of my salary into my 401k.
That is outrageous.
That's
I
all.
could only, the max I could do is 10% with 10% matching. And Angela, it's free money. You're winning from the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to up it like 1% each year because you don't really miss it. So yeah, I signed up for it and I put in 17% for beginning like next year.
That's a great thing, Melody. That's something I like about you, you know, besides how you look.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's a smart thing to do.
I
You gotta
can't
look out
stand a
for your
good,
future.
I can't stand a dumb, good-looking chick.
Yeah, and I definitely have a savings account and I've got, I don't know.
Melody, I mean, Melody, you
I'm
travel,
not-
you have a
I'm not
good job,
stupid.
you have an education.
Yeah. I don't do all these like frivolous, day trading. And I know Max thinks that Gucci is like this awesome person that knows exactly what he's
Whatever.
doing,
You know,
and he's rich with his Bitcoin stuff, and maybe he is, but he's
he
kind
may
of
be
off.
comfortable.
Yeah, and who knows? But he's kind of off of his rocker. So, but
You know
I wish
what?
him well. I wish him well.
It's no excuse for being a dick towards people. Money is not an excuse for being an asshole.
He is an asshole to people. I don't know. Maybe he is rich, and I really don't care.
We've been ignoring each other lately. We used to get into it because Bianca and I used to be pretty serious enemies. She was a hardcore progressive. We'd get into political fights, and I left all that behind because we both like books. We're both like literature. So just like you with Bianca, I left politics alone, and we got to be good friends. I miss Bianca.
Yeah, I think she's gone. She said that, I don't know. I blocked her a long time ago. But apparently she was supposed to get married this month or something like that. And I wish her the best. I got along with her, but I just, whenever she started making fun of me and bashing me and telling me that I was slow and I
Oh, she called
and
you
that I was
slow?
stupid. She told me that I
She
was
said those
stupid all the
things to you?
time. She told
Oh
me that
my
I was
goodness.
slow and stupid all the time, and so I finally blocked her because it really started to hurt my feelings. So
Melody.
that's why I blocked her. But
Well,
I do.
don't let your feelings get hurt. That's
No.
that's what these people want. They want to affect your emotions. Don't do it, Melody.
Melody, you know what I have an inclination of? Do you remember when Jason had that fake chat bride?
Wait, what happened?
Do you
You
remember
think it
when,
was fake?
yes, do you remember when Jason had that fake bride?
The fake bride?
I know who you're talking about. I
Well,
mean, I knew her as
okay.
jaded before. I knew her as jaded long before Jason got with her.
No,
Okay.
but they're married, or they're getting
Are they
married,
really
aren't they?
nice? All right. What I'm saying is that I think Bianca has a fake chat boo.
No, but I
I
think,
wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be
well,
surprised.
and I don't mind. I don't, and if that's the thing with Bianca, that's fine if it's fake. I think with JJ, aka Jason, um I mean, that was real. And I haven't talked to him in a long time. I tried to get a hold of him on Insta, and we're on Discord, but he never says anything. So I don't know what in the heck's going on with him, but they're supposed to, so they both moved, like him and Jaded, and I think they're supposed to be living in Ohio somewhere, but I haven't heard from him. I've tried to reach him, but I don't know. Have
I
any of
like
you?
Jason's cool.
No, but if you reach him, tell him hi for me. He was
Yeah,
the first person that ever greeted me on my first day ever in chat. He was like, "Hey,
Yeah.
welcome, Andy 504." He was nice to me from day one,
I
as was
know.
Emily.
I know. He's such a good person, and he was always cool with me, and I always enjoyed chatting with him and getting to know him. But yeah, we've still got like this Discord group that he hosts, but he never gets on it.
I
Um
used to belong to Emily's Discord.
well, so Emily, yeah, she's not, so I'm on Discord with Emily, but she never gets on it. Um I wish
I
she
miss
would, because I
Emily.
miss her. I miss her because she was always my girl. Um,
Angela, did you know Emily?
Yeah, I remember Emily.
Yeah.
I remember her.
yeah,
Again, she was always nice to me and she tolerated me. I love Emily. She was so nice.
yeah, she was cool as shit. She
But
got
she
like
could handle
everything.
herself. She could handle herself with anybody.
Yeah.
And that's another thing I liked about her. She
She
was
just,
quick and she
I'm
was
not
good.
overly familiar with the lore of all this stuff. I come from the Cryo Chamber chat group, and that's how I got to Blade Runner.
okay.
Right.
So
Well,
Emily was never on Cryo. She only was on Fact Nominal.
Yeah.
I know. I think Bianca went to Cryo sometimes.
Yeah, I
yeah,
know
she
Bianca
jumped
from Cryo a little.
And I think JJ went there too. I think
Yeah,
he went
I know
to Cryo.
JJ from Cryo pretty well.
Yeah. So yeah, but Bianca and I, like, we were kind of like frenemies. Like, we were like really cool with each other sometimes, and then other times we would just like argue like crazy.
Now, let
But
me tell you something about Bianca.
huh?
Bianca would make passive aggressive comments.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then she would say, "Oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant this." Yeah, bullshit, bitch. You meant
Yeah,
you meant what you meant, bitch.
she
You
was
know what I mean?
she was really mean to me. I mean, I got to the point to where I couldn't handle it anymore, and then other people would chime in and call me names because she had like her minions. And
Yeah.
so like all of these little boys, so then they started like calling me names that she would
Gucci was her minion.
Oh yeah, he was. And then fucking Celtic, then he would chime in too, and he would call me names like on top of like her. There was like a few of them, and so I don't like any of them. I got sick of it. It was just too much. And I know, like, it's stupid to get like hurt over chat, but whenever you hear shit like over and over and over again, it kind of gets to you sometimes. So, you know, that's why you block them.
I mean,
Yeah.
I always take a railing in chat typically, so I just don't take any of it personally. I like to fuck around, but I hope people don't take me too seriously on there, anyways.
Nah,
Yeah.
you're funny. I like you. You're
Well,
funny.
look, I think this is the first time we've talked on panel, but
Yeah.
I've seen you around. You may have seen me. I talk a lot of stupid shit, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you this. I tell the truth. I don't care how fucking stupid it is. I like to talk the truth.
Right.
That's me. I'm a man of truth.
I try to do that myself, but sometimes in those chats things get a little convoluted.
Yeah, well, let's go 98% of the time.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can be a jerk, but I limit it now. Like Acid and I, we will be enemies. I mean, he talks about my mom and my dad and all kinds of stuff. My sexuality.
I can never.
My sexual.
I can never like place who Acid is in the chats unless he like identifies himself. I guess I have a hard time figuring out who the fuck is what, anyways.
I'm not even
Yeah,
getting into the whole Acid thing because it's not fun.
What do you mean?
Okay.
He's an asshole. He is an asshole.
Okay, so whenever I first got into chat, he was rude as fuck to me. He changes his name every other day to something, or every single day to something different. He calls you names. I've never seen him nice to any single person.
Is he the guy who's like always like
He was
seems like he's following you kind of like, and he knows about you, but it's always like a different account will come up and be talking about you and shit. Is that him?
Yeah, but once you know him, you kind of get a feel for who he is, regardless of his name.
He's not who we call Raw in that chat, though.
Okay, well that's fine, Max. I'm sure that he's nice to some people. Well, you're one of the only people, so good for you. Whatever. I don't give a shit.
Wait,
but
Melody,
he's rude to other people all of the time.
Melody, you sure it's him or it's not Pooh? Because Pooh makes up all these fucking clones.
Oh no. There's
no, it's not him.
They are completely different. So Pooba and Acid, no, I can tell the difference. Pooba and I actually, I get along with him. He's a dick, but
he's nowhere better than
you can kind of just yeah, and I know he changes up his name sometimes, and he's a dick, but I don't know. I think he's kind of funny. But Acid, he changes his name constantly, but he's very rude to people, and I'm not as good as Emily was with knowing like the difference between like different accounts. She was always really, really good at telling me like, hey Melody, no, that's not that person, it's this person.
I got a good one.
I can't keep up with that bullshit.
Yeah, I have a tough time keeping up with all of it. But what are you guys' thoughts on Starshine? What do you know about this person?
I'm glad you brought it up.
Don't even get me fucking started.
I think we need to talk about Starshine a little. What's going on there?
Don't even get me fucking started.
Well,
Starshine's female, so therefore I like her.
She's disgusting.
There's that. But like, I don't know. She seems like it's hard to figure out what's going on.
She's gone through so many goddamn men. I mean, she is a manipulative. She's really smart whenever it comes to manipulation. I will tell you that.
She's a man eater. She'll chew a man up and spit him out.
That's a very good sign. Yes, that's a very good action word to say about her. Is that she is extremely good at just crunching on men, and I don't know how she does.
Do we know that she's
like
real? Have you guys had conversations with her?
She is a real person.
Yeah. Well, I've chatted with her, and she finally started, I think, chatting on people through Google Chats, and I think through Google Chats she started talking to people.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, I could tell you 7 people that she's gone through. I mean, off the bat, like on chat.
Do you mean like chat relationships, or do you mean like actual like?
Chat relationships.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of them.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're the 8th.
I'm from way back in the day, but Star and I still talk. Actually, I don't have anything wrong with her.
Yeah, she thinks you're cool because one time I barely chat with her, but I think who's the other guy? You're Meatbot, right?
Yes, I'm Meatbot.
Who's the other Meat something?
No, it's all me. There's a meat pole. Meat pole.
There's Meat Pole. No, you're Meatbot. You're a different person than
Yeah.
Meat Pole.
Meat pole
Right, Meat
was a
Pole's
guy
the
who
older
came
guy.
up and started making fun of me. Like Meat pole didn't exist until a little after Meatbot, and that's somebody who was just trolling me.
Yeah, well, he catfished me.
Okay. How so? What do you mean?
He led me on.
Oh shit.
Me, it's no big deal. I get catfished a lot.
I mean, yeah, you'd think that sort of stuff would happen from YouTube chats. That's part of why I try not to take them terribly
It's not
seriously.
fucking funny.
I don't like it.
I question the kind of man that masquerades as a woman, and then when a man like
Strange.
me says, when a man like me asks about her her whatever her undergarments, plays along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she messed with you too, ZW? Zwirl? Yep. See, I told you. So
Star, I'm gonna tell you this though.
I've got more
Oh,
like
I don't know.
Star.
I don't have any problems with Star. She continues to be nice to me. I don't know.
But okay,
I
so,
would say
so
the
Meatbot-
same.
so-
I would
so
say
she
the
messed
same,
with you
Meat.
too?
Yeah, I find Star likes me and Andy pretty well.
But did she try
She
to get
knows.
with
She
you?
knows. She entertains me. I know. I don't like.
But for like
I
relationships.
don't simp, so to speak.
Sorry, what's Melody trying to say?
Oh, Meatbot, I was just asking, like, as far as relationship status, did she try to, was she trying to be romantic with you?
Oh yeah, her and I continue to be romantic for years. now.
Oh, see, there's another one. Okay.
Me, hey, me. Look, all I know. One time I was chatting to her about she said you were cool. But as long as you know, what you're doing, you're a grown man.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
pursuing her. She likes me. She's just somebody that I chat with, and yeah, she seems to care about me. I don't know.
Okay, so
Well-
Zwirl, so she's trying to be romantic with you as well.
I mean,
Oh,
I guess you could
Invader.
maybe say that. I don't know. She's just caring about me. I don't know. Unless maybe it's a disingenuous front. Who knows? But
Yeah,
I don't know. From my
Melody.
experience, she seems nice to me. She's supportive with me. She's helped me get sober. Yeah.
Oh, that's good, dude. Because she was on the sauce. That's good. Y'all got
Yeah.
sober together.
Yeah, we
Awesome,
did. We
man.
helped each other get sober. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Well, that's actually a good thing. That's the first good thing that I've ever heard about her.
Now,
That's cool.
she also is friends with Acid.
she's not.
Or at least she was.
What was
No,
that,
I
Andy?
will never forgive that girl.
She was
ever.
friends with Acid.
Okay.
She's
Yeah,
friends
yeah.
with who?
Well, she is friends with
Acid.
Acid. Yeah, so that brought me into the had
No,
anybody
she's-
encountered actual Starshine, like had talked to her, just so that we know that she's not Acid.
Oh, Acid.
No, I know she's all sweet now that she's sober, but I know that she's still the same person down deep and like in her heart, and she's a nasty soul.
No,
So
let me tell you something.
I don't have
I
anything.
hope so.
Let me tell you something. She does agree. When Unruly was fucking going off on me, calling me all these names and this and that, she did kind of like agree with Unruly. You know what I mean? Like she's
I've
That ain't
seen her
cool.
go
I would
both ways
never
on you,
trust
Angela.
that
I've
bitch.
seen her kind of agree with some of the trolling, and then I've also seen her be nice to you. So I don't know.
yeah. But I mean,
I would never know. After what I've seen her do to other people, no.
What do you
I
mean?
don't
What do you
care. I
mean?
don't care if she's sober or if she's drinking. She's still the same person underneath.
Well, I'm curious what you've seen her do. Not that I'm doubting you. I just would like to know.
I'm not it's not for me to say
Okay.
because this was a couple of years ago, and
Right.
but I know I've got all the information. I know what happened, but I am not going to air it here because I
I respect
trust
that.
me. I know what that person is capable of, and she is very disturbing.
Well, I'm not gonna lie that there's a reason why I've kept my guard up with her, though I've been, been
You
friendly
should.
and whatnot. There's a reason why I keep my guard up. Yeah.
Because if you get sucked in, she'll, I've seen her do it. Like when a guy starts liking her, bam, she'll whip the rug out from under her.
I think
You
she
know,
liked me because I haven't given into that, and it's been years now, and I haven't made any actual passes. I've joked around in chat, but I haven't pursued her or tried to do anything. She used to talk about wanting to come and see me, and I've kind of pushed it off.
Right.
She didn't
Well,
like that I
well,
got a serious girlfriend. That seemed to irritate her at one point.
right, me. And I would say the same
There
about
you
myself to
go.
a certain extent. I don't come on to her. Now,
Right.
the pictures I've seen of her, I like, I'll goof around with her
She's
sometimes
beautiful,
about,
yeah.
I'll goof around with her sometimes about clothing, but I'm very lighthearted with her. I don't want to, whatever, I mean,
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't
good way to
know.
be.
But okay, but me, you just said that she got upset because you ended up getting like a serious girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, well there you go. There is the manipulation portion of her.
Ah,
I mean, yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I think part of her does probably want to be with me and doesn't want to see that
Mm-hmm.
opportunity be gone.
Yep,
yeah, well,
absolutely. I told you
there's
that is that girl.
there's being idyllic and there's being realistic,
Right. Yeah.
And Vader just said that she tried to get with him too.
Whatever. I'm more than likely Vader was simping. How about that, Vader?
Yeah, Vader's a simp.
No,
Well,
but I'm
yeah,
more
a lot of
like
people.
saying,
Vader's.
if you're
I don't
gonna,
know. Vader's kind of weird.
if you're
Well,
gonna
Well,
fucking,
I could be okay with Vader. Vader chose to attack me, so fuck him.
Sorry, what was Angela trying to say?
no, thank you. I'm just saying, if I'm talking on the chat and I am blocking Ruli, right? And he's fucking saying all these horrible things about me, like things that aren't true. Like my ex-boyfriend used to beat me. He didn't beat me. But just horrible things that he's saying, horrible lies. And you're defending him and you're saying he's telling the truth. Oh, Angela, what are you doing lying about Unruly? I'm saying, how dare you fucking say that? Like you don't know the story. You're going by what Unruly says because why? Because Unruly's been here longer than I've been here.
Yeah, I think Star definitely goes by longevity and seniority in the chat. That's important to her. And guys got to consider the cryo chat had been going on for a really long time.
Right. I know Star, I had lost track of her till we shut down, and then I rediscovered her in Blade Runner. I was glad to see her.
Everybody,
We're actually probably even better friends now. I mean, we actually chat, whatever,
yeah, we're having more engaging conversations in Blade Runner than we
Yeah.
used to in Cryo. Cryo was always all mysterious and weird. Yeah. And I remember when I went to Blade Runner after Cryo shut down, I mean, I've said this in chat a few times. There was nobody in that Blade Runner chat. And then the whole Cryo went to there, and then Facnomental people started coming. But
listen to this real quick, Meat.
Yep.
So I've been knowing Star pretty much from the beginning, I guess, whatever. But one time, years and years ago, she was talking about, I don't know, stabbing somebody or something.
yes,
Star.
that's where she goes by Stabitha sometimes. Yep.
Yeah. So I asked her one time, I'm like, Star, do you like switchblades? And she's like, yes, Andy. And from there on out, I never looked back. I like the chick. I'm sorry.
You know she talks about sleeping with a gun under a pillow or under a bed or some shit like that,
I love, that's like I tell her, I love gun girl. I used to mess with her one time about having a thigh holster under her sundress.
No, let me tell you something. That shit that she talks about, that's like me when I was 19 and I was on all kinds of not drugs, but alcohol and Xanax and all that. You know what I'm talking
You
about?
a party chick.
I was a party chick, but back in my not even my 20s, man. Like 19 years old, 20 years old, 20s, 20 years old, like That's how I acted. That's how I acted towards people. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, she says that she has that she didn't have her father around and whatnot, and that she's had a hard time kind of growing up. No, I mean that's just what she said, and from what I know of her, I think I might know her better than the rest of you. Just from
Yeah,
like,
she's had like some boyfriend abuse, getting shoved down the stairs,
yeah,
which
she's been beat up real bad.
of course, people make fun of her. Ah, a star got knocked down the stairs. I'm gonna slap you, bitch. I'm gonna knock you down the stairs. People are fucking vicious, man.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't give a fuck
One
if she
little
said
person.
based on what I said on this chat, because you know what, she makes passive aggressive comments at me, so I don't give a fuck.
She does. You guys seem to maybe quarrel a little bit, but I think that's kind of natural for women in a group chat like
Yeah.
that. That just happens. But yeah, Star is
does.
dominant.
It does.
Star is dominant and territorial. I'll say that.
There you go, dominant. Yeah, she ain't
Yeah,
looking for no
yeah.
beta male. I can promise you that. No beta boys gonna.
No.
She's not interested in no beta boy. I guarantee
And that's
that.
why she's kind of vicious with the women too. Is she just has that personality.
But hey, do y'all what's his name? Celtic Warrior, who is another one of my biggest enemies. He was manipulating
I'll tell you
Star.
why
He was
she hated
trying to
me. I'll tell you
huh?
exactly why she fucking hated me is because I was friends with the two people that were on chat that she was friends with, and so she got jealous.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how it is, but from what I saw,
Oh, I know.
there's chicks, I used to call you Queen Melody the
I could
first,
tell.
there is a bit of a competition, it's like,
And
chicks
I
want to be
tried
the
to be
top
friends with
dog.
her, and she never accepted it. She never accepted my friendship because I was so sweet to her, and she was just ruthless.
So Star rejected your friendship. You're saying?
Yeah, for like years. Like she
Hmm.
was just nasty to
I've
me.
noticed she doesn't
You were,
seem to have a lot of female friends. She doesn't seem
She
to
was
be
you
there
were
to
the new
chat.
chick on the block.
no, and I would talk to her like really nice, and I would, if she got hurt or she didn't know where to drive or whatnot, I would talk to her nicely. I mean, sometimes I would get pissy with her just because she was being weird, but for the most part, I was really nice to her, and she was awful to me.
I'm
She
sorry
was
to hear that.
always awful. And
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
yeah,
I
she
am
was
sorry
just
to hear that.
no,
Yeah.
she was just cruel.
Stars come
But
at me, I think, twice about stars come at me about my friendship or interaction with Hype. That's the only thing she's ever said, and I didn't respond, because think what you want.
oh yeah, well,
Hypa, I've seen Hypa say some really fucking the most offensive stuff I've ever seen in chats.
She's a
oh
whack
yeah,
job. She cut her cock off.
I mean, in the stuff she
Alright.
said about like, I know you don't want to go in this way about juice supremacy and that they should rule the world and
oh,
take everybody out.
Hypa hated me too. Hypa hated me.
Yeah, Hypa's. I've just seen so much really nasty stuff from that person.
But I don't know for some reason, but we ended up coming to like a resolution together, and now we're friends.
Where does that Hypa person come from? Like what chat?
She was from Fact Nominal. Like
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, I consider her my chat girlfriend. And our friend, she's known on several, in several chat groups. But yeah, my chat girlfriend's a tranny. What can I say?
I mean, so long as you're
Yeah.
comfortable with it, teach their own.
I
Thank you.
like Hypa. We don't so she likes to go off on these tangents about historical and religious stuff. And I
Yes.
just kind of I don't know. I don't even know. I just kind of ignore, but I know that Andy and her they kind of have they have this understanding like about music, and they like to talk music together.
Right.
Yeah.
but I talk a lot of sexual innuendo with her. Hype is a good straight man. Hype is, she tolerates me, you know. And she's like a good straight man, so to speak. Like, you know, she'll like tolerate my stupid comments, you know. But there's a lot of sexual innuendo. But you know, I don't say. I try. Like I told Meat earlier, I'm an honest dude, you know. I mean, I might ask her what color panties she has on, or make sure she washes her stuff real good, or whatever, you know. But that's just how I am, you know. She's a friend now, because you know I only talk that way, semi-vulgar, with people I like that are female. I don't, you know.
Right.
I
Yeah.
would with Angela, but Angela's too young. I would otherwise.
No,
She's
no, no, no.
she's calmed down a lot too, because I had heard that, because like whenever I first got onto chat, yeah, she was like very like up in arms about everybody, like saying you're transphobic, and I said no, I'm not, and everybody, she didn't like anybody, but she kind of got calmed down like over time. And I know a lot of people say
Shit,
like,
you should
oh,
have saw.
She's
You should have
she's kind of
saw
one of
her.
the people. Sorry to, I want to let Angela
No,
speak.
no,
She's
no,
kind of
go
one of the
ahead.
people
No,
that like tried to buck me out of Blade Runner chat, and I just did not like it. I fucking put her in her place.
I understand
Good.
that.
Okay. I just
Yeah,
want to say one
no,
thing.
I get that.
Shut up, Max. Shut up.
What's she saying?
All I
What's
wanna say-
I don't
Max
know. Max
saying?
is kind of.
I don't know. She's just annoying me. Just shut up.
I think she's annoying me too. I'm about to bring.
Well, look, this is what I have to say
Yeah.
about Max. Max promotes incest, and
She's like,
there
oh
it
my
is.
god,
There's the story.
Star is like
Just
the
behave,
best
Max.
person
Try to behave.
ever. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna put like Pooh. Pooh is a wimp, and Home sucks, and blah blah blah. Like, fuck off.
What is she saying?
I don't know. She's being a dick.
I don't know.
Is Max being a weirdo right now?
Ooh,
It's not that
Star?
serious,
I just
But-
unblocked her, and now she's like, oh my
But-
god, yeah, Pooh sucks, and Home sucks, and Home is a friend of mine. Pooh,
Oh.
whatever. I can
Max
I
is
can deal
strongly
with him.
opinionated. I can tell that.
Mm,
and then
Max,
she's like, oh,
you're
Star
mean, Max.
is
You're
the
a
biggest
mean
sweetheart.
person.
And
nah,
it's like, no, fuck you. No.
nah, you know what it is? Every now and then she's nice, okay, but you gotta just every now and then you gotta like unleash it and say shut the fuck up. That's what you gotta
Who,
do.
the Hype or Star?
No,
Max,
no,
I think,
Max
right?
memes.
Yeah.
Oh, the Max. Max is. I don't know. To me, I look at things kind of at levels. Like Acid, Ruley, those are trolls. Max is not a troll, you know, to me. Even if she might consider herself. Acid's fucking vicious, you know. Max is just some goofy fat chick.
He is.
Yeah, I
So,
called her fat.
Yeah.
I called her fat because of the things
I
she
kind of
says to me.
I agree with Andy on this one a bit. That's how I see Max as well.
She got mad because let me tell you something. She commented. I'm gonna tell you something. She commented on my fucking thing. I don't remember what it was. It was "I'm proud of you" post or something like that. She commented, and let me tell you what, that was fucking her. Look at the fucking comment and tell me that's not fucking her.
Which
Based on
video?
what? It's called "I'm proud of you."
Okay.
Okay.
wait, where?
I can't
What do
see the
On my
chat.
channel. On my channel, it's called "I'm proud of you" for not tearing up cities, for not doing this and that. I swear to God, that's her because of what I heard from her. It sounds like her, and it's exactly what I pictured her in my head. And if it's not, I'm sorry.
So where are you talking about, Ann?
Which video was it again? Sorry.
It's my video. It's on my channel. It's called "I'm proud of you,"
Okay.
And somebody left a comment.
You
and it
think
looks
it's
exactly like what I pictured Max memes looks like in my head. And I swear it's Max memes.
See, I see Max around these different panels. She's always lurking around on the panels, but I've never seen her on one.
Is it the one where she's the person saying, "Are we pretending January 6th didn't happen?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you think that looks like her?
That definitely it has Max vibes on that. You're not wrong.
Yes.
Wait, which
I'm
one?
not-
Which one, Ange? I'm on your channel.
Can you put it on the screen?
I don't know how. I wish I did. Let me see. Banners.
What was it called again?
I'm proud of you.
Yes, I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Okay, all right.
Let me see. If,
Angela, if you're going to be a streamer, you need to get these skills polished.
it's not that. It's just that the ones that it's gotta cost like $400 a year. You understand?
No, I don't know how this shit works. I just see other streamers like they flash through photos like crazy.
Yeah, because it costs $400 a year. Because
Is
they
it-
make money.
Oh, it's money.
They make money. They spend money because they make money. Okay.
Is it the one? Is
Angela.
it the one that's Ange? Is it the one that says we all proud of you, losers?
No. It's the one that says we all know that January 6th happened or
The
something like
bottom
that.
one.
We are
That doesn't-
pretending January 6th didn't happen.
Tell me that does not sound like what Max. Tell me that does not look like what Max sounds like. Right?
I don't know because I've had her blocked for so long.
Okay.
Oh
Is it
shit, I'm blocked.
Charo Frog. Charo Frog is the name of the account. Or
I've
the
never heard of
screen
that
name.
account.
Does anybody know how?
Are we pretending January 6th?
Oh.
Well,
Okay,
January
good,
6th
no
did
brand.
happen.
Yeah,
but-
it did happen. But okay, but that wasn't my whole. Hold on, I have a overlay.
I saw something come up. You did something.
I don't know that that's like that bad of a comment.
No, it's not a better comment. It's just that I'm saying that I think it's her that's commenting. That's what I'm saying. I think that's
But you just
her.
changed the screen, I can see too.
Do you see a difference in the screen that I'm having right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the bottom right it says StreamYard live show, and
I just don't see
Yeah.
like why that comment is that big of a deal.
No, it's not a big deal. But I'm just saying that was her that commented
She thinks that it
was
might have been Max, is what it is. That's all.
in disguise.
Okay.
Melody, can you read it? Is it short?
Yeah, it just says something about January 6th, but I don't know even
Well,
if
no, can you read it?
well,
I'm sure it's negative. I mean, I know
No,
Max.
I
would
didn't
be
think
negative.
I didn't think that it was negative at all. I thought it was
It was what? She's saying, are we pretending that January 6th didn't happen? And it just has like a laughing emoji.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
think that
Well,
that's that big of a deal.
well,
No, it's not. But I just thought it was her pretending to be anonymous. You know what I mean? Pretending to be somebody
she
else.
loves. That's her thing, trolling conservatives. You know, she loves trolling
Yeah,
conservative
she
values.
hates the conservatives.
Okay, here's the thing that I have that overlay on the bottom of my screen, but it says I have to update my thing to pay $400, $439
Jeez, wow.
to get something on my screen.
So let me ask you this, Angela, because I heard another streamer talking about it. Something to the effect that when you're backstage, you can
Uh-huh.
change your icon and put a photo in, like I guess from your gallery or something.
Yeah, that's what I have. Look,
You've heard of that? Oh, okay,
This.
cool.
yeah, this.
But there's people like there's these assholes like that asshole Gotti. I think Melody knows what I'm talking about. You know, he puts up people's picture and laughs at them. Oh, look at Andy, he looks like a fucking faggot, you know, and they'll sit there and laugh, put a picture up and laugh at people.
I think that they have two cameras going at once.
Wait, who?
Oh,
Hmm.
I think Acid does that. I think Acid has two cameras at once. So, Angela, you don't go to Acid stream?
I do.
Oh,
I
okay.
never go there. I mean, I've got
Angela.
him.
Angela, he's vicious to me. He calls me horrible, horrible names.
So why do you go there?
Because
Don't
I
go
go
there.
into the lion's den. I don't run. I
never
go
go
at
there.
it. It's a war thing. I don't run from my attacker. I meet him in his territory.
All right,
But
good.
Acid, look, just like tonight, I'm glad he was. You know, we can be civil. You know,
Yeah, I like
we've
that
done
way.
it
I
other
like that way
places.
of looking at it, Andy. It's a good way to look at it. Keeps
I
your
I
sword
never
sharp.
I don't go to his stream because it seems like all that happens is yelling, and I don't want to yell all the time.
No, I don't either. I've learned that because, you know, I mean, look, Melody, you know I'm conservative, so that's like in
Yeah.
JC's chat. In JC's chat, do you know a guy named Neem? Her boyfriend Neem?
Wait, who?
Neem, Neem. He lives in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah, I do. He seems like a nice
He's
person.
always bad mouthing America in particular, or bad mouthing America, and then
Oh, yeah?
conservatives in particular. Oh yeah.
Well, okay. And so 2 days ago was the first time that I had gone there in probably over a month and a half because
Right.
I went in there and I went on her panel and
You
I
talking
told
about the
everybody
Dante incident?
that Dante was a fucking pedo and he tried
Right.
to do everything with Emily's kid and everything. So I've stayed away from that channel. I have not gone in. I don't have anything to do with it. I haven't since that happened because
Melody,
mean,
I'm glad
I
you came
yelled.
back. I was
It was,
glad you came back.
but so I only went there like 2 days ago, and because I mean I did. I mean I yelled it out, and then 2 days and then yesterday I was on there and Dante was there, and I didn't say anything on panel, but I went after that motherfucker, and I told him exactly
Yeah.
what he fucking did again. And
Well, that's good. That's
I think
good you
you were
didn't
on
go
there.
off on panel at least. I
I
just
wasn't
ignored
on
a
panel.
little bit.
I wasn't on panel, but I went after him again. And so like on chat, and I said, "No, look, I know exactly what the fuck you did." And I think that you saw me on there.
Yeah.
But
Like I said, I
I'm
was
just
glad to see you.
I'm so sick of the issue. I don't want to relive it. Like we know what he did. We fucking know that he was
Don't
trying
be
to
so
groom
emotional,
a
baby.
14-year-old
Don't,
little
Melody.
child.
Don't do this to yourself. It's over with. You can't do anything. I know how you feel, but I'm just telling you, they love him over there. I mean, believe me, we both got in trouble because they defended him. And
I
believe me,
know,
people know.
and
Huh?
it fucking
what are you-
pisses me off.
Wait, who? Wait, what are you talking about?
Everybody like over
Did you know
and
Dante? Did you know Dante, Angela?
No, I don't.
I don't know Dante either. No.
So y'all don't know what the incident when he was grooming Emily's daughter.
all
And
I
I
know
witnessed this
he
shit
was like
firsthand.
14.
I think I heard about it in chat come up, but I don't know anything
And
about it.
nobody fucking believes me, but it fucking happened.
I believe you. I believe you.
Yeah.
And
And
a
I'm a
lot
man
of
of
people,
truth.
even on like Fact Nominal, I mean, the people that have gone over to Blade Runner, they won't even say that what happened was true. And I saw it, and Bianca even said it, and that he was
There's
grooming
a
this
handful
little
of people
girl.
that know. Home knows. Stewie knows. I guess Bianca. I know. I
But
witnessed it. Yeah.
nobody knows any of these people, and so. but I put myself out there, and I probably shouldn't have. And so I stayed away from everyone, everything for like over a month. And home fucking hates me now. I don't know why, but he told me
That's
that
because I know why. I know why he doesn't
he
like you, because
fucking
you
hates
showed
me.
your ass. You showed your ass off, and I think that rubbed him the wrong way.
No, he told me this like on Thanksgiving, and he told me that he would never talk to me again. Um,
Did he say why?
he just told me that my integrity, like it was off, and
It's because you showed your beautiful ass on camera.
no, it was after that.
Okay. You're right. I said
But
it enough.
he's like, but we've always talked to each other, and he's like one of my best chatter friends. So
I'm sorry, Melody. I really don't know who that
but
is.
that Dante person, but
Well,
I
he
said
ran
something
away.
again,
He ran,
like,
and guess what? Guess who showed up over there? The old space people. He didn't run far enough. He hid for a couple years.
Yeah.
That's where Celtic ran off and hid too. But you know, it's
well,
funny how all of a sudden the space
I
jet
have
people have wandered into their new home.
I have, yeah, Celtic. No, he is. I have him blocked. Yeah, he's done. Because he also went against me whenever Bianca did, and she started telling me that I was a piece of shit. And then he just compounded it, and he started calling me slow and stupid and everything. And so
Well, you
I
didn't
got
play his
sick of it.
game. You didn't play his game. You have to be in his harem. That's the way he sees it.
Oh, he hated me for a while too. Just because I responded to, and this is what I'm talking about. There's a difference between talking to and responding to. Just an innocent response to, I think it was either home aerobics or poo or something like that. They asked me a question and I said, yeah. Simple. I said, yeah. And they fucking went nuts on
You're
me.
on the wrong side, Angela.
But they went nuts on me just for answering a question. Yes or no question.
Angela, let me ask you this. Did Celtic Warrior ever ask you to block me?
No. No, he didn't.
Oh, good.
No, he never did. But he got mad at me for talking to home and text.
I always fight with this Celtic Warrior guy. He and I always butt heads.
He's manipulative and he's a liar.
I know.
He's a liar because he talks about winning. He bought some belts off of eBay and says he collects authentic boxing belt and that he won one. It's off of eBay. I saw it. It's a joke.
I know, yeah, and I saw the photo too, and it's the biggest bunch of bullshit. It's all, yeah, like you said, it's stuff that he got off of
Hey,
eBay.
Guitar Jay.
Hey.
Yep.
See, I like Jay. Jay stays pretty neutral. He enjoys talking to people, and you know, he's just good with everybody. I like people like that. There's several of them.
Yeah. I just feel like there's so many people that are like, oh, don't talk to him, don't talk to her because I said so. But it's a difference between.
That's the thing that it was so convoluted, and is that for some reason it was okay. I can talk to this person. So like for instance, Celtic, he could talk to Emily even though she would talk to like Home and Zane, but Celtic would not talk to me because I talked to the same people. So it didn't make any sense because it's like, why can I not talk to the people?
Because he wants a little harem. He can do what he wants, but you're part of his little harem.
But
you know.
And that's how Tex was too. Like so he would talk to Emily, and she would talk to the same people that I would talk to, but for some reason I would get called like a complete bitch and I'm a horrible person and I suck. But then the other person he draws a picture for and he tries to ask for their mailing address and sends that to them.
Ooh, Tex, right?
Well,
Tex.
Yeah, I was gonna ask
Well-
what you guys think about Tex.
Oh my
don't
God,
like Tex.
he's fucking insane.
I don't like Tex.
I don't
Why
like
don't I like
Matt.
Tex? Because
I don't like him anymore, but he used to be normal. A
Yeah.
couple years ago, he was a pretty normal guy, and he's actually pretty smart. But
Actually-
something happened a few
Yeah,
years
he's
ago.
changed a lot. I agree.
He has changed. Like I said,
Well,
I actually kind of liked him.
I think
No.
we're supposed to be friends now, but I never know with him. He
man.
changes.
No, he's like he comes in and out. Like he tricked unknown.
He's a manipulator.
You know Unknown Friends? You know that
Yeah.
guy Unknown Friends?
Mhm.
He tricked him. He was like, "Oh, such a good guy to him," and I told him, like he was telling Unknown Friend, "I'm racist. I'm this and that," and Unknown
Oh yeah.
asked me, "Are you racist?" And I'm like, "No, Tex says that to people because Tex is crazy," and he goes, "Oh, but Tex is an exemplary citizen." This or that, or some crazy shit
Tex is
like
a
that.
piece of shit.
No, let me tell you something. My last boyfriend was from we grew up together. We were in the same class, but he's from descent, he's Nicaraguan.
Mhm.
Okay.
Cool.
So my last boyfriend was Spanish. I have no problem with Spanish people.
Right.
My cousin married an Ecuadorian man and had 2 babies with him. I have no problem with Spanish people. So what I'm saying,
Angela, I like all colors.
it's not even that. It's a yeah, Nicaragua. Look, it's not that. It's just that I'm saying, like, I don't have a particular bias towards certain people. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
here you are.
Well, yeah, and so
So what?
On
You
the same
know,
note-
I mean, that's great. I mean, you know, he was Nicaraguan. Great.
No, but I'm saying I don't have a particular bias because when I said that, because he said you have a problem with Spanish people, and I said my ex-boyfriend was Nicaraguan. He said, "Well, what does that have to do with me?"
Right.
My point is, you
Angela,
brought race up to begin
that
with.
is no bearing.
Angela, I've learned with these people, there's never a good
Yeah.
enough answer. Oh, you like Nicaraguans? Well, do you like Texans? It's never, you're not going to win with these people. They're mentally twisted.
Yeah.
Well, and I said so many different times because I've been to Mexico a couple of different times to different areas, and I've always said that I love Mexico and the people there.
That
Whenever I
makes
went
you
there,
racist if you
the
love
people.
Mexico.
I love the people there, and then he called me racist, and I'm like,
Nah, he's
dude,
gonna call
Oh,
everybody.
no, you
I
can't drink a
just said that I
margarita. That's
love
racist.
Mexican people.
Nah, he's gonna call everybody.
Well, you know, Melody, you know, I hate to say it, that's part of progressivism. That's what it does to people. I mean, if I want to wear a sombrero and a fucking fake mustache, I'm going to do it. And there's no reason I shouldn't be able to.
As long as you do it in good faith, not to make fun of,
Well, of course.
not to
Well,
make
of
fun of
course.
people. If you're doing it to be in good faith and to say that you're trying to be in
No, I'm not that. No, of course not, Angela.
Yeah, he called everybody. I think everybody was racist. Oh, okay. So one of the last things that he said was that so he was keeping a frog and I told him he had a frog in a jar and I'm like, dude, you need to let that frog like out of the jar and just let it go free. Because he said, "Oh, I was trying to keep it from getting eaten by a snake." And I said, "Then go let it
That's
out, like
mental.
on the
Not
other
even
side of the place."
That's
And
mentally
then
ill.
and then I said, "That's wrong to keep a frog inside of a glass jar." I said, go let it free. And then he said, oh, you're racist.
He's crazy. Nah, he's crazy. Forget about sex. Let's stop talking about. He's
Yeah,
crazy.
Let
sex
me
is a
ask,
bad topic.
Nah, he's just crazy.
hey,
He's
me, let me ask you real quick. How tall are you?
I'm
How
6
tall are you?
foot tall.
Okay, cool.
I'm
Just
6
before
foot,
I start ragging on
260.
people. Yeah. So some of these people, including like text, they're short of stature. And I
Yeah.
think there's a good handful of these people in chat. And it really bugs some people. Like Melody, do you know who Otto is?
Oh yeah, fire.
He's
Oh,
5'1".
yeah.
And guess what?
Yeah, he's fucking insane.
I've noticed a
And
lot of
guess
the
what?
smaller males seem to have like Napoleonic inferiority
Yeah,
complexes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
He lives in
Fire
Canada.
is 5'1". 5'1" man. That's got to be a rough life. I'm just gonna say it has to be rough. Because you know
Yeah.
what? Chicks are ignoring him. I don't care what. Oh, I like short men. Bull fucking shit. You know.
Right.
Well, whatever.
No, I
It
hear
has
that.
to be
But
a tough. It has to be a tough life.
Let me tell
Yeah.
you something. My ex-boyfriend that was verbally abusive, not physically abusive. Like Ruli says, he was physically abusive. He's not. He verbally abusive. He used to tell me, "Oh, I used to have a Napoleon complex because I'm short." And I'm like, he used to tell me, I was a megalomaniac at one time. I was a narcissist at one time. I'm like, motherfucker, you're still a narcissist. You're still a megalomaniac. You still have a Napoleon complex. Okay?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't surprise me then if he was verbally abusive.
Yeah,
Was he short?
he was kind of short. He was kind of short. He was a
Well,
little bit taller than me. He was like 2 inches taller than me. And I'm like 5'2".
Well, that's fine. And of course, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. And I already forgot why I brought this up. But back to like Fire, he's 5'1". He is mean. He's mean to women.
Asshole.
He says vicious things to women, things that I would never say to a woman.
Well, and most people in the chats, I mean the people that hold the chats, they end up having to mute him because he will not stop chattering. It's just like blah 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 blah. He won't shut up.
Who?
Oh, the auto person.
Oh, who's the Odyssey?
You probably no.
No.
His name- some Spanish guy.
Odyssey is awesome. Odyssey is
Yeah.
awesome. No, not him at all. No. His name is
Leslie's
Otto.
okay with me. We don't chat.
It's OTTO. And then sometimes he's called Fire. But no, not Odyssey. Odyssey is our friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, he did get arrested. He's out now.
Who's arrested?
Otto got arrested on the street. He was out in front, he was in front of some theater to get Wi-Fi. So he's on panel screaming at, JC, I'm gonna da-da-do-da-da-da-da. He's very vulgar. JC, I'm gonna da-da-da-da-da-da-do, So it's like he's out there, saying vulgar shit out into the open air is what it looks like, I guess, Man, what's this guy? He's talking about banging some chick, he's screaming about doing vulgar things to a woman, to nobody.
out in public, yeah, not a good idea.
Yeah, so, the police got involved. He went to jail.
Oh my God. So he did go to jail? And he got...
Yeah, if you go over there, this is going to be around the chat world here for a while. It was a pretty infamous incident.
Well, and
Holy shit. Guitar Jay says he got tackled by a cop.
Yeah.
Wow.
He got tackled by
So
a cop.
Melody, have you ever gone to this JC person's chat?
I've
Not
been
Melody, I
invited.
meant
I've been
Angela.
invited to JC. I know you were asking Melody, but I've never been there.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I meant Angela.
Wait,
Who
what?
invited you, me?
What?
I can't remember honestly. It was several years ago, bud.
Angela, have you ever gone to JC's live stream?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, it's
Yes.
pretty cool, you know.
Yeah,
You know,
she's
Melody will
she's
take
cool
you there.
shit.
Melody's the one that drugged me into all this bullshit.
Yeah, she's actually she's a cool chica.
Who?
JC.
JC, she's an older Canadian lady, you know, and
She's not.
Oh,
she's kind
she
of no
blocked.
nonsense.
Yes. she
Like
blocked-
she'll chew you out one day, then you can go back the next day, and it'll be cool.
Nah,
She
blocked-
usually has like 50, 60 watchers.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh look! Hey, look! Hey, guess who's here? I know. That's what
Oh,
I said.
JC's
I was-
in the chat.
Oh.
That's what I just said. Fucking don't call her old. She's not fucking old.
Yo, JC.
I didn't call her older. I said she's an older chick, like I'm an older guy.
Nah, I thought you was talking about JC, like J dot C
Oh.
dot.
She knows I like her.
Hey, JC, what's going on, girl?
If it's her, she might be getting. I don't know if it's really her,
Not
Okay,
public.
well, I can't
Or-
check.
or it might be Vader.
Could be acid even. You never know.
Well, I can't check. I used to cut. Hold on, let me check. Let me see.
I
If
mean, typically JC's streaming right now.
Oh yeah, it's well. Gotti is here. Who does-
Although Max is trying to troll.
yeah, that's
See, there you go.
that's Gotti.
And see, that's one thing.
Yeah.
It's just
Gotti's
like what
trying to
Max
bash me.
did. You see, like, oh, I confuse him. I win. Ha, ha, ha. I'm such a great troll. I made him stop and put focus on me. You
No,
fucking
I just-
fat idiot.
I just checked. That's definitely JC.
Okay,
That's-
cool.
Oh, then, hey, JC, baby. Oh, she gets mad if I call her baby. Hey, JC.
Who's JT?
Oh, my God. They all coming in a pack.
JT is a bad one. JT tries to pretend like he's like the counselor to everyone, even though he's like 22 or something like that.
Hmm.
He's like-
Don't you
he's
love
like-
that?
Melody.
Those young kids
You
that come
said
in and know
Melody.
everything.
You said Melody dresses like a whore, but doesn't. But she's not a whore. She just dresses like a whore.
Yeah,
Something like
he's the resident Dr. Phil.
Who's
Nice.
Littlefoot?
That's I call her puppy stuff. Damn, somebody shit. I don't know, man. They come in a pack. She's some chick from Atlanta telling me to shut up. You be quiet, puppy stuff. Angela, I'll give you a
Yeah.
couple of guesses. Why do you think I call her puppy stuff?
Because she's fat.
Nope.
Why?
3 guesses.
Okay, 3
You
guesses.
can,
Puffy
Yeah.
stuff.
any,
Puffy. She's inflamed. She's got a rash.
all right, good
That's
enough.
funny.
Anyway. But man, I can't believe they're coming over here. Puffy Stuff's in love with JT. Well, really, she's in love with Vader.
I'm just wondering, like, whenever Gotti's gonna eat up his Cabbage Patch Kid underneath of his mattress.
Yeah, Puffy doesn't like Melody.
I don't
think
think
maybe
he's
Is
gonna
Melody.
Puffy
I
Littlefoot
think
or who's Puffy
snip it
stuff?
first.
Yeah, she's Littlefoot.
gonna-
She
Okay.
changes names so much. Yeah, she's CB. She's just some chick from Atlanta. I call her Puffy Stuff because a physical characteristic her and I discussed one time.
Gotcha. Oh, where'd Melody go?
Oh shit, she dropped out. Hold on, she's coming back in.
Oh, how's the fuck?
There you
Yeah,
are.
something
Hey,
happened.
what's up? Where'd you go? You left.
I don't know. I think something happened with my cord or something like that. I think maybe my cat got a hold of it.
Okay.
And I'm
I
sure
was scared about before when I was trying to like add people's names to the stream and do this and that, and it was telling me I had to pay $400 for it, $439 for it, and I was like, yo,
oh, for a StreamYard?
fucking paying for that shit. Yeah, just to put overlay on my shit.
Don't do
I don't
it.
think I don't think you have to.
This is fine. Whatever this is fine.
No,
Yeah.
Screw that
I think
400 or
think it's
500.
it's more like, what is it? I think you can have 6 people on your panel versus 9 people, but I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, it's
So don't ask me.
plus that. It's yeah, you could have more people on your panel. It's 9 people. I think it's 9 people, but plus it's definitely more than 6 people. But it's also you can add overlay, you can add an intro to your video, you can do this and that. You can add the people's names that are on there, which is somebody asked me to do before, is add the names of the people that are on a panel so we can
Oh,
see.
that's a paid feature? I didn't know
Oh
that.
yeah, that's a paid feature. Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think that you should be able to add the names at the very bottom of
Earlier, you had
each
the
of
names
us.
on.
Yeah,
Did
you
I?
can do that. I don't think that
Banner?
that's paid. I think that you should be able to do that for free.
What would it be under? Banners? Let me see.
I don't know. I don't do StreamYard, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Tell me if you see it on at any time of this screen. If you see it on, just let me know.
I mean, I haven't seen it since we've been on.
It was on for a little
Yeah,
bit.
the thing that I saw in the bottom right-hand corner is gone.
Oh no, is
That's
Ruli
the live
here?
stream.
Is Mock here? No, tell him to go away.
Tell him, like, yo, I don't have him on block so I can't see him. And I have him on block on so many fucking accounts. How do I
Unruly's in the
advertise-
chat. Yeah, who I thought Unruly was mock, so I don't know.
Unruly,
Yeah, no,
come up
you're
here. You sound
yeah,
like a fucking...
me, you're right. That is Unruly is the same thing as Mock.
Yeah. Unruly's in the chat.
Mark, let me tell you something. I
He's a
hung
piece
up
of
on
shit.
you. I hung up on you because you sounded like a fucking valley boy from Northern California. Okay, you talk whiter than me. You talk whiter than me. You talk like a
Los
valley boy from
Angeles
Northern
boy.
California.
He's
And
a
that's
piece
why
of
I
shit.
hung up on you and I did not give you nudes. You asked for nudes and I did not give you nudes.
It's
Okay.
funny how much the chat's whiling with trolls right now.
Yeah, I know. I don't give a fuck. Let me
I'm
tell
gonna
you.
try to look at it. If I lose it, I'll be back. But I'm gonna try. I want to try. I'm gonna try to see it.
Yeah.
No, because
Unruly.
he talks so much shit about you and like
I know
on
he does.
Phenomenal.
I know he does.
It was ridiculous. I don't
Because he's
know
an incel.
why he gets off on that. I mean, what was the point?
He's an incel. Let me tell you something why he's an incel. Because he told me on the
Oh,
chat.
he is a fucking incel. Yes.
But he told me this. He told me I can go get chicks anytime I want on the boulevard or whatever boulevard he's talking about in fucking California.
Mm-hmm.
But I want nudes from you. I want nudes from you. I could get any of this. And you know what? I'm thinking to myself now that he can't get anything from anybody at any time that he wants because of just the way that he lies, just the way that he's been lying, of the fact that he hung up on me. He did not hang up on me. He called me several times.
So he kept calling you?
He kept calling me several times. He kept texting me several times. He asked me for nudes in the middle of the fucking night, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Ugh. He's
Probably
gross.
jerking off. Probably jerking off.
Probably.
And I said
God.
no. And he went nuts on the fucking stream. He started saying that my ex-boyfriend beat me and this and that, and
What the fuck is wrong with him?
that all of a sudden that I'm ugly, and all of a sudden this and that, and all of a sudden, and I'm saying, look, you don't mean that shit. You're just a fucking incel.
Well, he has to be. Because, I mean, because he kept bugging you about that, I mean, for months and months. And I mean, I still think that it's continuing for him to be saying this about you, Ange. I mean,
No, it is continuing, and I don't know why it's continuing. I mean, if I like somebody and they give up on me or they reject me, I just let it go past a week or two. You know what I'm saying?
right.
You know what I mean? I get over it after a week or two or three, even 3 weeks. I get over it.
You
But
don't just keep like obsessing over somebody and just like keep, I mean, asking about them. And especially just him just being completely nasty about you. And it was at the very beginning too, like after your phone call. He was disgusting.
no, there wasn't one phone call. There was several phone calls.
Oh, there was? Okay.
Yes, and he never hung up on me. Like he said, he hung up on me. He never hung up on me. He continued to text me and ask me for nudes.
Ew. That's
It's
gross.
disgusting. Yes, it's disgusting. But he continued to text me and ask me for nudes.
I don't get it with guys, and they want nudes. They want nudes. You know.
And
I'll tell you what I told
that's some
Melody.
sicko fucking
Just be
behavior.
careful. Melody likes seeing herself out there. I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
I know. I know.
Well, you look,
I know.
well, baby, you look damn good. I'm glad. Shit, I want to see some bikini
know.
pics.
I know.
But I'm too much of a man to ask for them. But put them on your Facebook.
I know. It's not like I haven't done that, and everybody in fucking chat knows. So yeah, it's not like
Hey, it is. Well, you're a bit of an exhibitionist. What can I say? I like that about you.
Oh,
I still want to see you in a skirt with ruffled panties.
oh,
Oh, I sent like a couple of scandalous photos over to somebody in
Well,
chat.
put them on
So,
Facebook. Put them on Facebook, or you can't.
now let me
well,
tell you something. Really, if you're watching, I sent nudes to 2 people on this fucking chat. But not you, because you sound like a fucking dog,
That cut
Valley
deep,
boy.
Angela. That cut them deep.
piece of shit.
Ooh.
You sound like that. That's what you sound like. You sound gay.
You just stabbed him hard.
Oof. Yeah, props.
I bet he's listening.
Oh, he's in the chat for sure. I see him right there.
Oh, really? Okay, because I've got him blocked like in every measure.
But that's a big
possible.
thing. I don't know, you know. My whole thing is, what are you going to do with these nudes? I mean, that's my whole
Well,
thing,
okay.
you know.
The thing is with me, the one, it wasn't even a nude. It was just me, like, and it showed.
No,
my
it wasn't. Exactly, it wasn't.
It was.
I'm
just,
not into any of that. So I'm not into like porn and all that crap.
I wasn't.
Well, I'm glad
it
to
wasn't
hear that,
porn.
Pete.
It wasn't fucking porn. It was something that you could see a girl like on the beach with.
Oh, I'm just referring to like I'm not into like the whole asking for nudes or even caring about that.
Good. Because I don't, you know, look, I joke around sexually, but you know, it's true. Hey, I do like chicks in panties, but I don't go around asking for pictures of it.
Right. There's plenty on the internet if you need to look. Yeah, use your imagination.
Right. And exactly. And no, I don't like sit here and look at chat chicks at night, you know, when I'm feeling lonely.
Right. That's kind of silly.
I think about the chick over at the gas station.
I think about the next door neighbor, yeah.
The reason I sent those pictures to the people that I sent them to is because I felt like they were genuine people. And I don't do this. Like, literally, this is not me. Like, this is just me from the
Be
past.
careful. Just be careful.
I'll and it's not prefacing, I'll say like backtrack a little. I used to be pretty big in the the porn stuff. I was like famous on FetLife for a little while, like millions and millions of views. I'm just through it, like it's like
Well, that's good. I'm glad you got away from it. I used to be worse than I am now, but I don't know. I just, my views towards it and the younger generation,
yeah,
like
it's
in
not
their
it's not a
30s,
safe thing to be involved with nowadays.
between smoking weed, and I'm talking about males, so don't get all up and out of shape, Angela. I'm talking smoking weed, drinking, looking at porn, begging for nude pictures, all that shit. Go out and get laid.
Yeah.
Just be realistic. Look,
Right.
you're not a good looking dude, get an okay looking chick. Some chicks you're not gonna get. Be realistic. But man, go out and get some pussy. Excuse
Yeah,
me,
I
it
don't
just
I
came
don't get
out.
it. The
I'm
guys who
sorry, Angela. I'm
I don't
sorry.
get the guys
Yes,
that
not okay.
obsess over chat babes. Sorry, Ange.
You good?
It's
You
just,
good?
I'm an older guy, I'm on the downside, so to speak. But man, these young guys, I mean, my God, shit, the shit I was doing when I was 30, I wasn't on the computer. I guarantee that. I was
Let me tell
laid up in some bed somewhere.
These kids nowadays, they have no clue about real life. You know what I mean? It's all on Facebook, it's all on Xbox Live, it's all on this and that.
Right, and I would agree to that, Angela. Angela, I know you go out here and there, which is great. So it shows that you're not just like some, basement girl or whatever. But and to me, it's almost being I don't know what society's doing, because now I see guys that say, "Well, look, I'd rather just be inside. I'm not into women, or I don't." Just like women say, "I don't need a man." That's not necessarily, I don't need a woman, but I damn sure want one. They're fun.
Yeah, for
For
real
me,
though.
that's
And
people giving up on
I
themselves.
guess the desire is gone. The desire is gone. I mean, you think I'm like, right now I say shit. Can you imagine when I was in my prime? I was like a dog in heat.
Yeah, for me, it's like people giving up on themselves, honestly.
There it is, giving up. But then
I
they
think
try
so.
to cover it up. They try to cover it up. Like there's some people are I'm afraid of venereal disease. I'm like,
Yeah,
shit,
okay.
I'm afraid of AIDS. The rest of the shit I can take a pill for.
Oh my God.
Or whatever.
So there was like this story that I saw today, and it was about this woman that so she was on OnlyFans, but she's a really pretty person. I think she's only like, I don't know, 23, 24. And so she got on OnlyFans, and so like she started to make a little bit of money doing that, but then she decided to do something on that to where she made money by banging 100 guys within 24 hours.
Oof.
I saw a video. I saw a video about that. That sounds like hard to do.
It's disgusting. And I guess she did it within 17 hours.
She probably made about 10 grand for that, I bet.
I don't know.
Acid's
But I
back.
mean,
What's going on, Acid?
That boy?
it was gross. But
Yeah.
she's trying to do it again. So what she's trying to do now is she wants to break the Guinness Book of like World Records. And so I think the current holder is a little bit over 900 people within
No
24
fucking
hours.
way.
And she
No,
wants to do
wait, what?
1,000
All
people
right.
in 24 hours. And
That's
it's
terrible.
No, man.
disgusting.
That's
That's
just
terrible.
oh my god.
It's the
Dude,
most
they
After
must
this-
be
after
they must
this-
be literally
despicable thing.
pumping 2 or 3 times and oh my
Alright.
God.
I mean,
I'm staying out of
it's like
it.
one push in, one push out.
It's cringe. It's
Yeah,
cringe.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
cringe.
Oh my God. Oh,
Guys,
it's
It made me sick.
disgusting.
Guys, Acid's back. Acid wants to add something.
Oh,
Oh,
They
no,
were
I
fluffy stuff.
he
They
would
were all
probably be
fluffy
like
stuff
one.
when they were done.
He might
Guys,
be one of the people,
Andy,
one of the contenders.
I'll just come
Acid's
to hang
back.
around, man.
Acid wants to add something. I
No,
think.
I'll just come to hang around.
No?
I just got some
Wanna hang
beer.
out?
I just got some beer and I
Oh, good
had
for
a
you.
look and they're still streaming. I was like, wow.
I ran
So,
out.
Would you be
I gotta read
okay?
that.
Well, and then you have to have the fluffers.
What?
Yeah. I
Oh,
wouldn't.
the
Yeah,
people,
fluffer.
the fluffers. You know, they get them ready for the show.
I know what a fluffer is. A fluffer is like a bee chick that sucks them till they hard.
Exactly. It's it's so nasty. No, but I just saw something today. So
I'm glad I don't know this stuff.
here.
I want to block my ears. I'm not listening.
Some
Yeah.
nasty ass shit.
Okay, so guys, we were originally talking about aliens, and now we
I
got
know. And now we're
Okay.
talking about a girl like fucking a thousand people.
You know what?
That's crazy.
At this point, I said that the chat ran itself out, and we can just chill
Sorry,
and talk.
Angela.
No,
That was
I'm
just like
serious.
a
We
side
could
thing.
chill and talk right now because the chat ran itself out, and we could just chill and talk right now until we're tired and we go to sleep.
When you say the chat ran out, what do you mean?
I mean, like of aliens and
I'm like a
Oh.
night owl. I don't go to sleep for like until late at night usually anyways. So
yeah. Oh look,
Well, I
Patrick
did
Rose.
tell y'all that blue alien with the tail. I did kind of like her.
Who from fucking Avatar?
Yeah.
Oh hell no, that movie, fuck no.
I'm not into Avatar either, to be
Fuck
honest.
no.
I don't know. I like that chick. She was special.
She was
Blue
special.
You
color.
like the blue ones? Andy likes the blue ones.
Andy's into
That's what I was thinking.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What was that? What was that?
Look. Acid will
Zoe
tell you I like
Saldana?
anything with 2 legs and a hole.
Oh my god.
Isn't
Don't
that
get me
right,
involved. man. No, I don't know about these things, mate.
I think that was Zoe
Oh,
Saldana.
bullshit. You'll be trolling me later.
Did you hear me?
What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying that was Zoe Saldana, if I'm not mistaken,
Who's
on
that?
Avatar.
Oh. Yeah.
So she was the female lead.
Okay. I don't really,
That was
I-
a really good movie.
yeah, I never seen it. Wasn't there
It
two?
was-
Have you not seen it?
Yeah, it was like from the early 2000s, I think.
It was like from 2008 or something like that.
Maybe.
I like that movie.
I think they came out with an Avatar too, but I don't think it really did
They
that
did.
well.
I thought.
I think you're correct. I did not see the second one, but yeah, it took them like 10 years to make the second one, and I don't think it did nearly as well.
Right.
10 years.
I mean,
Wow.
I'm not much of a movie watcher, but I did like that movie.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
liked it.
either.
I like it. I like
No,
it.
but the first one was fucking fantastic.
Oh yeah, that was
It was an adventure, wasn't it? That was great, man. Good old adventure.
hey Patrick,
Yeah, the
come on
Tree
up
of
here.
Life.
Oh, Patrick's here. Hi, Patrick.
Patrick, come on up here if you have something interesting to add. If not,
Uh-oh. Patrick and Acid together. Fuck. I'm
fuck
like,
no.
uh-oh.
Me and him are good buddies. We're great buddies, me and him. And you say it like we argue, Andy. We're saying it the other way. It's like, oh my god, these two are like
I don't know with you from day to day.
Oh,
we're a
Patrick.
tag team.
Flip
or
flop.
something. No, Patrick comes up.
No,
Patrick
no,
is
no.
great.
Mortal enemies one day, and then you chat to me about crack whores the next day.
Ooh.
I'm not talking about that stuff. I can't hear anything. Well, I'm not listening. I can't hear anything. I don't know about that
Yeah.
stuff, man.
Yo, Patrick.
Sure.
I'll
Okay,
just know
Acid.
about
You're a great
Budweiser.
guy.
I just know about Budweiser and my alien
Yes,
sightings that I had
Yeah,
30
you're a
years ago.
stand-up
That's it.
guy.
I'm bloody. I'm still traumatized from my alien
Everybody
experience.
knows what a
30 years
wonderful
ago.
guy you are.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I have to drink beer every day because I saw aliens, mate. I did. I told my story already.
I
You
drink
saw him
beer
on the
every
way
day.
to the store to get some beer? Holy shit.
No,
Hey, Acid, what you
I
get for
wasn't drunk.
Christmas?
I wasn't drunk when I saw aliens.
Okay,
Promise. No, it was like 30 years
Acid,
ago.
what
I
you get
saw.
for Christmas?
No, I don't have any friends or family, so I'm not getting anything, am I? I'm on the
Yeah, well,
naughty list, mate.
I drink beer every day because of I don't know.
if I had your
No.
address, hey, maybe you can dox yourself for me. If I had your address, I'd send you a rock. Like a rock, not crack, but just like a lump of coal.
Yeah, that's expensive, right? It's a bit. Oh, coal's quite light, so you won't pay too much in the shipping. But if you get a rock, it's going to be expensive. So yeah, coal.
That's how special you are to me. You're worthy of a piece of coal.
At least I'll keep you alive in an emergency situation, and you need to set fire to something to stay alive. You've got me in it. Set the coal man on fire and live another day.
I've seen some people sending some shit in the mail, some dead animals and farm equipment.
Yeah.
Smell like shit.
Dead animal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Horrible.
they ship meat, you know?
Yeah, they ship meat, but I mean, they ship like whole dead dogs.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no shit. Well, as long as they're like, I guess, on ice or something.
No, they ain't on ice. They ain't in a cooler. I had a cooler today. That I put in the outside bin for the
Oh, that's
pig
right.
now.
That's right. You work in the shipping department.
Yes, I do.
Oh wow.
I had a cooler today that I put in the outside. It was from Poland. It said Polska, so I'm assuming it's from Poland.
Wow, man.
Man, you might be shipping a liver. You might be shipping somebody's liver.
Most likely.
Was it inward? It's inward bound. It's came into you, isn't it? That container, the cold one. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So yeah, that came all the way from Poland, and it's still cold. That's pretty
I
good.
didn't feel it cold.
Somebody bought them a liver.
Cold. I felt it.
What are we doing? Organ harvesting?
Yeah.
Kind of Indians in there.
From Poland, yeah. Somebody stole
My
their
relatives.
liver.
Yo, I was on the outside. Last Sunday, I was on the outside of it was called the outside, meaning that you're loading the trucks directly. And I had things come down my belt. And as soon as I seen things in Cyrillic alphabet or anything that said Polska, I knew it was coming to me because my line, out of all the 13 lines, had the Illinois bin. And you know, Illinois has a large Polish population.
Oh, they do? I didn't know that.
Yes, they do. So I called it the Polak bin. And
The
every time,
Polak bin.
no, my dad's half Polish, so I can say that. So every time the things came down the bin, and I seen a fancy thing wrapped in ribbon and weird writing on it, I said, "That's fucking mine. I know it. I gotta pick that shit up." And I picked it up and I put it in the fucking Polak bin. But you know what? The Polak bin was the fullest fucking bin in the whole thing. Hi, Mark.
Wow, wow. Because Illinois, like you said, is full of Polish. So yeah.
They were getting a lot of mail from Russia and Ukraine, especially sending over to Illinois. So I'm assuming that this is an Eastern European settlement in Illinois. But they were getting a lot of mail. So I don't know.
And is it so to say like Polak? I know that that's kind of derogatory, but is it really like kind of a horrible thing to say about Polish people? Because
I thought it was a real word.
I don't know.
I think it's a real word.
I want to ask you because like you said that you have a lot of Polish descent within yourself.
Yeah. Usually people say it. Usually it's other European people of European descent say it as in like Brooklyn or Queens say it as a affectionate type of term. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Well, because so one of my colleagues, he's Polish, and so he's called himself like a Polak before, and so that's kind of what I was thinking too. So I just wanted to ask you, like,
come on up, Pat. Talk drones.
I was thinking maybe in that cold meat containers meat in it, all that Polish meat and all the sausages and stuff maybe, so they can sell it in the local community, like because there's a load of Polish people there. But, maybe that's what could have been in there, man. The meat in it.
Maybe. It could be.
Hey, let me ask the panel a question. What do I call a person from Poland?
Polish.
Polish, Polish.
Oh, he's Polish. I got you. Well,
Yeah,
look,
Polish.
let me add this. When I was a kid, people used to use the term WOP, W-O-P, all the time. Now it's forbidden.
They don't even know what WAP means. I called my
don't
cousin
know what
WAP. He didn't even fucking know what it means.
Angela, you know what a WOP is, huh?
I know what a WAP is.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay? I know what a WAP is.
You ever have a WOP salad?
WAP salad. I'm not so much into Italian food, no.
I'll tell you, the Polish are damn good builders. They're bloody good builders, mate.
Polish
really
food, I'm
good.
not too much into Polish food. They're good builders. They're good masonry, stuff
Really
like
good builders,
that.
mate. I'll tell you, really
Yeah,
fucking good.
masonry and stuff like that.
Really fucking
That's
good,
it.
yeah.
Well, blue collar work. Can't fault the good worker.
No. Italians come here and I don't know.
Oh, Guitar says he's a WOP.
Guitar said, I'm a WAP. Guitar, you Polish or what? I mean Italian. I'm sorry.
So you're half Italian and half Polish.
I'm not half. My grandmother, no, my mother's mother was Irish and Italian. No, I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. My mother's father was all Italian. My mother's mother was half Irish and half German. My father's mother was also half Irish and German, but from different parts of Germany and Ireland. And my grandfather was all Polish from my father's side.
That's
It's nice you know
amazing.
your history.
to know all of
Lovely
that.
story. It's a fantastic story. Like. It's nice you know your history and that. That's banging.
I
Yeah.
can't believe
Nice.
you're like one of the only people that would know all of that. I mean, most people don't know all of that history.
I know this
So,
because they
that's
came
really
here.
cool.
They
You have a
came
little
here.
Neanderthal in you, too.
Yeah. Let's see what does 3D Destroyer have to say. I'm part Hungarian. I've been called a hunky. I'm part Italian. I'm a WAP. I'm Native American. I've been called Indian. I never been bothered by those terms.
You've
I
been
don't
called
know.
an Indian?
No, society has changed.
My third Doberman was from Hungary. Nice dogs come out of Hungary, man. Good quality shit.
I mean, I've met plenty of people. Yeah, I'm a WOP, and that's just how they say it. Or I'm a coon ass, I mean,
I want
it's
to be a
just how
WAP
it
now.
is.
I don't know what it means. Like, if everyone's a WAP, I want to be one now. Like, it sounds,
What the fuck is a
be one.
WAP?
You don't
I
know what a
don't
WAP
fucking
is?
know.
WAP.
No, it doesn't
A
matter.
WOP is somebody of Italian descent.
You are
Oh,
Italian.
okay.
Oh, it is? Okay.
And
Yeah.
you're Italian or you're part Italian?
No, actually, I'll tell you half of my lineage, and it's pretty strong. It's from northern England, almost Scotland. My
Okay.
surname, well, I'm not saying anymore. Acid's here. He likes to dox people. I'm not
All
saying
right.
shit.
Oh, sorry.
Be nice.
Blame acid. It's all right.
Dude, look, I know the routine.
I know.
around here.
I'm laughing in a fun way, man. Not in a bad way. I'm just saying, blame the
But anyway,
blame the
yeah,
quiet.
I gave that
Blame
much
the
up.
quiet.
So, look, I have some strong English lineage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Okay. That's good.
I
That's
mean,
right. The English people are very
Yeah,
smart.
I've definitely got some English blood in me too. I
Yeah.
did the
Yeah, what am
23andMe.
I? I'm Anglo-Saxon, Scandinavian, French, Italian, Scottish, Irish, yeah, German.
That's cool.
I'm a wasp. I am a
That
wasp.
sounds about like me too.
That's almost what I am, Meatbot.
Yeah, that's what I thought, right?
Yeah, mostly Polish, German, Italian, Irish, a little bit of French, a little bit of Spaniard. Yeah.
I don't think I'm any Polish or Spanish, however.
Well, so the bad thing is that if you do like one of those, so I did the 23andMe, but you have to have the father's side of the family or somebody, like an uncle or a cousin that can do the Y chromosome because
Yeah.
the women are just XX and a male is XY. So I can only get my mother's side of the family to find out like their heritage.
Well,
So
okay, so here's some weird shit about me. Like, I was raised to believe I was like Native American stuff, but I went through some court stuff recently and had to do a DNA test, and turns out I'm not Native American at all. I'm white as shit.
Yeah.
oh
So
really?
it makes my mother's part Native American. So what the fuck is that shit about? Something's off with that.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm suspect of some of these DNA tests.
Wait. Okay. Hold that thought for a second. You
No,
might
I don't
have
think that's
gotten
my actual mom. Yeah.
it. Okay. Wait. Hold. Let's welcome Mark Arinchuk to the panel.
Hey, Mark.
Hi.
Hi, man.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
What are you saying that that's not your mother?
I mean, so my mother's Native American and shit, allegedly, the person who raised me. But I went through court stuff with DNA sampling and whatnot. I'm not Native American, so.
Okay. Well, I was
Good.
considered. My father's mother said she was Iroquois,
Interesting.
and I took the test, and I wasn't Iroquois Indian.
Oh shit.
So
So we had the same stuff happen.
could it be that she was just delusional or lying?
No.
sorry to say that.
They've given me this whole spiel about it. They've shown me like evidence of it. Definitely,
Yeah,
they're
mine
dark.
too.
Like my great grandfather is like very dark, and like my grandfather was pretty dark. My mother's pretty dark in the skin. You see, I'm pale fucking white.
Did you make her take a test too and make it match yours?
I don't think it works that way for like a DNA sampling that
Yeah.
they do through the courts.
Oh, I was
Well,
gonna say did 23andMe. If you did like me, I did Ancestry, and my mom did Ancestry, and it said she was my mother, and this and that, and whatever.
Yeah, Ancestry.me or 23. Yeah. That's what I did. And that's how I found out. How did you find out that? So you said that your mom said that you were Indian, but
Says I'm Native American
or,
and stuff, and I'm
or
definitely
Native
not.
American, sorry. But you're not?
No.
And Angela said the same thing, I think.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
grandmother also
is
claimed
it-
to be abducted by aliens. So I
Is
did
it worth going
But
doing
I'm
a
saying-
backup test? Sorry to the guy in the middle. Meatbot, I think. Go to another company and do another test just to confirm, maybe or something.
I'm considering it. I'm more just really sketched out right now. To be
And how
honest.
much does that
Yeah,
cost?
I would
How
be
much-
too.
I
don't
want to
think
do it.
She
How
wouldn't.
much
My
is it?
mother would not cooperate with that. If I bring this up to her, she's going to get livid, mad at me. So no.
Oh, that's.
I mean, are you adopted? Is it possible you're adopted? I mean,
I think I'm
sure that
abducted. I think I was abducted.
Abducted?
okay.
The aliens, right? The aliens.
abducted
The
by
aliens took him. No, but
You might have got snatched from the hospital.
Well,
my
I mean, there's a
grandmother-
whole upstate New York
That-
is huge in the human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. I mean, why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah.
My grandmother claimed to be abducted by aliens and an alien baby.
What was that, Ange?
So my grandmother claimed to be abducted by aliens and an alien baby, a hybrid.
Oh shit.
This was before YouTube,
Uh-huh.
the internet whatsoever. So we all knew she was crazy. Okay, we all knew she was crazy. But anyway, Mark, do you have anything you want to say? I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I'm a little low energy right now, so I'm just
Oh, okay.
chilling and listening. Yeah, I could say
Okay.
some stuff, but I'm low energy.
No, you can say whatever you want to say. If you got some story you want to tell.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now and chilling with my gatos here. Meow,
Okay.
meow.
the
Angela,
effects
let
of,
me throw this at you real quick, Angela.
yeah,
I think in the United States, I think a lot of people think that they are Indian or Native American. I take
Right.
it with a grain of salt. When people say, "Oh, well, I'm part of India. I'm 10% this. I'm 5% this. I'm 20." I take it with a grain of salt. You know,
I always
everybody.
doubted, and then it was just proven to me recently. So like my doubts were confirmed, and now
Yeah.
I totally don't. I don't want anything to do with my family. I just want to leave it there. Fuck them.
Right. But I don't think Angela's story is necessarily unique. I mean, look at Elizabeth Warren, went to Harvard, you know, as a Native American, you know. She has 1,024th Indian in her.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
people just want to be entertained because in
Yes.
America, in America, I'm not meaning to offend anybody, but in America, the European heritage is the main heritage.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
anything outside of that is going to be something that's interesting.
Yeah, it's
People want to be
definitely all
unique.
European.
So anything outside of that, yes, anything outside of European is interesting according to American or European people even because that's what the norm is. And I hate to say it, but all these people are white supremacy, this and that. Okay, yeah, it's the norm.
It's the norm because that's the way it is.
Yes, the
And
way it is.
that's so unless you are like first generation and you've come over, or your parent has come over here like first generation, then
The
everyone else is
settlers.
going to be European.
Yeah,
That's how it is, unless you have some Native American blood in you.
yeah. You know what? The funny thing about me is that I did have my last name. Some people know my last name, some people don't. I'm not gonna say it. Don't say it. But it's shortened.
Patel. So I'm just trying. That's my joke.
That's not.
That's my name, but yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, carry
it's
on.
not.
Carry on.
But my last name was a Polish name that was shortened at Ellis Island, not at the island, but maybe on a ship. Something they said that wasn't true, that didn't happen. But for
That's
me,
what I believe.
it did happen because it happened to my family. It happened. They were Polish. Their name was something very long with a fucking number 3 in it, and I don't know how the fuck to read it, right? And they shortened it and they put a US at the end for USA.
I'm pretty
And
sure the ship manifest was used, not verbal.
yeah,
But I don't know. I used to believe, I've had differing views on what you just said. Because there's a friend of mine, his last name is Sampe. But, you know, he's like, well, my name's actually St. Pierre. But when they came across the Ellis Island, they didn't understand him. So they named him Sampe as opposed to St. Pierre.
yeah.
Sam
No, I
Patty
had an
sounds like an
uncle.
Indian name.
Yeah, I mean they don't know. Back then they didn't know nothing. I had an uncle named Pino. Okay, that's short for Joseph. Joseph in the Italian. This is going on my Italian side now. Joseph. So when he went to school, my grandmother said something Pino, Pino, and they named him Peter. The school named him Peter. So he grew up, and we never knew why he was named Joe Pete, but his name was Joe Pete for the longest time until I looked it up on Ancestry.com just now, like a month ago, and I found out that his name was Pino Laurenti, and he was that was how he was listed in the census, Pino Laurenti. So his name is Joseph Pino. Pino for short, not Peter. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure. Yeah.
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 Well, okay. So one thing so my daughter, she is apprehensive about doing the test for like 23andMe because the one that I purchased, it does like the health and everything, and it shows you like what you might be, your health concerns might be. And so she's afraid that like health insurance may not provide her with what she needs.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But I think that that's fucking bullshit, because whenever a health insurance provider asks you questions, they're going to ask you everything under the bus, like
Yeah.
everything. So I don't understand like why that even matters. I have not looked into it. She asked me to, but I'm like, Google shows everything about us. I mean, the internet shows every single thing about us and what we are going through. Plus,
I
you are
think
going
also,
to have to add that data into like what they're doing, for to get insurance. So I don't understand like why she's arguing about it. What do you guys think?
yeah, possibly because any insurance company, car, health, anything, they'll do anything they can to boost up the price. So they'll use that as an excuse. Oh, you have to pay a bit more, or anything, some excuse, or whatever, to boost the price up. I don't know if that made any sense, but that's
I think
my thoughts.
I think 3D Destroyer makes a good point. Like a lot of the DNA tests are bullshit. The ones that I think are probably more valid are the ones done by government officials. The fucking 23andMe, Ancestry.com, that's all bullshit. Hogwash.
You know what I think is valid? Gedmatch.com or Gedmatch.com. GED match.com. It's an independent thing, but it's the most reliable thing next to Ancestry.com that I've seen. I've ran my raw DNA through it. And it said basically the same things, except it added one or two things here like Basque French instead of just French.
Mhm.
But I think it's reliable because it could very well be, since I have Hispanic ancestry from Spain.
Yeah, I wonder what type of test what's his name, Maury Povich uses. That one ought to
Maury?
be pretty good.
Nah, that's just
Maury Povich. No, I just mean like I don't understand why that would have any incidence or occurrence as far as you not getting the insurance that you should be provided.
Like
Because
your insurance being affected by your race. Yeah.
yeah, or well, so it was like if it gets breached. So perhaps like if ancestry.com or 23andMe gets breached, and they end up getting all of your information as far as health, then that may impact what kind of insurance you were able to get. But my thing is that you have to give like these insurance companies everything that you have already. So I don't understand like why that is going to matter at all.
well, it matters because I mean they can see what genes you have for what particular disease. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like what genes you have for what, if you have the gene for breast cancer or ovarian cancer, if you have
That's what I'm thinking. Because I think
Okay.
Melody, you said your daughter was afraid too.
Okay. That actually, okay, that makes more sense then.
Because there's one form of cancer that they can genetically detect, and then they wind up doing double mastectomies on females preemptively.
yeah,
Right.
there's a
So,
lot
I
of
mean,
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that makes more sense then.
have you ever heard of that, Melody?
Yes, I have. Yeah. I mean, I know, who was it? Angelina Jolie. She ended up having a double mastectomy for herself just because she had the gene that pretty much
That's correct, yeah.
led her to
I remember that.
Do you want to know something? I
need that.
have the fucking gene. I have the fucking gene, but I'm not.
Is it?
I had an
Uh,
abnormal pap smear, Uh,
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back. I'm 35 years old, so I'm thinking that something's not right. But if it is what it is, I'm not gonna get my breast chopped off. You know what I'm saying?
Just get tested regular, man. You get me?
I get tested regularly.
And yeah, if there's if you can, if there is a problem, catch it at an early stage, and they can fix it. The earlier they catch it, not that there's going to be a problem, but that's the only solution. Get checked
Yeah,
regular. That's it. That's all you can do, man, isn't it? So yeah.
but
Yeah,
I think that that's
don't
a
get
good school.
hasty. Don't get hasty. Don't
No,
get
no, no. I
hasty and
think
have
that's a
some
good.
severe
Because it skips generations,
No,
Angela. It will skip generations. That
yeah,
Yeah,
gene and
the
that.
whole idea of
Because
cutting the chick's off breast off preemptively, I can't say I'm behind that 100 at all, really.
no, but I do think it's a good tool to see what you're predisposed to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like me, if
Right.
it would, if I wasn't already um getting checkups, I would be, if I seen that I had that on my list, I would be more pushed to get that checkup. You know what I mean?
yeah, man.
I would.
Yeah.
But okay, but even if you go to the doctor and you get a checkup and you find out that you do have the gene that predispositions you to, I don't know, have like ovarian cancer or breast cancer, couldn't that be like a breach of contract, like between your doctor's office and something else to where insurance companies could get a
Yeah.
hold of
That
that?
Yeah.
There's
I
that
mean,
private
I,
there's a Data Protection Act as well that's in force since 1998. I don't know about your country, but there's certain things certain companies can't disclose. So maybe the insurance company are not allowed to talk to your doctors and find out certain things. I don't know how that shit works. I doubt it. But that was a stupid thing I said, but not too stupid. But sorry to
No,
interrupt.
it's not too
no, it
stupid.
wasn't stupid.
no, it's not stupid.
It wasn't stupid at
No, we
all.
have that here, data protection.
Yeah, no, that's a truthful thing. I don't know. I'm just
Uh-oh.
trying to understand like why 23andMe or Ancestry.com, like why that, if a data breach happened, why would it not happen within, your doctor's office or something else, to where somebody else gets that information and passes it on to somebody else and you don't get the care that you need or anything, I don't know, something
Well,
like
they're
that.
not supposed to share data. If you don't want them to share data, they're not supposed to share data with doctors' offices and whatever. If there's a
HIPAA
data leak,
law, HIPAA.
yeah, I mean, if there's a data leak, if you get hacked, I mean, then there's really nothing you could do. If I get hacked right now and they fucking tell my insurance carriers or whoever that I have this predisposition, I don't know what can happen. I really don't. I'm not gonna lie and say I do. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
there is a waiver that you can sign that says you don't want any law enforcement to know about what you're doing or government agencies to know what you're doing. I mean, what about you? You know what I mean? You don't want any government agencies to know about you, about your genes and all
Yeah.
that.
I mean, can I just, yeah, well, I wanted to apply to be a UK medical cannabis patient, and the company I've gone to, they're independent, but they need my doctor's records. But they won't just give them, my doctor won't just give them out to anyone. They have to have my authorization. I have to sign the form to say, yes, I authorize this medical clinic. You can give them all my medical history and stuff like that. So there are certain, you can't just, any company can't just get your medical history. Like, there's certain stuff you're not allowed to get, man. I don't know why I brought that into the mix once again. I keep forgetting. I'll make a joint.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, and I understand. Yeah, acid, and that's true, because I mean, in the same context, we have like HIPAA laws, and so that cannot be transferred to anybody. I'm speaking about like the ancestry kind of, whenever you like spit in a little bottle and you send it off to some company, and so you end up finding out like all of your genes, where you're from, and any like health dispositions, anything like that. then if there's a breach within them, which it's happened between like it's happened in Apple, Microsoft, so many different companies that have
Big
happened.
company.
So yeah, so I think they're worried about that.
Mm.
Not just like through your normal doctor is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah. I never thought of it like that. It's very true.
So
It's these massive.
I'm not really sure. Like with insurance companies, if they would not cover you if you do have these, I don't know.
That's a massive question. But that's a very interesting question, and that affects everyone worldwide in a way. But that's a fucking. That's really a question that needs to be answered, mate.
I don't know. It's been in the news recently. I have not looked it up just because I've been kind of pissed off about it because I spent so much money about 6 months ago giving my loved ones these these tools to like find out our ancestry and stuff like that. And then there's been stuff in the news recently about no, don't do this because if there's a breach of people not, if there's information that I
I'm
don't
not that paranoid. I mean, my
yeah.
sister's a freak. She hates to go on order from Amazon. She's so paranoid.
Well, my daughter has, well, she had thyroid cancer, and so she just recently got her thyroid removed about a month ago. So she's really worried about it. Nobody else in my family is worried about stuff like that, but she is.
Well, I hope she does well.
Yeah.
No, she'll be fine. She just, I mean, she has to take medication for the rest of her life. But we found it out like really early. So, and then she had it removed, all of it. But she'll be okay. But she's the one that's freaking out. She's freaking out about that portion.
Well, I can
So,
understand it, of course. That's
Oh,
understandable. I would too. Like, I'd think of the same thing. Like, what's happening with that insurance? Are they going to insure me? Are they going to boost the price up and stuff? And I'd be thinking the same. Like, they're very logical questions your daughter's answered. Asking, like, yeah.
Yeah, I could see why
So
she's concerned.
is she still covered under your insurance, Melody?
is she what?
Still under your insurance?
Oh, no.
Well, my
Not
feeling she's
anymore.
going to be okay, but if I was her, I'd be nervous wreck. Shit, that's
Yeah.
pretty
Oh, yeah.
new.
That's all right. She's got a mum there that cares about her and that, Andy. She's in good hands. She'll be all right.
Yeah.
She'll be all right.
Yeah, no, she should be okay. I don't know. I
don't
just wanted
think-
to kind of throw that out there.
I don't think that's gonna happen, Melody. I've been signed up with Ancestry.com for like 8 years now, almost 10 years.
Wow.
They had my DNA. They haven't given my information out to anybody, and my passwords suck. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really try. I just put my birth date in.
And you had like your father or like a male that had to put in their DNA or whatever to find out like your father's information, right? I mean, as
I
far
didn't do
as
that. I didn't do that Y-DNA shit.
well, because like with ours, we can only find out like our mothers.
Oh, the mtDNA, the mitochondrial.
Well, so because
Oh,
we
you did 23andMe. Yeah, so you could the mitochondrial DNA.
yeah, so we have to have like a male. So if you're a male, you can have like everything done. You can find out like your mother's portion, you can find out your father's portion. But as a
Really
female,
interesting.
if you do it, you have to find like a male, like so your father has to put in their information too and get on the registry. or like have a cousin or an uncle or something like that. But you can't, as a female, you can't just have it all done together, like as yourself.
Yeah, a male has mitochondrial DNA passed down to from his mother, but he can't pass it down to his offspring.
Yeah.
But
So
he
so
has it.
so you
So if
have
he
to.
takes a test, you're gonna find the mitochondrial DNA in him plus his Y DNA. But a female, you're only gonna find the XX chromosomes. You're only gonna find the mitochondrial DNA.
Yeah. So did you have like your father or an uncle or something like that
No,
put it in there?
nope. I know
Because
my mitochondrial DNA. I don't know my.
that's the only way that you're going to find out like anything on your paternal side of your family is if you have somebody from your father's side put it in there. And then
But I found out like information from my father's side, like as far as genes go. But I didn't find out the lineage of my father's Y DNA. You know, like you can't trace back to where it's from, but you can trace what markers you have from each parent.
See what you two are talking about? That's priceless information for whoever's watching. Like, I don't know this stuff, and the only way you're going to know this is if people like you have had the experience of it and done the research and that. You've saved people like me who might be interested in getting it done in the future, a DNA test, hours, if not days worth of research and shit. Thank you very much for sharing your information. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I had no idea about this male female thing.
You know, innit?
Yeah.
so like all of the information that I've gotten from 23andMe is only from my mother's side of the family. So in order to get my paternal side, I'm going to have to, so my dad's dead and I don't have any uncles. And so I read about it. And so I'm going to have one of my male cousins do the spit test into like the 23andMe deal, send it off and throw it in there so I can find out on my paternal side, like where I'm from, and my health, like everything with health and where I'm from. Otherwise, all I know is my maternal side, not my paternal side.
Yeah.
With males,
But
you
you
guys
gotta
get
make
it all.
you gotta make sure it's from your mother's. You gotta make sure they have the same you gotta make sure it's the same as you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so no, but I'm just saying like because my dad's dead, so I've got to
Yeah.
get like one of my cousins to do like the 23andMe for me to find out my heritage on my father's side.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you're a male, Andy, like you, if you did the test, you can get everything from both paternal and maternal. But as a
I'm
female,
starting to think I don't want to know.
Yeah,
as
thanks for
a
getting rid of that,
female, it
Angela.
sucks.
Nice one. Cheers for that, Angela. Got rid of that comment and shit. That person
I got
that
rid of
said
that
that.
comment.
Yeah, thanks for that. She's an idiot, that lady.
I don't know who that
Sorry.
is. I
I
don't.
know who it is. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, what's who?
No, somebody made a nasty comment. Some loser.
What
I
did
was
he
gonna
do?
say,
Someone
can you
else
get rid
tell
of
you
it?
who you
But you've
are.
done it, you know.
3 digits.
Who was it?
CB.
Oh, is it 3D?
No,
It's
no, no,
got
no. CB.
CB. Yeah,
Oh, of course.
yeah,
She hates me.
yeah.
I
I
don't know
saw.
why.
I was gonna say, Angela, can you get rid of the comments? But before I
Yeah.
had time to say it, she
Oh,
already did. So
she always has me blocked. She has me
I don't know
blocked, and no, she's rude to everyone. It doesn't matter if you are male or female. She hates everyone.
Melody. Melody.
Mm-hmm.
You're Caucasian. Does your mitochondrial line go back to the Middle East?
No.
Mine does.
I mean, not that I know of. I don't think so.
Because I'm Celtic, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And
I thought that was Irish.
my mother,
My-
yeah, my
Mine goes
mother-
to the Baltic, yeah, and because of the blue eyes.
that's interesting. My mitochondrial DNA goes like right back to fucking like blue shit.
Okay. So here's another thing. There's this whole study that they found. I can't remember which one it is. You can look this up. That apparently, potentially, people with blue eyes are aliens. They're not. They're not a race. The normal race of humans.
I've heard.
There's a
I've
whole
heard.
study about this.
I don't know about that, but I've heard of that. I know this is the whole topic of aliens and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's why I mention it.
Yeah, no, I know, but I heard that for the past they have a common ancestor for the past 10,000 years. I think it is.
Well, I think we're all probably from the Middle East just because that's the beginning of civilization. I mean, if you really want to call it that.
Northeast Africa was the common ancestor that was last. No, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that all blue-eyed people go from a past ancestor from 10,000 years ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or not 3,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago.
Oh, I don't know about that.
So all blue-eyed people come from the same ancestor 10,000 years ago.
Well, I'm not very.
right. No.
I have green eyes, so
Oh, do you?
yeah. So
Cool.
Okay, so yeah, here's what it says about that. The blue-eyed Baltic gene refers to a genetic mutation primarily found in the HRC2 gene, which is associated with blue eye color and is most prevalent in populations around the Baltic Sea region, making it a common characteristic among people from the Baltic nations. This mutation is thought to have originated in Northern Europe around 6,000 to 10,000 years ago, leading to the high frequency of blue eyes in that area.
my father had blue eyes,
That's interesting.
but my mom has hazel eyes, and I have hazel eyes.
Yeah, I have very blue eyes. I've got steely blue eyes.
You don't want to know something? I was born with blue eyes until
Wow. Look at that, man. They're bright, aren't they? Bright
Yeah.
blue eyes, man.
Yeah.
Shit.
I was born with blue eyes until I was a year old. And that's past what doctors say. Doctors say you can't change eye color until after a year. It can't change anymore after that. Nah, fuck that. I was a year
It changes,
old.
isn't it?
Yeah. To change to brown, light brown, but
That's
but
insane. I didn't know that could happen, actually.
it
Can I,
did.
can I? Yeah. And my friend's daughter, she's like
Mhm.
18, 19, 20 and all that, whatever she is now.
Yeah.
Her eyes change. I think it's either from blue to brown or green to brown. It depends. In winter, they go brown, I think, and in summer, they go green or something, or blue. I'm not too sure. My friend told me, check out my daughter's eyes. I'm checking them out, and they change, man. It's like, holy
That's
shit.
crazy.
And it's weird. I don't know what's going on there, but it was pretty cool, man.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That is true. Like whenever you're born, your eye color can change. Like, I mean, I think in in the first couple of years that you live.
It's
But-
supposed to be that the first 6 months.
Oh, is it? Okay, I'm not sure.
I heard of that because of my nephew, because his eyes were blue for a while. And they said, oh, for the first 6 months. And I said, but what about me? Because I had blue eyes up until a year old. And they were like, oh, no, you got to trust the doctors. And I'm like, who am I going to trust the doctors? You know, why am I going to trust the doctors on that? Because I literally have pictures to prove that I had blue eyes until my first
Yeah.
birthday. I have video of me. I have my mom's own
Makes sense.
testimony. I mean, so I don't really trust doctors what they say. I mean, I think it's just they're more like they give a roundabout estimation
That's
on
correct.
certain stuff.
Definitely.
Especially like the common doctor, or the pediatrician.
General
That
practitioners.
they
the
really
common
don't. They don't
ones,
know
exactly.
much about that shit.
Yeah, they're just general,
Yeah.
non-specialist. Things like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid going to doctors and that before computers, they'd have like a shelf full of like the doctors' books and that. and you go in with a problem, they'd pull it out, the book out, and they'd look through it for the solution. And I'm thinking, I can fucking do that at home. Sorry for swearing. I
Yeah.
can do that at home, man. We have the Encyclopedia Britannica, or whatever books and that. Go library and find out what my own problem is, man. You know, my sister's a doctor as well, so I can confirm that's what they kind of do, man. And now they've got the computers, and you notice next time you go to doctor,
Yeah.
you got a problem. He'll check
Now,
it out on
now we
Google.
got Chat GPT. Just like Chat GPT saw what's going on. And it's like, oh yeah, this is what's going on.
Yeah. It'll just do the surgery for you in the office.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
mate.
yeah. It's Chat GPT for surgery.
Plug that in there. There you go. You're fixed now, sir. Have a nice
right.
day.
You
That's the
remember the
future.
Simpsons? Yo, you remember the Simpsons? You've got leprosy. You
Yeah.
remember that, right? Because you always pick the worst fucking thing that you can have.
Uh-huh.
It's like you pick the word. You go on WebMD if that's still a thing. Back in the day, you went on WebMD, and you pick out the worst fucking I'm sorry for cursing, but you pick out the worst friggin' possible disease, and you run with it. You know, it's like
Yep.
you're preparing for the worst. I guess that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're psyching yourself out with the hypochondriac stuff.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go. I need to get up for work tomorrow, but Ange, hey, thank you so much for having me up.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all have a good night.
You
have a
too,
good night.
Melody.
Thank you so much for having.
It was nice talking to you.
Thank you so much for coming on.
All right,
I
bye.
appreciate you. Bye.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna peace out too, Ange. It was nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too. Actually, Acid.
Yeah.
All right.
See y'all.
Cool, man.
Peace.
Have a nice night.
I'll
It was fun.
be on the chat. Thank you guys for coming. Thank
Bye.
you so much. I appreciate you. I'm trying to find out how to get the fuck off here. Oh, and